I fell asleep at work and was punished by the beautiful CEO who asked me to marry her. Longguo Jiangcheng Tianquan Tower. Tianquan Cultural Tourism Marketing Company, Central Conference Room. In front of the projector, a woman in her early 30s stood confidently, dressed in a sleek office suit, passionately presenting with a whiteboard marker in hand. Before her sat a dozen or so young men and women with company badges, all seemingly focused at least on the surface. Especially the handsome young man sitting near the side entrance. He leaned back casually, occasionally frowning or nodding, looking like he was deeply engaged. Morning meetings again, what's the point? Might as well enjoy watching my goddess. Qin Feng opened a document, pretending to take notes. With a swift Ctrl+V, a short video window popped up on his screen. Minimize. Lower opacity. Find that big swing sister channel. He then discreetly pulled out an earbud and popped it into his right ear. The whole sequence was fluid and flawless. Perfect. Qin Feng admired his masterpiece with satisfaction. He de-rehearsed this 100 times, it was muscle memory by now. What he was most proud of was how, through the entire process, he maintained a tense, focused expression, frowning like he was searching for some deep hidden file. And as an intern, he sat at the very edge, no one beside him. That meant his little operation was airtight. With acting like this, I should be winning national film awards. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. Just then, a pleasant voice chimed in his mind. Ding! Host slacked off during meeting and watched short videos. Awarded +1 Slacker point. That's right, Qin Feng wasn't just any regular intern. He was a transmigrator with a system. In his previous life, he'd been worked to death literally. Years of 007 shift 7 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week eventually ended with him collapsing at his desk. He thought he'd turn into a vengeful ghost and haunt his old boss. But instead, he reincarnated into a parallel world called Blue Star, and was even gifted a system, one that seemed tailor-made just for him. Slack off during work, earn slacker points. Exchange those for lottery chances and win all kinds of prizes. Thanks to his tireless slacking efforts over the past 2.5 months, he'd already accumulated 98 slacker points. Just 2 more points, and he could do another draw. That thought alone filled him with joy. He looked up, made eye contact with the presenter director Wang Yang and gave her a slow, approving nod. A perfect yes, I totally agree with you look. Then he frowned again. Damn, I clocked in 28 seconds early today. Let that damn boss squeeze another drop out of me. No way. I'll get revenge by taking a paid 30-minute breakfast break, no matter what. Then a nice paid poop session, be out by 10, grab a 10-minute coffee, and I can rest by 10:30. Hell yeah. Just thinking about leeching off the mysterious capitalist boss he'd never met made him feel 10 times better. Even had the mood to glance at the whiteboard. Marketing proposal for Heilong Province Tourism Department. Whoa, we actually landed a government project. Not bad. Looks like bonuses are coming soon. Qin Feng smiled. From his internship experience so far, this company might skimp on base pay, but bonuses were usually prompt and generous. His expression relaxed without him realizing it. From the front, Director Wang Yang noticed everything. As expected of our top intern. So focused, nodding along, clearly already brainstorming ideas. Not like the others. Do they think I can't tell they are daydreaming? Their fake focus is laughable. When President Jiang returns, I must recommend we keep Qin Feng. Can't let talent like this slip away. Speaking of which, why hasn't President Jiang shown up since registering the company? It's like she vanished into thin air. Wait, President Jiang. Wang Yang's eyes widened as she spotted a familiar figure sneakily slipping through the conference room door. She was just about to speak when the young beauty at the door crossed her arms in an X and slipped inside, taking a seat with a sigh. Finally made it. This girl was Jiang Nan, the only daughter of the Tianquan Group's chairman, a pampered heiress since birth. To learn how to run the business, she registered this marketing company right after graduating. But shortly after she started hiring, she was summoned overseas for a business exchange. So she asked her father's trusted aide, Wang Yang, to temporarily manage the company. What she didn't expect was that, aside from the first couple of contracts, the company had been bleeding money ever since. And Jiang Nan was not one of those brainless rich girls who handed out salaries like candy. Every cent had been budgeted carefully. If they were still losing money, she could only think of one explanation. People are slacking off. Probably a lot of them. So after returning from abroad yesterday, she made a plan with Wang Yang. She would go undercover as an intern to infiltrate the team and find out who the real freeloaders were. To help this cover, she also used her connections to land the team a government project from the Heilong Province Tourism Department, hence today's meeting. Everyone looks serious. Are they just good at hiding it? Wait, what is he doing? Qin Feng had grown tired of one video and was about to switch tabs to find something new. From Jiang Nan's angle, she saw nothing but a screen full of code. Qin Feng. That top intern? She recognized his badge immediately. Wang Yang had praised him yesterday. 985 university grad, never late, always hustling, constantly chatting with team members. Supposedly, he had a sick relative and was only now back at work. Is he actually working? Watching Qin Feng frown deeply and occasionally tap away on the keyboard, Jiang Nan felt a surge of emotion. Wow, what a time management genius. Even during meetings, he is squeezing in extra work. If only everyone in the company was like this guy. Her opinion of him skyrocketed, and she couldn't help but lean closer to peek at his screen. That is when Qin Feng finally noticed someone was standing next to him. Holy crap! Who is this hottie? Haven't he seen her before? Must be new? He glanced at her lanyard. A bright blue intern badge caught his eye. Also an intern. That makes sense. Qin Feng relaxed. He vaguely remembered new interns arriving yesterday. But he'd taken the day off for his neighbor's dog's delivery, don't ask, so he hadn't met her. Looks out of breath. Definitely late on her first day. Qin Feng stole a glance and his eyes lit up. She's got potential. Might be worth mentoring. Could even help me keep watch during future slacking missions. Chapter 2, Watching Movies at Work. Seriously. You've got some guts, huh? First day on the job and you're this late. Qin Feng looked up to find Wang Yang helpfully turning her back, then lowering her voice to whisper. You're lucky Wang Jie didn't catch you. Being late means your pay is getting docked, you know that. I actually something came up on the way, that's why I was late. Jiang Nan was a little stunned. She had driven her Porsche 911 that morning, only to realize an intern driving that kind of car would look super suspicious. So she parked in the underground garage and walked the rest of the way. By the time she got to the office, she was already late. Wait, is he worried about me? Maybe tech nerds aren't all dense after all. Jiang Nan was just starting to feel touched when she saw Qin Feng happily hit the enter key with a big smile. What are you doing? She asked curiously. Qin Feng smoothly minimized the pop-up to the bottom right corner at an angle Jiang Nan couldn't easily see. He even lowered the opacity. He wasn't familiar with this new intern yet, and who knew what if this pretty girl was a backstabbing brown noser hoping to climb the ladder by exposing the company's top intern. Meanwhile, at the front of the room. This project from the Heilong Province Tourism Department aims to increase visitor traffic. Everyone, start brainstorming some buzzworthy taglines. Silence. Wang Yang instinctively looked toward Qin Feng with hopeful eyes and carefully avoided glancing too much at Jiang Nan. Will he come up with something? Jiang Nan also looked over, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Though this client probably wouldn't bring in much money, it was meant to kick off her company's reputation in the market. But she was destined for disappointment. Qin Feng had just started watching a tomb raiding movie. He didn't have a single creative cell firing. All he could do was furrow his brows and sigh, pretending to feel the weight of everyone's expectations. Well, it was just assigned. Coming up with a good idea right away would be unrealistic. Wang Yang consoled herself and resumed presenting examples from other provinces. Those aren't even that impressive, Jiang Nan mumbled. She didn't know as much about the industry as Wang Yang, but seeing Qin Feng inactive made her feel slightly let down. Also, why does it seem like his eyes are drifting all over the screen? Curious, Jiang Nan leaned in a little only to find the lines of code she'd seen earlier were gone, replaced by a dark screen. What's so interesting about a blank screen? She leaned in closer. Qin Feng remained utterly calm. He was a seasoned workplace slacker. In all his time skimming the system, no one had ever caught him. But what he didn't know was Jiang Nan used to have red-green colorblindness. Though she had surgery to correct it, she still retained some side effects. In other words, she could see things most people couldn't. Wait, are you seriously watching those kinds of videos at work? Jiang Nan's first instinct was to explode, but she quickly remembered she couldn't blow her cover, so she hissed through gritted teeth. You're watching a little movie. Qin Feng. Hold up, what do you mean a little movie? Just because the screen is small doesn't mean it's that kind of movie. No, wait, more importantly, I've been discovered. Damn it. I knew I should be shelled out for that privacy screen. Curse you, capitalism. Alright, that's it for today's meeting. Everyone, back to your workstations. As Wang Yang turned off the projector, Qin Feng calmly closed his laptop. So what if she thought she saw something? As long as he denied it, what could she do? It's his word as the top intern versus hers, a late, unknown rookie. Wang Yang would totally take his side. After the meeting, Wang Yang called Jiang Nan to her office for a talk about her tardiness. Then, as always, she respectfully stood aside to let Jiang Nan take her seat. It's okay, Wang Jie, please sit. Jiang Nan instinctively wanted to report Qin Feng, but for some reason, a wave of curiosity hit her. He slacks off, but he's really good at it. Why does Wang Jie think he's a star intern? Is he just a master pretender or actually competent underneath it all? She honestly couldn't tell. Is there something I can do for you, President Jiang? Wang Yang asked nervously. I think that star intern is kind of interesting. Can I observe him up close for a bit? No problem. Wang Yang let out a sigh of relief. She'd been worried Jiang Nan might criticize her presentation. What did you think of my morning meeting? Great, Jiang Nan said smoothly. Clear objectives, good visuals, passionate delivery, and excellent meeting, Manager Wang. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. Thank you for your praise, President Jiang. Qin Feng, you're the best among our interns. I'm assigning you to help train our new hire. Huh? Qin Feng blinked. When he turned and saw Jiang Nan's mischievous smile, he had a very bad feeling. This girl was definitely up to something. Actually, Wang Jie, Ding. New teammate detected. Task issued, team expansion. Team expansion. As a qualified slacker, you must recruit new comrades into the glorious army of slackers. Reward, for every slacker you train, receive triple slacker points. Triple. Qin Feng was stunned. He usually got just one measly point for sneaking a nap at his desk. And now he could earn 3 by bringing someone along? That meant his lottery speed would triple. Is there a problem? I know you work hard, but maybe it's good to relax a little and help train the newcomer. No, not at all. Qin Feng quickly changed tune. Actually, I love helping new teammates. Wang Jie, leave her to me. Excellent. With your performance, I'm sure you'll become a full-time employee soon. Wang Yang left after assigning a few more tasks. So are we starting work now? Jiang Nan asked. She glanced around Qin Feng's desk. It had a cozy, lived-in vibe. Looked like he truly made himself at home here. Plus, Wang Yang had just praised him again, which only raised her curiosity further. Work? Yeah, sure, let's call it that. Qin Feng casually pulled out a breakfast bag from inside a tissue box. Since I'm supposed to train you, let me walk you through how things really work around here. Step 1: after clocking in, eat breakfast. Huh? Jiang Nan was stunned. Weren't they here to work? Why was eating breakfast a priority? Shouldn't that be done at home? That's where you're mistaken. Qin Feng pulled out a burger. We're wage slaves, we're here to make money. If you work during work hours, that's labor. But if you eat breakfast during work hours, that's profit. How can you even think like that? Jiang Nan huffed. If every employee thought like this, how could her company survive? Classic brainwashing by the capitalist class, Qin Feng said with a sigh. Don't worry. I'll help you deprogram. He held out a pack of fries. Here, have some. I don't want it. I want to work. Jiang Nan was fuming. She was not going to sink to this guy's level. But she'd forgotten something important. Thanks to jet lag, she hadn't eaten anything all morning. She'd thought she could power through. But watching Qin Feng devour his food, her stomach had other plans. Grrr tilde. The growl was loud enough to be heard. Jiang Nan's face turned bright red. I can't eat, but I'm so damn hungry. Chapter 3 Lottery. Come on, it's protesting if you don't eat it. Qin Feng pointed at Jiang Nan's belly, causing Jiang Nan to blush again. Who would have dared to talk to her like this before? As the daughter of Tianquan Group, she can be said to have grown up in great care. Even before she became a boss, the so-called social elites treated her with respect, if not extreme courtesy, for the sake of her father. But what should this young intern do now? Not only was he slacking off at work, but he also wanted to seduce her to join him. This is outrageous. So, Jiang Nan immediately snatched the hamburger from Qin Feng. Who wants fries? I want meat. There's no way, I'm just too hungry. It would have been fine if nothing had happened, but Qin Feng had already started eating here, so wasn't that Chun Chun torturing her? Jiang Nan took a big bite and resisted vigorously, as if she was eating Qin Feng. Not to mention, it tastes pretty good. This guy really knows how to choose. How dare you steal my burger? Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Where was the arrogant and workaholic beautiful intern? Was she just here to steal my hamburger? Ding! Congratulations to their host for leading a new colleague to slack off successfully, and the reward is 0.5 points of slack off value. Triple critical hit triggered. Congratulations to their host for getting an extra slacking value 1. Qin Feng, nice grab. Are you choking? I have a Coke here. Also, eat slowly. No one will snatch it from you. Just be careful not to get caught. Qin Feng took out a Coke from the bag and stared at Jiang Nan expectantly, mumbling to himself frantically. Another 0.5, another 0.5 and I can enter the lottery. Ahem. Thank you. As he said, Jiang Nan was so angry that he accidentally choked. He only recovered after taking a deep sip of Coke. He seems not bad. Why are you staring at me like that? Jiang Nan felt a little embarrassed when Qin Feng looked at her, and misunderstood his gaze as concern. Especially their words, "Be careful not to be discovered by others," made her feel like a thief. So, this is what slacking off feels like. It's really exciting, no wonder so many people like to slack off. No, he is clearly violating company regulations. How can I speak for him? But if it weren't for him, I would have starved. Jiang Nan struggled in his heart and finally chose to ignore Qin Feng's mistakes for the time being. After all, she is an excellent intern recognized by Sister Wang, so there must be something unique about her. Soon, it was proved that she guessed correctly. Qin Feng did have something unique, a unique skill of slacking off. After breakfast, he very skillfully took out a roll of paper, called it page shitting, and even asked her if she wanted to join. Jiang Nan refused without hesitation, but Qin Feng went anyway and didn't come back until half an hour later. Jiang Nan thought he might have a stomachache and was about to show some concern, but then she heard Qin Feng mumbling to himself. There are still 20 seconds left. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out earlier. So you're here to take advantage of my salary. Jiang Nan's gums were gnashing, and then Qin Feng suddenly looked at her very seriously. New colleague, I think we have to get down to business. We are finally going to do some serious work. Jiang Nan was excited. His wait was not in vain. So what do we do now, collect plans, or write a script? Jiang Nan said excitedly, and then she saw Qin Feng looking at her with a look of disappointment. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Qin Feng was speechless. This girl had already had a paid breakfast once, so why was she still not getting the point? No, for the sake of my future in the workplace, I must correct this unhealthy trend. Come on, get me a cup of coffee. Coffee? What are you pouring coffee for? Drink. Jiang Nan. Although she didn't understand, she still did as she was told and followed Qin Feng to the floor-to-ceiling window in the company's corridor. It is said that some geniuses always have some quirks when thinking. Qin Feng should be the same, and even relatively normal. Qin Feng was seen holding a coffee cup and looking up at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window at a 45-degree angle. He frowned slightly, sighed from time to time, then gritted his teeth and shook his head, as if he was thinking about something important that concerned the country and the people. Qin Feng, have you thought about the topic that Manager Wang assigned today? Of course, not. So what are you thinking about? At this time, Jiang Na thought that Qin Feng had some unfinished work to think about, and was looking forward to his answer. What do you think for lunch today, braised chicken or pork elbow noodles? There seems to be a new rice noodle roll restaurant downstairs, have you tried it? Qin Feng asked Jiang Nan for help anxiously. He has always had difficulty making decisions. Is this what you were thinking about just now? Yes. You call this business? Food is the most important thing for people. If this is not considered a serious matter, what is a serious matter? Well. Jiang Nan laughed out of anger. She had repeatedly raised her hopes for Qin Feng before, expecting him to show her what an excellent intern was. Now she sees through it. This guy is a complete loser. Even the small things can reflect the big picture. If even the outstanding interns are like this, what about the other employees in the company? She finally understood why the company's performance was not good. It turned out that they hired such a bunch of idiots. Was Wang Yang blind? After being angry, Jiang Nan gradually calmed down. First of all, Wang Yang's ability is unquestionable. She can doubt her own strength, but she must never doubt her father's vision in employing people. So even if Qin Feng often fools around, he must have made some achievements to earn the title of outstanding intern. No, I can't open him yet. Jiang Nan seemed to have made up his mind and stared fiercely at Qin Feng's back. I want to see what you are capable of. No matter what she thought in her heart, Qin Feng was extremely happy when he returned to his seat. Because he had just chatted with Jiang Nan for a while, he managed to fish for 5 more minutes, and his fishing value successfully exceeded 100 points. System, I want to draw a lottery. Congratulations to their host for receiving their thinking enhancement reward. What the hell? Qin Feng was stunned, and then he felt as if there were countless flying insects in his brain pulling his brain nerves in all directions, causing him unbearable pain. However, this symptom ended quickly, and after it ended he only felt that his brain was extremely clear. No matter whether it was his past life or this life, he could even remember a typo at the end of the hot search list clearly. But what's the use of this function? Bai Mo was thinking, but what he didn't know was. At this moment, because of his previous words and actions, Jiang Nan had already arrived at Wang Yang's office. Chapter 4: How to Eat Baked Sweet Potatoes Without a Spoon. Mr. Jiang? What are you doing? Hearing the unusual noise, Wang Yang turned off the variety show playing on the computer without saying a word. Just when he was about to get angry, he found that it was Jiang Nan who came in, and his anger was instantly suppressed. Wang Yang, that Qin Feng. What happened to him? Hearing that she was not the one discovered, Wang Yang immediately relaxed a little, but also became curious. She was the one who recruited Qin Feng into the company, and he showed strong working ability in his subsequent work. But why does Mr. Jiang have such a strange expression? Could it be that he teased Mr. Jiang? Wang Yang was thinking wildly, and finally Jiang Nan said in person. I have great faith in your abilities, Sister Wang, but based on this half-day's work, I haven't discovered anything special about Qin Feng. This, may be because there is no specific work, it is difficult for him to start. Wang Yang subconsciously defended herself, saying that after all, she was the one who blew it up, and she couldn't slap herself in the face. Yes. Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows. Then how about assigning him the mission we received to make Ice City famous? Wang Yang was confused. That was the first time their company received an official task, and they just gave it to an intern. Any questions? Jiang Nan asked back. No problem. Wang Yang was relieved. As a worker, she should have self-knowledge. Did she really think that the boss came to discuss something with her? No matter what others want to do, just be responsible for executing it. Don't worry, I'll arrange a job for him right away. No need, just print the document and I'll give it to him when I get back to my workstation. Jiang Nan said viciously. Now, let me see how you can slack off. Ding! Their host plays games at work, and is rewarded with a slacking value 1. Too slow. Taking off the Bluetooth headset, Qin Feng looked around carefully and said a little depressed. Where's my lovely little assistant? Ever since he received the triple critical hit for slacking off with Jiang Nan, he now feels bored when slacking off by himself. Especially since he had just drawn an ability that was completely useless, wasting the slacking points he had worked so hard for 2.5 months. Now that he is asked to save up again, Qin Feng even wants to slack off while he is free. Qin Feng. A fragrant breeze blew over, and it was Jiang Nan who brought the task notice from Wang Yang's office. At this moment, she was praising herself for her wit, her face filled with a youthful smile. Similarly, Qin Feng was also very happy to find her back. Hey, Assistant Manager Xiamor, you're back. Sister Wang just stopped me and said that she thinks you are very capable, so she is going to assign you the task of making Ice City famous. Well, send it to us. Who else, eh? Send it to me. Seeing Qin Feng's shocked expression, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Looking at his passive and sabotaging appearance, how could he deserve the word excellent? However, in the hope of tapping the potential of outstanding employees, she suppressed her anger. Yes, I heard that the boss is coming back soon. I guess Sister Wang also wants to help you, right? Jiang Nan directly brought up the word boss, thinking that this would at least appease you, right? However, this boss is really screwed. What did you say? Jiang Nan's face was full of black lines, and his hands holding the notice were shaking. You are the one who is screwed, your whole family is screwed. However, Qin Feng didn't notice her emotions at all, and even continued. You think so, don't you? The boss came back at this time instead of earlier or later. Isn't he deliberately asking for trouble for us? The two of us. Jiang Nan was puzzled. Isn't this a task assigned to you? What does it have to do with me? Yes, as a new intern under my leadership, shouldn't you complete the task with me? So you agree? Jiang Nan was pleasantly surprised. Just take me with you. It's worth being happy that this guy is willing to complete the job. Nonsense, they've assigned me the job, wouldn't it be asking for trouble if I don't do it? Qin Feng rolled his eyes, then said excitedly, and I figured out one thing. What? Look, if we want to promote Ice City, shouldn't we go out and take more photos of the local customs and people of Ice City? Yeah, that's right. Jiang Nan thought carefully, and nodded when he didn't find any problems with Qin Feng's words. Does that mean we have to go out on a mission? Qin Feng's voice became more and more excited. Yeah. Jiang Nan was surprised. What's wrong? Then what are you waiting for? Qin Feng slammed the table and said with high morale, Jiang Nan, take your camera, let's go out on the field now. The sound was so loud that it covered the entire office. Just at this moment, Wang Yan walked out of the office. After hearing this, she nodded with satisfaction. Come on, Xiao Qin, I believe in you. You will definitely be on the list when the awards are given this year. Qin Feng nodded heavily, then walked out of the office with his head held high, leaving Jiang Nan with a confused look on his face. Why is he so excited? Doesn't he want to slack off? Fishing. Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly widened. It's over. Why did I let him go out on a field trip? This guy just tries every possible way to slack off in the company. What will happen if I go outside? Could it be that I really let this guy go? Jiang Nan felt a darkness before his eyes and his life became bleak. She didn't care about her image anymore, she picked up her bag and ran after him. Qin Feng, wait for me. Wang Yan was left standing there with an anti-smile on her face. It's great to be young. Where are the people? After going downstairs, Jiang Nan broke down. It was just as he thought, this guy had no control over himself once he ran away. But soon, she breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng didn't go far. And now he is preparing to buy a baked sweet potato? Jiang Nan slowly moved towards Qin Feng's back and heard the conversation between the two. Uncle, how much do you sell this sweet potato for? $3 each. Is it sweet? How can it not be sweet, young man? Ask around in the thief's place. Do you dare to say that my baked sweet potatoes are not sweet? It seemed that the issue involved his own professional knowledge, and the old man became visibly excited. That's great. Qin Feng said happily, then please help me install one, sir. Just one. Isn't your girlfriend still waiting for you here? Qin Feng turned his head in confusion and saw Jiang Nan, with a red face, standing behind him. Uncle, I'm not his girlfriend. Why do you still want to? I tell you, this sweet potato is mine, I can't share it with you. Qin Feng protected the sweet potato in his hand and stared at Jiang Nan with a bad look. Roll. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes, do you want me to buy it? Can you please pack one for me too? I'll pay for it together. I'm so embarrassed. Qin Feng said this, but he was not slow at all in putting away his phone. Virtue. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes, then broke open the sweet potato and took a bite. How sweet. She subconsciously felt that Qin Feng would resonate with her at this time, but when she looked up, she found that Qin Feng was looking at her with a shocked expression. Is this how you always eat baked sweet potatoes? Isn't this how you eat baked sweet potatoes? Jiang Nan and the old man were both stunned and looked at Qin Feng in confusion. Shouldn't we use a spoon? How many spoons? Yes. Qin Feng looked at the old man sincerely. I am from the south. I need a spoon to eat roasted sweet potatoes. Do you have a spoon here? Chapter 5, The Lotus Root is from Yunnan. Do you eat it from corn? Spoon, how many? It took the old man a long time to realize that what Qin Feng was talking about was actually spoon. Then he looked at Qin Feng with a confused and apologetic expression. Sorry, young man, I don't have a spoon. This is how we northerners eat. Don't worry. It's not. Qin Feng didn't change his accent for a moment, and later he forced himself to switch back to what he thought was a southern accent. No, if you don't have a spoon, won't your mouth be full of food? Jiang Nan subconsciously touched the corner of his mouth, then put it down awkwardly. Holding the roasted sweet potato, it is difficult to decide whether to eat it or not. However, the old man next to him felt that something was strange when he heard Qin Feng's emphasis. However, in order to show his northern enthusiasm, he still said, Look, there's a convenience store across the curb. Maybe they sell spoons there. If you want. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Qin Feng said in surprise, and then looked at Jiang Nan. What are you doing? Jiang Nan subconsciously took a step back. Little assistant, go buy me a spoon. No, I. Jiang Nan was stunned. Is this guy sick? She really wanted to slap Qin Feng in the face and leave, but her mind told her not to do that. But when she met the old man's curious gaze, she really didn't want to stay here anymore. Qin Feng, just wait for me. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Qin Feng waved his hand and watched Jiang Nan walk towards the convenience store with a smile on his face. Young man, are you really from the south? The old man looked at Qin Feng with some suspicion. It was the first time he saw a southerner who could pronounce the erhua sound so naturally. Especially since the other party's Mandarin was so difficult to understand just now. Yes. Yeah. Qin Feng returned to his previous accent. Where exactly is it from? Qin Feng, the lotus roots are from Yunnan. Uncle, from Newjiang, Yunnan. Qin Feng subconsciously replied, Newjiang Lushui City. Uncle, how did you know? Do you really think I don't watch Douyin? The old man rolled his eyes and pushed his stall cart away in a rather gloomy manner. Not really. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. It turned out that his acting skills still needed to be improved. At this time, Jiang Nan came back with a spoon. Where's that old man? He's off work. Qin Feng took the spoon. Look, this is how you should eat roasted sweet potatoes. No, did you come out just to eat roasted sweet potatoes? Of course not. It just so happens that you have dola. Please help me shoot a video. Take a video. Jiang Nan was puzzled, but still took out his phone. What for? After saying that, he met Qin Feng's usual expression of looking at a fool. What are we doing here? Aren't you just slacking off? Jiang Nan answered subconsciously. Ding! Congratulations to their host for leading a new colleague to slack off successfully. The reward is 3 points. Triple critical strike triggered. Congratulations to their host for getting an extra slacking value 6. Pretty. Qin Feng clenched his fist. It turned out that there was more value in slacking off. At the same time, he looked at Jiang Nan with more and more favor. This girl was indeed the chosen king of slacking off. As long as she gave her a little training, she would be able to slack off very freely and actively. But how can such a thing be said so blatantly? What if other people in the company find out and report it? Where can I find such a convenient place to slack off? It turns out that it still needs some adjustment and teaching. Qin Feng said silently in his heart. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I think I need to correct your words. We are out here to do field work, not to slack off. Do you understand? So please give me your phone and watch how being a good intern works. Qin Feng paused, then immediately opened the video recording interface, adjusted his voice, and dubbed. Who in the family understands? The people of Ice City really dote on me too much. As a southerner, I always use a spoon to eat roasted sweet potatoes. Although there are no spoons in Bingcheng, the old man still enthusiastically told me where I can buy a spoon. After recording is completed, subtitles are automatically generated and the video can be published in one go. Qin Feng finished the remaining roasted sweet potato in one bite with satisfaction. When he looked up, he met Jiang Nan's confused eyes. So, this is what your job entails? Yes. Qin Feng nodded as a matter of course. With a budget of only 30,000, what effect does this boss of Beep Dog want? This video is worthy of him. Did you use the budget for this video? Jiang Nan took his phone with a frown on his face. Do you know that the boss of Bigu you are talking about is right in front of you? Besides, I'm a woman, how can I possibly complain about the dog? If I have to complain, it would be, bar. So now I need you to spend 5,000 yuan to buy a data package for the video. With my money. What else? Do you have the budget? Can't you just ask the company to reimburse you when you go back? But you haven't even submitted your proposal for review. When a general is away from home, he may not obey military orders. Punishment. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth and accepted his fate by buying a data package for the videos on his homepage. I hope you can let me see your ability to create, otherwise. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and smiled, then Qin Feng, what video are we going to shoot next? Just hold up your phone and watch me do the rest. Okay. Looking at Qin Feng's confident back, Jiang Nan felt a sense of faith in his heart for some reason. But it soon collapsed again. It was because Qin Feng's so-called operation afterwards was so brilliant. What's the matter with suddenly ordering a kebab while walking, and then pretending to be surprised at the large portion? Suddenly he found a piece of snow, then jumped into it and splashed around as if he had never seen snow before. Even if you see a dog on the roadside, you have to say, "What are you looking at?" All their confusing behaviors simply dazzled her eyes. At the same time, Qin Feng's screen was bombarded with the system's notification sounds. Just by wandering around, his slacking value directly reached 68, which was comparable to the amount of slacking he had done in the past month. Why didn't I think of such a good way to work as an out-of-towner before? This little Jiang Nan is really my lucky star. Gugu Tilder. Are you hungry? Qin Feng turned around and saw Jiang Nan, who looked like a hungry ghost, behind him. Only then did he realize that this girl seemed to have been walking with him for the entire morning, except for having a small breakfast and a baked sweet potato. Then, do you want to eat the stick? After hesitating for a long time, Qin Feng reluctantly held out the roasted corn in his hand. Get out of here. I want to eat a proper meal. It's a full meal. Qin Feng took back the corn, took a delicious bite and looked around. Suddenly, a restaurant called Northeast Specialties caught his attention. Boss, you are very brave to open a restaurant serving Northeastern specialties in Ice City. Chapter 6, Frozen pears are cut into plates, and sweet and sour pork needs to be cut. Boss, I'm Nan Fangyin. Do you have any special dishes you can recommend? It started again. This guy starts again. Sitting at the dining table, Jiang Nan was just about to look at the menu. Qin Feng pulled the waiter over and started asking in his fluent, self-proclaimed, southern accent. This time the waiter was obviously not as smart as the old man just now. In fact, it was because they had never had people from the south come here. After learning that Qin Feng was from the south, they introduced him enthusiastically. Look, handsome guy, we have a lot of delicious food in Ice City, like this pot-fried bun and this frozen pear. Then let's order some sweet and sour pork. Can I try some frozen pear? Of course. Wait a moment, handsome guy. The waiter patted his chest and soon came back with 2 bowls of black frozen pears soaked in water. Wow Tilder, is this the frozen pear? Qin Feng said in surprise, which made Jiang Nan want to smash him on the head with a frozen pear. But he still suppressed his anger and continued to hold his phone to record the conversation between the two. Yes, it's our specialty from Northeast China. It's delicious. If you think it's delicious, I'll pack you some freshly frozen ones when you leave. Thank you. Qin Feng looked at his elder brother sincerely. Handsome guy, are you eating? Qin Feng opened his mouth in surprise. How can I eat this whole thing? Can I really bite it? Big brother, can you help me cut it into a plate? What? Cut the plate? Yeah. Qin Feng nodded, gesturing with his hands. Just like a fruit platter, how else do you eat it? Oh. The eldest brother hesitated for a while, and finally did not say the three words, eat it directly, and picked up the two bowls again. Handsome guy, wait a minute. I'll go ask the kitchen if I can help you cut it. Thanks. Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand, which made Jiang Nan feel a chill. No, is it really good for you to treat my big brother like this? I'm just eating a frozen pear, but I have to cut it into a plate. Aren't you afraid that the big brother will beat you up if he finds out that you're not from the south? Unexpectedly, Qin Feng shook his head very naturally. This is something he will have to face sooner or later. I am just letting him adapt in advance. Jiang Nan was silent. She didn't understand why Qin Feng was so confident. Could it be that just by shooting some low-quality videos like this, he could make Bingcheng popular? There was no answer to her confusion for the time being, but the waiter gave Qin Feng a satisfactory answer. He happily returned to Qin Feng carrying 2 plates of cut frozen pears. We have cut the handsome men and beautiful women for you. Everything here is based on customer satisfaction as the highest standard. If you like it, you can share it with your friends. No problem. It's delicious. Qin Feng nodded and picked up a piece of cut frozen pear. To be honest, he had never eaten a cut frozen pear in his life. Needless to say, it has a unique flavor. And he is not exaggerating the taste intentionally, the frozen pears here are really delicious. Qin Feng felt in his heart, does this count as eating chaff in the name of work? It's really delicious. Jiang Nan quite agreed, but she was still too embarrassed to raise her head after all. Although it was convenient, it was too troublesome, right? The pot buns are here again. Not long after we started eating, a fair-skinned young lady brought a plate of sweet and sour pork to the table. Thank you. Qin Feng looked at the young lady sincerely. Handsome guy, go eat. Why are you looking at me? Being stared at by such a handsome guy like Qin Feng, the young lady didn't blush, but she felt a little unnatural and looked at Qin Feng strangely. Instead, the eldest brother who had not left yet suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Handsome guy, do you think this pot dumpling is too big again? Huh. Qin Feng widened his eyes and looked at his elder brother in surprise. You understand me, brother? You said it before I even said anything. Can you help us cut it open? Cut it open. The young lady was confused and didn't understand what Qin Feng was talking about. At this time, the elder brother walked up to her and took the initiative to explain. This handsome man and beautiful woman are from the south. Their dishes are all small and exquisite. They won't be used to eating our dishes like this. Look at the frozen pears. I just asked the kitchen staff to help cut them. I'm from the south. The young lady was surprised, as if she didn't expect a southerner to come to her store. She looked at Qin Feng as if she was looking at a giant panda. Yes. The eldest brother came closer and said, maybe if they eat well here, they can recommend it to their friends in the south to visit us. Really? The young lady was surprised and looked around. Her eyes soon stopped on the scissors in the box on the barbecue table. No need to look for the kitchen, I'll cut it for you. As he said that, he picked up the scissors and quickly cut the sweet and sour pork into small pieces. Thank you. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. Thanks. Jiang Nan whimpered and stared at the sweet and sour pork on the plate in a daze. If you can cut the sweet and sour pork into pieces and eat it, then what does it matter if my upper teeth are rubbed raw over the years? With a feeling of doubt about life, Jiang Nan finished his lunch without saying a word. Okay, give me the phone. Jiang Nan opened his phone, but before he had time to curiously look at the video of eating sweet potatoes with a spoon on the homepage, Qin Feng snatched it away. Then Qin Feng edited the video and dubbed in his familiar voice. I admit, people in Ice City are really spoiled, and it perfectly matches the physique of southern babies. Because it was inconvenient to eat, the enthusiastic waiter went to the kitchen to cut the frozen pears into a plate for me. Not only that, but the lady also helped me cut the sweet and sour pork into small pieces. It was really delicious. Jiang Nan watched Qin Feng's performance in silence and watched him post the video. Don't you need to subscribe to the data package? Jiang Nan asked subconsciously, and then saw Qin Feng suddenly staring at him with wide eyes. You still have money? Aren't you an intern? Why are you so rich? Oh, doesn't the company have a budget? Can't we just go back and get reimbursed? Jiang Nan didn't understand, and then looked at Qin Feng, who was even more shocked. It may not be approved yet, and you're just going to put your money into it. And there are still more than 20 days before the salary is paid. You invested 10,000 yuan. Where on earth did you get this rich woman? Well, it's just an ordinary family. Jiang Nan whispered. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have exposed something, and for some reason, she always had a bad premonition. And soon, she noticed that Qin Feng was frowning. He looked at her for a while, then looked up again, not knowing what he was thinking, and muttered. Something's wrong. It's very wrong. Why was Sister Wang personally bringing you in for the interview? And he was late for the meeting on the first day. Even if Sister Wang didn't see it during the meeting, she would have discovered it when she looked at the clock in records. Also, why did she call you to the office specifically to assign me work? Jiang Nan, something's wrong with you. Qin Feng stroked his chin with a deep look in his eyes. Actually, Jiang Nan was shocked and gritted his teeth, not knowing how to explain. No need to say more. Qin Feng slammed the table. I know your identity. Jiang Nan, you've kept it a secret from me. Chapter 7 Relatives. I'm her aunt. You are Wang Yang's relative. Tell me the truth, are you her niece? Jiang Nan stood there in a daze. She had already planned to confess and explain her identity to the organization. I didn't expect his train of thought to be so unique. Qin Feng was seen sitting at the table, crossing his legs, looking quite proud. It seems like I have discovered something extraordinary. Jiang Nan was furious. As the boss of the company, she always thought she was very serious and responsible about her work and the company. How come in Qin Feng's eyes, he is just a relative who got in through the back door? You said I was Wang Yang's niece, but I'm still his aunt. Jiang Nan couldn't help but roll his eyes. As he spoke, he calmly subscribed to a data package for the video. I see. Qin Feng clapped his hands violently. Everything could be explained now. It's no wonder that Wang Yang was very respectful to Jiang Nan, as Jiang Nan was very generous. It turned out to be Wang Yang's elder. Oh my! Isn't this the flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple? Qin Feng said with a smile that made Jiang Nan want to slap him hard. But he still suppressed his anger and ate the sweet and sour pork. Humph, anyway, I didn't get in through the back door, and I won't speak well of you in front of Wang Yang. Qin Feng felt very hurt. I can be considered half of your master. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, let alone me, your teacher who has taught you diligently. He looked at Jiang Nan sincerely. I have some freshly peeled apples here, would you like some? Puff. Jiang Nan was caught off guard and the water that had just entered his mouth sprayed out. He quickly took out a napkin and began to wipe the table. Roll. Although he said these angry words, he felt relieved in his heart. Fortunately, my identity was not exposed. This man is sometimes bold and careful, and sometimes foolish and naive. Which one is he? After the two paid the money, Qin Feng packed 2 frozen pears and went back to the company together. Under Jiang Nan's surprised gaze, Qin Feng sat at his workstation and took a nap, calling it taking a nap to keep his skin great. An hour later, Jiang Nan, who was wiping her tears with a tissue, suddenly remembered the video she had posted. I was so busy slacking off that I almost forgot about the important business. Let me take a look at today's video. I don't know how it will turn out, but it should be good, right? If this video goes viral, can our company successfully go viral with it? Jiang Nan chattered on, and soon clicked on the video released today. Wow tilde, how is this possible? Jiang Nan said in surprise, looking at Qin Feng, who had woken up a long time ago and was concentrating on eating potato chips from the table. He wanted to lift the computer in his hand and throw it at his head. But he still suppressed his anger and stared at the computer intently. In just 1 hour, the number of likes reached 20,000 and the number of viewers reached 1 million. It became popular, but it didn't take the entire internet by storm. That's it. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Nan suspiciously. 20,000 likes. Did you know that the highest number of likes for an advertisement shot by our company so far is only 1? Jiang Nan put his hand over his mouth and almost told the truth. As a newcomer, even if she is related to Wang Yang, it is impossible for her to know so much about the company's video data. What? A what? Qin Feng looked her up and down. He felt that this girl was new to society and had never seen the world. He persuaded her earnestly, "This is just the beginning. 20,000 likes is just the beginning. If I show all my strength, 100,000 likes will only be a drop in the bucket." As he spoke, he kept gesturing with his hands. Afterwards, he added, "Of course, the evil capitalists don't even think about squeezing a single drop of hard-earned money from me." This. Jiangnan glared at Qin Feng without leaving any trace, and finally sat on the chair angrily. "Just brag, I don't believe you can make the video like 100,000. You are looking down on me. Do you believe me? I will show you my skills right now. TSK. Qin Feng scratched his head awkwardly, leaving Jiangnan speechless. "I say, if you keep slacking off like this every day, when will you get a promotion and a raise? It's just a video, and you're trying to hide your incompetence. Are you worthy of the company's training? Aren't you afraid that your boss will call you into the office for private training?" Unexpectedly, Qin Feng smiled calmly and said, "Isn't the conversation normal? At worst, I can change to another company. It will be easier to slack off at the next company." Jiangnan was confused. He really wanted to open his head and see what he was thinking. The video he shot was obviously good, so why did he have to slack off? She was puzzled, but the comments in the video caught her attention. In just 10 minutes, more than 20 comments were added to the comment section. "Who filmed this video? It's quite interesting. Is iCity so friendly to tourists? When I went to the scenic spot 2 years ago, the staff members were very rude and gave us a lot of cold looks. After watching this video, I suddenly want to experience the scenery of the north. Is there any F-cup girl I want to chat with? Upstairs, are you going to see the scenery of the north? You are clearly lusting after the girl's body, you are a slut." Qin Feng watched with great interest and casually took out an orange from the table. To be honest, Jiangnan really wanted to turn over his table to see if there was a blue fat man's treasure bag hidden there. Not to mention, the oranges are sweet and delicious. I wonder where they were bought from. Jiangnan was confused. How about finding an opportunity to ask Qin Feng to buy some food for work tomorrow? Fragrant. Qin Feng was very satisfied. In just a few minutes, Jiangnan contributed several slacking points. But he still felt it was not enough. The slacking value should be like Henshin selecting his soldiers, the more the better. "How about I get you a folding chair tomorrow?" Not long after, Qin Feng came up with a new plan to slack off. Jiangnan stared blankly at Qin Feng beside him. "How about I secretly make you a bed?" Seeing Qin Feng's serious expression, Jiangnan suddenly felt his face flushed, but also a little angry. What's embarrassing is that she actually wanted to slack off, and what's annoying is that Qin Feng really treated the company as his home. "If you pull a bed over here, aren't you afraid of being discovered by the management? I didn't expect you, such a talented person, would actually want to get a bed here. It seems that I underestimated you before. Well, I'm fighting for the proletarian revolution." Qin Feng sat up straight, like a young pioneer who loved his motherland. Why do I feel this sentence makes sense? No. Jiangnan hurriedly shook his head, almost being led into trouble by this slacker. "Well, you are the noblest and purest. That's natural." Jiangnan's eyes turned dark, and she wanted to bite Qin Feng hard. At this moment, her eyes fell on the computer. "Beauty, give me a cappuccino with 3 parts of sugar. I want to be a Sigma man." If someone didn't know, they would think he was just doing company forms. Especially the way he stretches at the end, he looks like a model employee who works hard. If Jiangnan had not seen through his true nature long ago, he might have been paralyzed by him. "Oh, what a Sigma man." Jiangnan looked unhappy and then stared at Qin Feng. He was thinking in his heart how to make this slacker work hard for the company. When I came to my senses, it was time to get off work. At first glance, she saw Qin Feng giving her a thumbs up, as if he was praising her. She was really good at slacking off. Chapter 8 Salty Tofu Pudding? You are anti-human. Seeing you slacking off every day, I really feel relieved. Qin Feng patted Jiangnan's shoulder, put one hand on the chair, and looked at her with a smile. It's good to have relatives. It's so fair to slack off at work. This. Actually, I was just thinking about how we can strengthen our work. Jiangnan was a little annoyed. He had originally been thinking about paying more attention to the video, but halfway through, he unknowingly started watching a melodramatic romance drama. When I come to my senses, I have finished watching a drama and it is too late to think about work. Why is he sometimes so sharp-tongued? It seems that this slacker king also has a bad side. Jiang Nan was just about to enumerate Qin Feng's sins, when she saw Qin Feng pick up the bag next to him with a look of joy, and also picked up hers. "What are you doing with my bag?" Jiang Nan was a little confused, and Qin Feng calmly put the two bags on her shoulders. In order to help Jiang Nan slack off more easily, he planned to start evening training. If Jiang Nan became an employee who could slack off without any urging, wouldn't he make a fortune? The video shooting this time was so-so. "I want to go out and find a stall tonight to see if I can trigger new entries." Jiang Nan was speechless. He subconsciously thought that Qin Feng was planning to eat at public expense. At the same time, he felt sad that there was such a parasite in the company. How can he slack off so complacently? What are you waiting for? If we don't work hard, how can the capitalist boss buy a house, a car and a mistress? Jiang Nan couldn't help but glare at Qin Feng, and really wanted to throw the car and house certificates at his face. Tell him loudly, "I don't need to buy a house or a car, and I don't need a mistress." But I gave up in the end, mainly because the current situation was not good. In order to find out the bottom line of this slacking king, I couldn't turn against him for the time being. What if the boss is a beautiful woman and doesn't need to buy a car, a house or a mistress? Qin Feng didn't think much about it and continued his outrageous speech. "The boss is probably an old woman in her 40s who is always thinking about exploiting us employees. That must be it." Jiang Nan didn't expect that the image of her, the boss, in Qin Feng's mind was so despicable, and she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. "HMPH, let's go and eat." Qin Feng was not at all flustered and followed Jiang Nan to a nearby snack stand. "In the evening, we mainly sell soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding." Jiang Nan came over curiously and found Qin Feng looking at the 2 cups of tofu pudding in front of him with an embarrassed look on his face. "What's so good about staring at this?" Jiang Nan was puzzled and leaned over curiously. Qin Feng nodded and sighed occasionally. Although no one knew what he meant, he seemed to have some understanding of this small cup of tofu pudding. You're not crazy?" Jiang Nan asked subconsciously. "Qin Feng, what's wrong?" He was just trying to figure out what the tofu pudding in the cup tasted like. After careful study and tasting, he discovered that it was actually a cup of salty tofu pudding. Blame it all on the evil capitalists. How can such inhumane food be created? "Boss, why is your tofu pudding salty?" Qin Feng raised his hand and called the shop owner over. He's apparently doing well and slacking off every day, so why is he so picky about food? Is it that his brain is not normal, or is there really something wrong with his brain? Jiang Nan said he couldn't guess. "Is this customer encountering any problems?" The fat proprietress came over and wiped her hands. "Why is your tofu pudding salty? I heard your tofu pudding is the best in the city, but I didn't expect it to disappoint me so much. A unique product." The boss was a little confused. He thought that someone had posted their stall on a social networking site and it became popular on the internet. "Don't worry, customer. I'll get the ingredients to you right now. Then go quickly and don't delay our meal." Qin Feng urged the proprietress to leave. "I don't know what you Northeasterners are thinking. You actually created such an inhumane food as salty tofu pudding." Jiang Nan really wanted to touch his forehead. Was he crazy again? She was curious. "I plan to record the entire scene that just happened. Especially Qin Feng's sarcasm when he talked about tofu pudding." "Huh? Why don't you eat?" Qin Feng skillfully put a fried dough stick into Jiang Nan's soy milk. "You young people just don't know how to take care of yourselves. Even for things like eating, you still need me, the master, to pamper you. What the hell?" Jiang Nan was a little confused, and then he saw the proprietress bring up the chili sauce. "What's this? Why is the tofu pudding salty and why do you give me chili sauce?" Hearing this, Jiang Nan froze in place, and then saw that Qin Feng's expression became even more shocked. "Do you know that tofu pudding has soul only when it is sweet? Salty tofu pudding, this destroys the soul of tofu pudding. How can you do this? Tofu pudding is always salty." Jiang Nan spoke in a low voice. She didn't quite understand Qin Feng's idea. Isn't this how to eat tofu pudding? Soon, Qin Feng's brows were found to be furrowed. He looked at her, then at the proprietress beside him, and kept shouting, "Something's wrong. Something's wrong. How can there be salty tofu pudding in the world? Change it to one with sugar. Besides, salty tofu pudding is anti-human, just like coriander. Only sweet tofu pudding is righteous. Also, why didn't your store prepare the sweet tofu pudding in advance? Why did you ask me to tell you about it? It's very disappointing for me as a consumer." Qin Feng sat on the chair, looking unhappy. "Well, I'll change the bowl for you now." The proprietress' heart was racing, but she still had a smile on her face. "What are you waiting for?" Qin Feng said excitedly, "Give me a portion of sweet tofu pudding quickly." Jiang Nan watched Qin Feng's performance without blinking a word. His acting skills were impeccable. Wouldn't there be something else? Jiang Nan suddenly asked, and then noticed that Qin Feng was looking at her in shock. "Are you trying to add chili sauce to the sweet tofu pudding?" he said with an exaggerated expression. "How could you do such an inhumane thing?" Then the proprietress brought a bowl of tofu pudding to the table and looked at Qin Feng with a strange look. "Sir, this is the sweet tofu pudding you asked for. Please try it and see if it suits your taste. If you have any questions, please feel free to give us feedback." With a skeptical attitude, the proprietress stood by motionlessly, ready to see how Qin Feng would finish the bowl of sweet tofu pudding. "It's fragrant, well made, and tastes pretty authentic." Qin Feng scooped a spoonful of tofu pudding, and before he had time to taste it carefully, he started to brag about it. Jiang Nan remained silent, changed the angle and continued shooting. Qin Feng does so many outrageous things in his daily life that he is no longer surprised by them. Chapter 9: Should tofu pudding be eaten sweet or salty? Sweet ones are really delicious. The proprietress watched for a long time before realizing that the man had already finished a bowl of sweet tofu pudding. Then he stared at Qin Feng with a confused expression. "Did you really eat the sweet tofu pudding? What's wrong? Isn't it normal for southerners to eat sweet tofu pudding?" Qin Feng burped comfortably, and then said in what he thought was a fluent southern accent, "The lotus root porridge is sweet." Jiang Nan subconsciously covered his face and then took his hands away awkwardly. Looking at the proprietress with a strange expression on her face, it was not right to speak, nor was it right to remain silent. However, the proprietress standing by looked Qin Feng up and down and felt that there was something wrong with his southern accent. However, in order to let everyone know that people in the Northeast are warm and hospitable, she still said, "Next time you come here to eat, feel free to ask for anything. We people in the Northeast are the most hospitable. Please make me 3 more servings of sweet tofu pudding so I can take it home to eat." Qin Feng said excitedly, and then shook the proprietress's hand. Guest, this is not good, right?" The proprietress subconsciously took a step back. He always felt that this man was a little weird, so he quickly prepared 3 servings of sweet tofu pudding. "Let him take it away quickly and never come back. Assistant, take the sweet tofu pudding I packed." Qin Feng was picking his teeth with a toothpick. You are bullying the interns." Jiang Nan was so angry that he jumped up and down. This guy was really going too far. She really wanted to slap him to see how thick his face was, but the remaining rationality in her mind stopped her from taking any action. But seeing the proprietress making sweet tofu pudding with a painful look on her face really made her feel uncomfortable. "Well, take it if you want. This matter is not over yet. No problem. I'll leave it to you to pick up the food next time." Qin Feng patted Jiang Nan's shoulder and looked at the intern assistant in front of him with satisfaction. "Young man, your sweet tofu pudding is ready." The proprietress looked at Qin Feng with grief and anger, and for the first time she felt like killing him. Especially Qin Feng's shameless look and poor southern dialect, it was just a mess. "Thanks, Madam Boss. Let's go home and sleep." Jiang Nan subconsciously said, "Who wants to sleep with someone as shameless as you?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes, quite speechless. "Little assistant, do you watch too many movies? I need to do some ideological work on you when I have time." Jiang Nan clenched her fists and really wanted to hit him in the face. The more Qin Feng looked at her, the more satisfied he felt. This girl's temperament was not suitable for work. She was indeed a natural at slacking off. With a little training, she would definitely become the new generation of slacking off king. However, the road to becoming the king of slacking off is long and arduous. You have to educate this little assistant subtly without him realizing it. It turns out that it still needs proper training and instruction. Little assistant, I think I need to make you understand what it means to be a good youth in society, even though we are both incompatible with gambling and drugs. But you just like short films. Jiangnan stamped his feet. Qin Feng immediately opened the recorded video. Without waiting for anyone to do anything, he grabbed the camera and said in a high voice, "My family, Bingcheng, is so welcoming. As a Yunnan native, my favorite dish is sweet tofu pudding. Although Bingcheng doesn't sell tofu pudding, the boss lady will make one specially for us." After recording, Qin Feng edited several videos together and regenerated the subtitles. He took a satisfied bite of the flour sausage he had just bought, then looked down and saw Jiangnan slacking off. "What are you looking at?" "I'm preparing for the promotion of the video. Do you think I should buy a data package this time? How much is the best?" "Forget it." Qin Feng shook his head. The budget given by the evil capitalists is not enough at all. The boss is stingy with us, so we will be stingy with the boss. I remember that the cost of our entire video promotion and filming was less than 30,000, right? Qin Feng picked up his phone with an embarrassed look on his face and sent the edited video to Jiangnan. Only Jiangnan looked angry. I really want to reveal my identity right now and give this lazy king a slap in the face. If the video doesn't go viral, he will be in trouble. Jiangnan's mouth twitched, but he still forced a smile and said, "Then what else do we need to do for the video? Just wait until this video goes viral." Really? What else? Looking at Qin Feng's handsome back, Jiangnan couldn't help but grit his teeth. He made up his mind, but gave up unconsciously. The main reason is that Qin Feng's train of thought is too strange and there is no way to understand it. Why did he suddenly go to eat tofu pudding and ask the old man to find him a place to buy a spoon and a table? I suddenly wanted to shoot again, and without caring about the quality, I just started editing as soon as I got the footage. Even when speaking, I would sometimes try to be frugal. All kinds of magical operations dazzled Jiangnan's eyes. At the same time, I also remembered all kinds of strange quotes. Compared to Jiangnan's pain, Qin Feng has been very happy these 2 days. He is mainly responsible for sales work, and as long as the other party pays, he will receive a generous reward. It is normal to reach the peak of life after 10 years of hard work. Qin Feng's screen was also bombarded with notification sounds from the system. There were constant messages along the way, and his slacking value directly reached 50. Why haven't we discovered this great way of working before? This is simply a door to a new century. How do you feel now? Do you want me to take you home? Qin Feng turned around and walked to Jiangnan's side. Only then did he realize that he hadn't eaten anything in the past 2 days. How about a dark chocolate milk bar? After struggling for a long time, Qin Feng reluctantly took out 2 black chocolate milk bars from his pocket and put them in Jiangnan's hands. "Go away. You stinky man, don't disturb my work. Whose family can provide enough milk candy? Me?" Qin Feng took out a lollipop from his pocket and put it in his mouth as a matter of course. After saying goodbye to Jiangnan, Qin Feng left the stall alone, carrying his bag and taking a taxi. Jiangnan looked at the last sentence of the video: "Should tofu pudding be eaten salty or sweet?" The first video the two shot turned out very well. Qin Feng usually likes to slack off, but he also has unique talents in some aspects. The two villains deep in my heart kept fighting, but in the end I chose to believe Qin Feng. Set the last sentence to be pinned to the top of the discussion. Jiangnan turned off the computer and prepared to go home and rest. The car was still parked in the company's underground parking lot, and the president of a company could only take a taxi home. This is all thanks to Qin Feng's shamelessness. What he does is wildly imaginative and his train of thought is quite strange. It is always hard to figure out what he is thinking, and what he does is even more unique. Chapter 10. Follow this video. ICE City Culture and Tourism Bureau. What should I do? I've studied several promotional videos, but none of them satisfied me. After taking a sip of wolfberry water, Wang Xiaoer, who was in charge of publicity, closed the playing video. Just as I was about to take a break, I heard a notification sound from the platform on my phone, and thought about taking one last look. What kind of crappy video did you recommend to me again? Interesting. After seeing the content in the video, Wang Xiao sat back in his seat and took another sip of water, then clicked on the video with curiosity. Who is this Qin Feng? What he said was very interesting, especially the conversation with the proprietress at the end, but why did I feel his train of thought was a bit strange? Could it be that you really like sweet tofu pudding? Wang Xiao's thoughts unknowingly went astray, and he finally decided to finish watching the video first. Xiao Wang, who took this video. I feel the effect is pretty good, there are some interesting and lively elements in it. The leader who came over asked curiously that the Culture and Tourism Bureau needed to promote Ice City during this period, and he had made a guarantee at the city meeting and could not slap himself in the face. I came across this video by chance on the internet. Wang Xiao raised his eyebrows. This video is indeed quite interesting. I think it can be used as a promotional video for our Culture and Tourism Bureau. Huh. The leader was curious. Promotional work is extremely important, so why do they use an untested video to do it? I think it can be compared with several other videos. Wang Xiao said at the right time. Okay. The leader nodded. As one of the heads of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, he was very concerned about the tourism industry in Ice City. No matter who shot the video, as long as it can boost the Ice City's tourism industry, it can be used. Please pull up the other two videos so I can take a look at the situation. The promotion of Ice City cannot be delayed any longer. Once the promotional video is confirmed, I will immediately review the documents. Leaders have a firm vision. This time, maybe it will work. Holding the mouse in hand, Wang Xiao called up the other two videos and played 3 videos at the same time. Leader, these are the 2 videos that were selected earlier. The data is pretty good. Ever since seeing the video shot by Qin Feng, the leaders of the Culture and Tourism Bureau always felt that something was missing when watching these 2 videos. Especially Qin Feng's videos, which are full of jokes and interesting. It seems that a whole video's time is wasted, but in fact, his words are praising Bingcheng. If the 3 videos had the same number of views, and he were asked to choose now, he would definitely choose Qin Feng's video without hesitation. Click on the comments and take a look. After hearing the leader's words, Wang Xiao hurriedly clicked on the comment sections of the 3 videos. The 2 of them discovered something that surprised them at the same time. This newly found video only has a few thousand likes, but it has 1,000 comments. Isn't this number of comments too weird? The first 2 videos have already reached 100,000 views, and the number of comments is about the same as this video. Well, it's really strange. You, open the comment section first and take a look. The comment section is opened. At this time, both of them were attracted by the content in the comment section and their faces were full of surprise. At the same time, I also took a look at the contents inside. Does this need to be said? It is definitely sweet tofu pudding. Just like what the blogger said, sweet tofu pudding has soul, and salty tofu pudding is anti-human. This sentence is wrong. Tofu pudding is obviously delicious when it is salty, so why add sugar to it? You are wasting food. Eating sweet tofu pudding in Bingcheng, the lady boss didn't get angry. Just this attitude towards customers is worth a visit. What the above person said is right, whether it is sweet or salty, the boss lady's service attitude is really good, everything is customer-centric. Seeing his leader's shocked expression, Wang Xiao's chest heaved a little as he noticed the question above, is tofu pudding better when it's sweet or salty? With the feeling of a northerner, he subconsciously typed a line of words on the computer. Tofu pudding must be eaten salty. If you think the taste is not good enough, you can add some chili sauce. However, from time to time, there was a reply notification sound coming from the background. This statement is not correct. We in the South still think sweet tofu pudding is delicious. Salty tofu pudding has no taste and is too unpalatable. Confession from a Hunanese, I will never understand why people in the North would eat salty tofu pudding, and why sweet tofu pudding is so delicious. I don't understand it either. I suggest you try the sweet tofu pudding. You will definitely be conquered by this delicious taste. Wang Xiao was shocked, and his hand holding the mouse was a little unsteady. He doesn't want to taste the sweet tofu pudding. But this topic is really amazing, it has a magic that makes people want to comment on it unconsciously. He didn't even think twice before asking, boss, which do you think is better, sweet tofu pudding or salty tofu pudding? It's salty. The leader spoke subconsciously, and then he realized the magic of this question, and he was a little embarrassed. The video hasn't received any traffic yet. You can use a portion of your promotional fees to get some traffic for this video and make it popular as soon as possible. Then I'll go now. Wang Xiao looked happy. He also thought highly of this video, which coincided with his leader's opinion. Xiao Wang, please send me a copy of this video. It will be useful to me when the time comes. Wang Xiao nodded and continued, don't worry, leader. I will send you the video right away. Okay. I'll leave the publicity work to you. I plan to talk to Xingchuan Company. The leader was thoughtful along the way, and the video was really good. Judging from the current situation, the traffic of this video is unlikely to stop and it should gain more traffic in a short period of time. He sat down in a chair and turned on his computer. The previous decadence was swept away, and he looked at the screen with high morale. This video is very well made. It's a good opportunity to ask Xingchuan Company about it. I wonder if they can make such a good video. The excitement of their voice spread throughout the office. It happened that Wang Xiao sent the video over. After seeing the video, the leader paused and added the video to his mailbox. There was a line of text at the bottom, can your company make a video according to this standard? It would be best if it is roughly the same as this video. By the way, the promotional effect of the video should be similar to this, adding a topic that is easy to attract comments and increase the number of comments on the topic. Fando Garden Community. Wang Yang was about to take a break when she suddenly heard the computer ringing. When I turned on the computer, what caught my eye was a video sent by the leader of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. When I clicked on the content in the video, I was also stunned. My hands tapped the keyboard unconsciously. Need I say more? Salty tofu pudding is definitely the best. After typing, I came to my senses and looked at the leader's requirements again, and then I suddenly understood. Chapter 11. Why don't you believe it? The next day, Wang Yang pushed open the office door with a stack of documents in her arms, which aroused the curiosity of the employees who were working there. Leader, do you have something to say? Everyone working at Tianquan Group knows the leader's character very well. As a manager of the group, Wang Yang has always been a decisive person. Even if the company encountered problems, she would personally handle them. But now it is obvious that he wants to discuss this with everyone. Under the cover of the computer, Qin Feng took out a bun from the table and nodded while eating it. It seemed like he was agreeing with what Wang Yang said. Jiang Nan looked at Qin Feng in shock. Even though he had seen this kind of operation more than once, he still found it magical. It's bad enough that he slacked off at work, but he is also eating buns in front of his boss. It's outrageous. I went to my grandma's house. In fact, she really wanted to raise her hand and tell Wang Yang that the best intern in her eyes was not only a slacker, but also ate breakfast in front of her. Oops. The filling is too thin. It seems that I have to deal with it for now. Originally Jiang Nan was able to calm down, but Qin Feng actually said such words. Jiang Nan gritted her teeth, tried to slow down her breathing, snatched the bun from Qin Feng's hand, and took a big bite. Let him slack off early in the morning. Well, I have to say, the buns here are very delicious, much better than the breakfast shop I usually go to. Why do you eat my buns? Qin Feng was confused. I worked so hard to teach you how to slack off, why are you bullying your master? Wang Yang happened to see this scene and her eyes lit up. The boss is really efficient. Everyone, get ready to go to the conference room for the meeting. Wang Yang held the document and took a deep look at the positions of Qin Feng and Jiang Nan, feeling even more excited. The boss likes to eat tender grass. It's no wonder that I'm sitting with this kind of fledgling intern. Young and handsome are good. Young and handsome have 8-pack abs. The boss is really a man of action. He does what he says. The truth was quite different from what she thought. Qin Feng took out a bag of potato chips from Jiang Nan's desk and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. Jiang Nan was so angry that he ate 3 buns in one breath. Burp. It feels good. Let's see if this lazy fisherman dares to steal her food. How can this big bad guy eat something I have eaten? Also, did he take a bite of the bun just now? Jiang Nan felt a little embarrassed when she saw Qin Feng staring at her closely, but she also felt that his eyes were very clear and did not seem like he was smiling. It's all your fault. You grabbed my buns first. Otherwise, why would I grab your potato chips? A great philosopher once said, I am not wrong, it is those who are wrong who do not know how to reflect on themselves. I'm ignoring you. Jiang Nan was annoyed and finally chose to ignore the shameless slacker in front of him. After all, Qin Feng is like this every day and has never thought about changing. Soon, the two came to the conference room and found a seat in a corner and sat down. Wang Yang took the document in her hand and knocked on the table, attracting everyone's attention. Recently, a very successful promotional video has appeared online. He used unique promotional techniques to raise the popularity of Ice City to a new level. I just received a call from the head of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, asking us to make a similar video. Jiang Nan originally thought that Wang Yang held this meeting to motivate employees, but these sudden words made her a little confused. After all, Qin Feng also shot a promotional video at the time, which became a minor celebrity on the internet. I was a little hesitant deep down, wondering if this was a video taken by Qin Feng. Soon, the office staff began to discuss. Is it true what they say online, that one should use a spoon to eat sweet potato porridge? Is it the video of the sweet and sour pork that needs to be cut open? Now that you mention it, I remember that I heard that we should eat tofu pudding with sugar. Jiang Nan was speechless. This was not the first time he heard this. However, when you hear it, you still think Qin Feng is weird. Do you think this person who eats sweet tofu pudding is anti-human? You have to add sugar to good tofu pudding. Maybe it's a special habit of Southerners. You can't add sugar to tofu pudding. Qin Feng. Why do I feel that the intern assistant next to me is a little bit sinister and is deliberately talking about this topic? It is said that some pretty girls always have some weird habits. Does Jiang Nan like to execute people publicly? Qin Feng was seen holding a mobile phone in his hand and clicking it non-stop, with a serious and determined look on his face, as if he was watching a video. His brows were furrowed, but would suddenly relax from time to time, and then he would sigh silently. Qin Feng is really serious. Every time we have a meeting, he will seriously think about the questions raised by Manager Wang. You are worthy of being the best intern, in the manager's words. You always work so hard. At this moment, Jiang Nan was speechless, extremely speechless. Others can't see clearly, but she can see it clearly. Qin Feng was not studying any of Manager Wang's projects, he was clearly playing Candy Crush. Jiang Nan gritted her teeth and stared at Qin Feng. She couldn't understand how a lazy person could become the best employee in everyone's eyes. He stretched out his foot and kicked Qin Feng's leg hard. Qin Feng, everyone is discussing the video, don't you have anything to say? What? My thoughts on the video. Oh, the person who shot the video is very professional and has a unique promotional idea. He is a great marketing genius. Okay, are you going to give up your dignity? Jiang Nan was almost laughing out of anger. She thought this man would feel ashamed and expected him to show some reaction. She now understood that this man was really shameless. Not even the ancient city walls were half as good as his. How can such a person become an excellent intern? How can these people around him create results? The employees were interested in these topics. First of all, the Southerners in the video speak poor Southern dialect, and many of their living habits seem to be wrong. So is he from the South? Do you think the person who filmed the video is a pure Southerner? Why does his accent sound so weird to me? He must be from the South. If he's not from the South, how could he eat sweet tofu pudding? That's right. Only people in the South can eat sweet tofu pudding. Qin Feng looked as if he had seen a ghost and stared at the employees present in surprise. I don't think he's a Southerner, he's a Northerner. Everyone was stunned, then turned their eyes to Qin Feng, as if their entire brain was in chaos. But everyone quickly realized that he was not the one who filmed the video, so how could he say that the other person was not from the South? That's not right. How can someone who eats sweet tofu pudding be from the North? If he is from the North, then I will also expel him from the North. Chapter 12. Is it so difficult to tell the truth? No matter what everyone was thinking, Qin Feng, who was sitting in his seat, was playing Happy Candy Crush. He was distracted just now and moved one of the blocks to the wrong place, so he started a new game. I took the video. Of course I know the person who took the video is from the North. How is that possible? Wang Yang was stunned. She felt as if something had been poured into her mind, making her extremely confused. But she quickly came to her senses and thought about what Qin Feng said, which seemed a bit outrageous. Even if it was replaced by an old employee, she could barely accept it. How could an intern possibly shoot such a classic video? Har har, Qin Feng usually likes to joke around. How could the video be taken by you? Wang Yang was laughing dryly, but what she didn't know was that not only was the video shot by Qin Feng, but he was also responsible for the subsequent editing and subtitling work. The employees all looked at Qin Feng, causing Qin Feng to reach out and touch his cheek. No one had ever looked at him like this before. As a handsome man, in addition to being surrounded by girls, it was the first time for him to be surrounded by so many men. Moreover, there are so many people who doubt him. There's nothing wrong with him except slacking off at work, right? Qin Feng silently clicked on Happy Candy Crush and cleared the top row. I really made this video. There's nothing he can do. Who told him not to believe in him? I contributed to the company but was questioned by my colleagues. Qin Feng sighed silently and continued to fight the game, as if he was trying to eliminate these colleagues who did not trust him. You know what, this feels pretty good. Colleagues were dumbfounded. Where was the intern? Was he really the one who made the video? Absolutely impossible, it can't be him. I followed his video account these past 2 days, and there were no such videos on it. That's right. I followed everyone's video account when I joined the company. This video was not posted on Qin Feng's account. Qin Feng took out a black thermos cup from the bag he was carrying. Staring at Jiang Nan, he pushed the cup over to him, with joy in his heart. You were so busy yesterday, have a drink of water. Thanks. Jiang Nan felt warm in his heart. The king of slacking off was not so tactless. He even knew how to care about others. Especially in the conference room, he even remembered to prepare water for her and unscrewed the bottle. No. Is this orange juice? Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed by Jiang Nan's stare, and waved his hands with a smile, as if to say you're welcome. After all, he deliberately replaced the water in the cup with orange juice. Drinking beverages during meetings can be considered a way of slacking off. Ding! Congratulations to their host for successfully slacking off with his new colleague. The reward is 0.5 slacking off value. 5 times critical strike is triggered. Congratulations to their host for getting an extra slacking value too. Qin Feng, it feels so good. It tastes good, right? If you need it, I can add some wolfberries to it, which is good for your health and kidneys. Qin Feng took out a small black bag from his pocket and stared at Jiang Nan with a smile, hoping for her agreement. Ahem, forget it. Jiang Nan secretly hated himself for accidentally falling into the trap of this slacker and drinking orange juice during the meeting. Why is he so hateful? You're welcome. Who's going to follow whom between the two of us? Jiang Nan watched Qin Feng take the cup and secretly poured the wolfberries into the cup. The thought of wolfberries with orange juice made her feel crazy. I feel inexplicably guilty. It's exciting, but I can't be a boss and slack off during a meeting, right? I really want to try what orange juice with wolfberries tastes like. No, I'm the boss of the company. I must set an example and cannot violate company regulations like him. But what if I get thirsty while talking? Jiang Nan stared at the quilt, with 2 little people fighting deep in his heart. In the end, curiosity overcame his sense of responsibility. Just a small sip. Soon, Jiang Nan took the cup and took a sip. My mouth felt a little dry after I finished speaking, and the orange juice and wolfberry went into my mouth, and there was an inexplicable sweetness. There was doubt on his colleague's face, but Qin Feng stood up. Jiang Nan originally thought that he didn't care about the video account, but ended up hearing him speak righteously. The video was posted on my secondary account. You can all take a look at the account's location and name. It's not much different from my size. This should prove that I posted the video, right? My colleagues were confused, then opened the 2 accounts for comparison. It seems to be true. The 2 accounts are very similar. Oh my god, the name and the place of affiliation are exactly the same. Could it really be Qin Feng's Smurf account? That's absolutely impossible. He must have stolen someone else's account, or he changed the name in private chat. A colleague said excitedly, and then saw Qin Feng looking at him leisurely. In fact, the video was not completed by me alone. Jiang Nan also helped me. Qin Feng smiled. This girl had made great contributions to the company, so it would be much easier for her to slack off in the future. For a bright future, he must set a good example and provide the little girl with more opportunities to slack off. Assistant, tell them who posted the video. Yes, it's Qin Feng. Did everyone hear that? Wang Yang? Still a little confused, she turned her gaze to Jiang Nan with a questioning look. Jiang Nan just nodded with a bitter smile on his face, without saying a word. With a look of surprise on her face, she looked at Qin Feng from time to time, and then she felt a little dazed, as if she had been hit by a club. Qin Feng, did you really make that video? Qin Feng took a sip of orange juice and chewed the wolfberries in his mouth. Not to mention, it tastes pretty good. He is indeed a genius at pairing food. Of course, the video editing and subsequent processing work were all handled by me. As he said, Wang Yang was shocked. She didn't expect that this best in turn was so amazing. You? I didn't expect that this video was really taken by you. Remember to coordinate with the company next time. The company has always been supportive of its employees' work. Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed when Wang Yang looked at him, and he just laughed out of boredom. Especially the last words, which made him feel helpless. That's what happened. I'll definitely do it next time. Okay, if there is another video, I must communicate with the company. While Wang Yang was giving a speech to the company's employees, Qin Feng poked Jiang Nan beside him, stared at her, and spoke into her ear. I didn't expect you to be Wang Yang's aunt. I saw all the little moves you made just now. What did you see? Don't worry, I will keep your relationship a secret. After all, I am a gentle and considerate big brother. Chapter 13 Qin Feng's speech. Jiang Nan was struggling internally, wanting to slap this shameless guy. After taking several deep breaths, he gradually calmed down. After all, Qin Feng brought considerable profits to the company this time, and he is ultimately a hero in the company. Soon, the atmosphere in the conference room gradually changed. It turned out that both the boss and the company's leadership like to make empty promises. After watching the video, Wang Yang very skillfully projected it onto the big screen, under the pretext of letting the employees learn from it. Everyone could only stare at the screen, but Qin Feng placed one hand under his body and kept moving his hand. Occasionally nod, occasionally sigh. This time, Jiang Nan did not easily believe that Qin Feng was working. Sure enough, she heard the slight noise coming from the mobile phone. He was actually playing games. Oops, this time it was 10 short. It's almost over. My hand speed is really extraordinary. You think you can defeat Master Qin Feng with this kind of rubbish clicking game? Jiang Nan was so angry that he almost fainted. Then he rolled his eyes at Qin Feng and stared at the screen intently. Oh! What's the point of watching such a boring video? Why don't you do something big with me? What's the big deal? Jiang Nan was curious and wanted to see what trouble he was making next. I plan to learn how to peel apples under the table. I will be able to peel apples while looking at the computer. It will be so much fun. Qin Feng said excitedly. Jiang Nan looked at him without taking his eyes off the big screen. He was muttering to himself, as if he was commenting on the video. Seeing that she didn't respond, Qin Feng said angrily, as a worker, how can you let the capitalists squeeze your blood and sweat? Jiang Nan was speechless. Could she be the capitalist? No. In order to avoid being pissed off at work tomorrow, I can't talk to this lazy guy anymore. I'm going to ignore you. I'm going to learn some photography techniques. Not bad, this camera movement is very comfortable, similar to my usual camera movements. The person who took the photo is indeed a master. Qin Feng. Could it be that she was the one who took the video? Qin Feng didn't understand, but said he would not interfere and continue to play the clicking game. It is said that some capable people can do other things while thinking. If he acquires this skill one day, wouldn't slacking off be a piece of cake? Thinking of the garbage he got last time, he frowned, occasionally shook his head and sighed, and his teeth were itching with hatred. Qin Feng, it seems that you have other opinions on the interpretation of the video. Why don't you come up and explain it to everyone this time? Okay. Everyone, please welcome Qin Feng to explain his ideas for shooting the video. At this moment, in Wang Yang's eyes, Qin Feng is the best employee and the company's future cash cow. You have created such great benefits for the company without making a fuss. I am really touched. The company needs talents like you. Qin Feng secretly put his phone back into his pocket, put one hand in his pocket, and nodded in agreement from time to time. You are really good. Please give a good talk to the employees in the company. Yes, manager, rest assured, I will definitely share my experience. Jiang Nan was so angry that she thought Qin Feng would behave himself when he went up to explain the video. The hands in his pocket kept moving, and it was obvious that he was playing that clicking game. Now she is convinced. No one can match this guy's ability to slack off. Even looking at all the major companies he had worked for, even the worst players in the company were not as good as him. Now the company has to rely on such a lazy person to make a profit, and she suspects that the other employees are all good for nothings. After being angry, Jiang Nan's expression gradually calmed down. Qin Feng is capable, and one can question whether he is shameless or has no moral integrity, but when it comes to shooting videos, he has a unique advantage. Even if you just touch the fish for a while, you can turn a blind eye. Forget it, I'll find a chance to give him a good urge. Jiang Nan seemed to have regained hope, staring at Qin Feng's figure with burning eyes. I just don't believe that I, a young entrepreneur, can't turn you into a good and obedient employee. No matter what Jiang Nan was thinking, Qin Feng, standing on the stage, began to talk. In fact, after I came to this company, I had a belief that I would treat the company as my home. The employees were a little surprised, and then began to applaud along with Wang Yang. It was the first time they had seen such a serious person. No wonder she was able to shoot such a good video. However, Jiang Nan's face looked extremely ugly, and he felt that everything in front of him was spinning. Not only did he regard the company as his home, he also did not regard himself as an outsider. He slacks off and eats in the company, and after get off work he will find an opportunity to wash up with water. If you give him a bed, he will slack off until he dies in the company. Secondly, I have always respected the company's written rules and corporate culture. I think this is the soul of a company. Everyone understands the applause. Qin Feng was talking, but what he didn't know was, because of what he said, Jiang Nan had already rolled up his sleeves and was thinking whether he should go up and give him a beating. Jiang Nan was filled with righteous indignation. This slacker actually said that he respected the company's culture. If he was given a cultural brochure of the company, this brochure would appear in the toilet tomorrow. We all need to know that the boss's future is our future. The boss bought a Mercedes-Benz and we contributed 80% of the money. Will the boss treat us badly? We handle the boss's work well, we listen to the boss, and if we do all this well, will the boss not give us a promotion and a raise? Everyone understands the applause. Qin Feng touched his nose, feeling proud. Because he said this on purpose. There is a black-hearted boss behind the company. Sooner or later, everyone will join the army of slackers, and he will have the opportunity to lead more people to slack off together. No matter what he thought, he felt very happy. Qin Feng said it very well. I will work hard next time. You're right. I used to only care about the salary I got and never thought about what the boss would get. Starting today, I will work hard. He is a true workplace master. His words are simple, but the core is only one: the boss will promote his employees only when he has achieved something. We should think more about what we have contributed, not what the boss can give us. This symptom made Qin Feng shake his head. He really wanted to open the skulls of these people to see what was in their heads. If you are a normal person, it is impossible for you to work hard just when you hear that your boss wants to buy a Mercedes-Benz. Jiang Nan was thinking about something, but she didn't know that Qin Feng had already turned his gaze towards her. This little assistant is indeed the best. He remained indifferent after hearing the chicken soup for the soul. He is a good candidate for slacking off. Chapter 14, Why do you do a job worth 10,000 for a salary of 3,000? Seeing that the employees were still discussing how to contribute to the company, Qin Feng slammed his hand on the table and said excitedly, "That's all I want to say today. The boss's today is our tomorrow. Come on. Fight hard." The sound was deafening, and all the employees in the conference room seemed to be excited. Wang Yang was also excited. After hearing these words, she felt like she had met a soulmate. "Xiao Qin, I know that you really care about the company. I believe you will continue to make great contributions to the company in the future." Qin Feng nodded heavily and walked towards his workstation in a somewhat heroic manner. What's wrong with him? Is it because the success of this video made him feel a sense of accomplishment? Jiang Nan blinked her big eyes. Strange. Why does this thing feel so familiar? He spoke so grandly last time, but he started slacking off as soon as he returned to his workstation. A man's words are deceitful. Could it be that he wants to perform well in front of the boss again? Jiang Nan couldn't help but frown. No, he couldn't continue to slack off like this. He didn't care about that at the moment, and immediately hinted to Wang Yang to give Qin Feng more work. Qin Feng, you have performed very well recently. I have a very important task here and hope to give it to you. Wang Yang immediately understood and gave Jiang Nan a look that said, leave it to me. Work. Before he even sat down, Qin Feng seemed somewhat indignant. He was indeed the capitalist's lackey, trying every possible means to squeeze out his surplus value. However, he looked calm. If the enemy comes, we will fight them with our soldiers. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Qin Feng did not answer immediately. Instead, he stood up and spoke righteously, with his chest straight. Jiang Nan couldn't help but glance at him sideways, and heard him speak loudly. I am grateful to the manager for giving me a chance to perform, but I am already very satisfied that my video can bring profits to the company. I don't dare to expect too much. Now, colleagues all want to shine for the company. I declare that I am willing to give up this rare opportunity so that everyone can feel the passion for work. When it comes to the employees' work situation, everyone's emotions are obviously more excited than before. Qin Feng is amazing. I want to learn from him. It's my honor to be in the same company with such a righteous person. No problem. Qin Feng will be my role model in the future. Jiang Nan turned around in confusion and saw Qin Feng sitting upright on the chair with his hands back in his pockets. Why did you refuse the manager's arrangement? The manager obviously wants to promote you. If you do a good job this time, you might be able to get promoted and make a fortune. Qin Feng's hands were still clicking on his phone, but his expression remained expressionless as he stared at Jiang Nan. Get lost. Don't even think about letting the evil capitalists drain my blood. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. You are so powerful and noble that you don't even want the opportunity that comes to you. I'm too lazy to talk to you more. Qin Feng said, and started playing games secretly again. Snort. Jiang Nan turned around, folded his hands over his chest, and looked unhappy. Okay, today's meeting ends here. Everyone must take the work at hand seriously. We must learn from Qin Feng and contribute to the future of the company. Wang Yang subconsciously thought that Qin Feng was the same kind of person as her. Let's give our applause to Qin Feng. Qin Feng stood up and waved to his colleagues. Like a leader on inspection, he straightened his body and strode out of the meeting room with his head held high. Then I returned to my workstation, sat on the chair and turned on the computer. Boss, please leave me a portion of roast goose rice. I'll go back and eat it. Qin Feng typed all the words fluently, and then took a sip of his special wolfberry orange juice. No, the manager just praised you in the meeting. Why are you slacking off right after you got back? Jiang Nan felt a little dazed and didn't remember a single word of what was said afterwards. No, I always thought you were a talented person. Do you know that you are in danger now? You actually resonated with the evil capitalists. Qin Feng was helpless, and suddenly realized something, then smiled awkwardly. He took out a dragon fruit from the table and secretly took a bite. On the other hand, Jiang Nan, who was standing aside, felt completely puzzled by what Qin Feng said. But she didn't take these words to heart. She asked curiously, everyone is thinking about getting the manager's attention so that they can get promoted in the future. Don't you want to reach the top and make more money? Other colleagues have already started working hard, you don't want to hold them back, do you? Jiang Nan said suspiciously, and then looked at Qin Feng with an unfriendly face. You really wasted all my time cultivating you. Qin Feng sat in the chair with a disappointed look on his face. Little assistant, you have to know that we are paid $3,000 a month, but he wants me to work for him for free. You want the horse to do 10 times the work just to feed it 1 point. Do you think this is realistic? This evil capitalist boss has begun to gradually reveal his ugly face. Don't let him brainwash you. No, this. Jiang Nan's face flushed. Why was this guy attacking me personally? She really wanted to scratch Qin Feng's face, then reveal her identity, kick him on the butt, and kick him out of the company, but the remaining rationality deep in her heart made her calm down. When she met Qin Feng's nonchalant eyes, she felt so angry that she was really a little crazy. I don't know how to be kind. I'm going to ignore you. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay, it seems that you have learned the essence of slacking off. Going to the toilet is a compulsory course for slacking off. Don't come back if you don't go to the toilet for at least 30 minutes. Qin Feng waved his hand and gave earnest instructions. HMPH. I still have to work hard so I won't slack off like you. Jiang Nan looked at Qin Feng with some annoyance, feeling extremely angry, especially since he was secretly eating her potato chips. Jiang Nan turned on his cell phone while going to the bathroom. I sent a text message to Wang Yang helplessly. Qin Feng's performance has been very good recently. The video he made this time has brought a lot of profit to the company. I will raise his salary to 10,000 yuan. Jiang Nan was proud. Money makes the world go round. Qin Feng had previously disdained his low salary, but as long as his salary was raised, there would be no need to worry that he would not be as motivated as other employees. At this moment, Wang Yang happened to open her cell phone. When she saw the text message on the phone, she couldn't help but smile. The boss really likes old cows eating young grass. He took the initiative to ask me to arrange work for him 2 days ago, and this time he took the initiative to raise Qin Feng's salary. TSK, being young is good, you can do all kinds of tricks, but getting old. Having said that, Wang Yang came to the company's finance department and shared her idea of raising salaries with the staff in the finance department. Ask them to adjust Qin Feng's salary to 10,000 as soon as possible. Chapter 15, Salary Increase? Don't think of ruining my moral integrity. Are you playing games? Jiang Nan came back from the office and just sat down when she found Qin Feng secretly playing games. Some people are still working hard, but they are actually dead. Some people are still lazy, but they still live a carefree life. What are you talking about? Jiang Nan didn't react for a moment, but when he thought of Qin Feng's words later, he felt speechless. Alas, you still have a lot to learn about the art of slacking off. It's lonely at the top. Qin Feng controlled the character in the game, looked at the black screen, and put down his phone in embarrassment. On the other hand, Jiang Nan, who was standing aside, listened to Qin Feng's words and thought that with the increase in salary, he should be able to work well. But in order not to reveal her true colors, she took the initiative to say, I didn't expect you to be so bad at playing pesticide. Go online, and I'll help you get out of this mess. Thank you for your support, big boss. Qin Feng said in surprise, then logged into the game decisively. You shouldn't rush forward so much. Hey, do you think your head is made of iron? And you're using it to touch the grass? No, you're a shooter, how could you be killed by a jerk? Jiang Nan was stunned. This guy is too weak. She really wanted to know why Qin Feng's gaming talent was so bad. Even a pig could beat him, but she still forced herself to suppress her anger. But meeting Qin Feng's smug look really made it a little unbearable for her. Especially the 0-20 record, it seemed like 20-0 in his eyes. Oh, I am indeed a little gaming genius. Qin Feng hummed a song, feeling proud. Then I really want to know, what is the genius of our intern master? Qin Feng, my record in the last round was 0-30. In one round, my strength increased by 30%. Isn't this considered genius? Jiang Nan. Qin Feng smiled, you don't understand this, games are like the journey of life, transcending yourself. Is this the reason why you haven't won a single title in more than 20 seasons? Qin Feng coughed awkwardly and turned off his phone with a heartache. I just let them do that. Jiang Nan curled his lips, and it turned out that he was still as thick-skinned as before. At this time, the female partner who had just been to the finance department came over with documents. Qin Feng, come to my office for a moment. Okay. Qin Feng followed behind him and took the opportunity to take out a piece of candy from the table and put it in his mouth. Little assistant, I will teach you the essence when I come back. Then you'd better not come back. You'll disturb my watching of dramas. After saying that, Jiang Nan clicked on the urban love and family ethics drama, The Temptation of Leaving Home, which he had not finished watching, and continued to eat potato chips as usual. Alas, the child has grown up and no longer listens to the master's words. Go quickly and don't disturb me from watching the show. Jiang Nan waved his hands impatiently. Sad. Qin Feng was very hurt, but still followed the female supporting role into the office. At the same time, I saw the female supporting role sitting on a chair. The woman was holding a financial statement in her hand and typing skillfully on the computer. You see, the lives of these employees who are pumped up by capitalists are hard and tiring. It turned out that my strategic decision to slack off at work was the right one. I have to improve next time. Qin Feng was thinking about his future plans for slacking off in his mind. Xiao Qin, I think your performance in recent period is very good, especially this video you are making now. This is all due to the leadership's cultivation. If the leadership hadn't come to urge us to work hard every now and then, I wouldn't have had such good inspiration. Yes, I knew you were a good employee who loved the company. I just received a call from the Culture and Tourism Bureau, and they have already scheduled the video. The female supporting role paused, then thought of what Jiangnan said, coughed and said, "You are the best intern employee since the establishment of our company. Not long after you came, you solved a big problem for the company. With good employees like you, the company will prosper and more employees will join the big family of the company." Qin Feng was somewhat speechless. He bowed deeply to the female supporting role and flattered her at the same time, all in one go. This is all because the manager has developed a unique company system that motivates employees to work hard for the company. I feel excited every time I think about the manager working from dawn to dusk every day for the company's business. Qin Feng stood up straight, like a soldier reporting to his leader, and with his hands behind his back, he was rolling the walnuts he had bought earlier. He is indeed a talented person, no wonder Jiang Nan likes him. If you work hard and get advice from the company, maybe you will become the pillar of the company in the future. So, I thought about it for several days and finally decided to make you a regular employee. Are you going to be a regular employee so soon? Of course. Do you want to be an intern for the rest of your life? Good employees like you who care about the company deserve to be rewarded. But I didn't make this video on my own. Jiang Nan also contributed to it. But you are in charge of everything from the initial filming to the final finishing of the video. Qin Feng was annoyed and thought about the previous video with regret. He shouldn't have gone to such lengths to make this video popular. Otherwise. He took a deep breath and smiled. It is my great honor to be cultivated by Manager Wang. After I become a regular employee, I will work hard and will never let the company down. He stood at attention, rose slightly and saluted. If you didn't know him, you would think he was an officer participating in military training. Looking at Qin Feng's positive attitude, the female supporting character felt a sense of mutual admiration in her heart. It's just because this man is so awesome at work, he is definitely the rising star of the company. She treated the company as her home, and solved a problem that many old employees and she had no way to solve. Even the Culture and Tourism Bureau praised him highly, and Jiang Nan even wanted to try his luck with the younger girl. All kinds of behaviors are simply blinding everyone's eyes. Moreover, Qin Feng is hardworking, respects the company culture, is very dedicated in his work and never slacks off. Why didn't we recruit such a good employee before? Otherwise, the company's development would have reached a higher level long ago, and Jiang Nan wouldn't have to worry so much. Qin Feng is a blessing to the company. Actually, I have another thing to tell you. I told my boss about your experience at work. The boss thinks you are a great person and has decided to adjust your original salary to 10,000. 10,000 a month. Yes, the boss even praised you in front of me, saying that he hopes you can be serious and responsible in your work and will never treat you unfairly. After hesitating for a moment, the female supporting role decided to create some space for Qin Feng and Jiang Nan. Also, Jiang Nan is a good person. You must treat her well during this period and let her get familiar with the company's work as soon as possible. Chapter 16. You want to exploit me before you get a permanent job. Manager, rest assured. I will do my best to guide Jiang Nan back on the right track. Qin Feng was very proud in his heart, but he was not sure in which direction it would lead. Okay, Xiao Qin, go back to work first. Starting next month, I'll inform the group about your salary adjustment and regularization. Qin Feng stood at attention, saluted the female supporting role, then walked out of the office with his chest puffed out and strides. Returning to his workstation, Qin Feng subconsciously relaxed and stretched comfortably. He took the apple from the table and started eating. Jiang Nan, who was standing by, felt speechless when he saw Qin Feng's look. But in order to prevent Qin Feng from finding out, she deliberately asked, "What did my niece want to talk to you about just now?" She looked so anxious, it was very strange at first glance. Guess. Qin Feng pretended to be mysterious and then winked at Jiang Nan. You can say it or not. Jiang Nan pouted subconsciously. Assistant, bring me 2 bags of your potato chips. You, how could you do this? Jiang Nan was stunned. This guy was so hateful. She really wanted to slap Qin Feng and then step on his face with her high heels, but the good manners she had developed over the years helped her calm down. The mean look from her opponent Qin Feng really made her feel a little crazy. Qin Feng. You really went too far. Too much. How can you say that about a handsome man like me? Qin Feng shook his hair and looked at Jiang Nan with a smug look on his face. Humph. I'll give it to you. You're really going too far. Jiang Nan glared at Qin Feng. The longer they spent together, the more she felt that this man was really shameless, especially the way he asked for potato chips just now. It was hard to describe. It smells so good. Qin Feng returned to his previous smug look. Can you tell me now? Qin Feng, you just told me something important. It's a secret. Jiang Nan subconsciously said, big news. How come I don't know what big news you will know? You look down on me a little bit. Qin Feng was very proud and took a bite of the freshly peeled apple. I'm the best intern in the company and one of the best employees in the company. Qin Feng patted his chest and said, the manager praised me a lot at the meeting. I feel like the manager really values me. Jiang Nan couldn't help but roll his eyes. If the female supporting actress hadn't mentioned it at that time, how could she have given him a raise? So amazing? Need I say more? These are just small matters that can be easily solved. As long as I take a little action, I can know the depth of this work. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows proudly. As expected, he was the rising star of the company and the terminator of the evil capitalists. I'm not bragging, but the manager just called me in and said he would make me a regular employee and increase my salary to 10,000. So are you planning to work hard and make contributions to the company, and are you ready to give up slacking off? Give up. Qin Feng touched Jiang Nan's forehead. You don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense all of a sudden? No, you have forgotten all my teachings for so long. No. I've told you before that capitalists are all bloodsuckers. If you believe them, they will suck all the blood out of you sooner or later. Listening to it, he met Qin Feng's expression as if he was looking at a fool. Jiang Nan clenched his fists, trying hard to suppress the urge to punch his handsome face. Not all capitalists are bad people. Oh. You should change your bad habits. You are so busy every day. How can you have time to empathize with these capitalists? Qin Feng shook his head. The road to guiding the little assistant was still long and he still needed to work hard. At the same time, there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Nan. This girl was fine when she was slacking off before, why did she suddenly change her personality? But as long as you guide them well, everything will be fine. If the assistant is gone, the speed of gaining slacking points will be much slower. As expected, I still have to guide the little assistant. Qin Feng said silently in his heart. Although these capitalists have raised our wages, they just want me to work for them for free. My wages will only increase next month. It's a dream for me to work for 10,000 yuan this month. So I plan to continue slacking off and wait until next month. The process of becoming a regular employee won't start until next month either. I won't do a job that pays 10,000 when I'm only paying 3,000. Qin Feng smiled complacently, then clicked on the second pop-up window on the computer. After adjusting the volume, he said with a smile, look how comfortable it is to just do nothing and watch some dramas. Working for capitalists is a waste of life. As a proletarian worker who hates capitalists, I never buy into their promises. That's why I can live such a comfortable and happy life. Jiang Nan turned his gaze to the computer screen speechlessly. He felt annoyed when he thought about what Qin Feng had just done. What's wrong with this man? His salary has increased, but he still doesn't want to work. So annoying. Jiang Nan was unhappy. His salary of 3,000 yuan was directly increased to 10,000 yuan, and he was also made a formal employee ahead of schedule. However, this shameless slacker was still not satisfied. Feeling unhappy, he picked up the phone. Qin Feng was just talking non-stop, saying that they were evil capitalists. He never thought that the person he always complained about was sitting next to him. And she is just a little assistant who has been exploited by him. As a beautiful boss, I have never encountered such a thing. It's really hateful. Jiang Nan pouted, opened his phone and found the contact information of the female supporting role. He doesn't mind that his salary will be paid next month and he won't be hired as a regular employee until next month. Then let him arrange everything and see what excuses he can come up with. You have discussed the salary increase and regularization with Qin Feng before, right? Don't put it off until next month. The female supporting role picked up the phone in surprise. The boss suddenly brought up this matter. Could it be that he was trying to stand up for his lover? Boss, I have been following your instructions before. According to the company's rules and regulations, even the salary increase and official employment will have to wait until next month. I don't care what the company's system is like, you just need to hire him as soon as possible, and announce it in the company, and mention the salary increase as well. Would it be bad to do it so quickly? Don't worry about it. Just do what I say. I'll tell everyone about the salary and work tomorrow. Prepare all the documents for me. Let the finance and human resources departments complete all the formalities for me in advance. I want him to become a formal employee tomorrow. Okay, then. I'll talk to the HR and finance departments tomorrow. Chapter 17 The first cup of milk tea in autumn. I just went to work the next day. A bombshell news came from the company, shocking everyone. It took his colleagues a long time to realize that Qin Feng had become a formal employee. What followed was thunderous applause. Qin Feng is amazing. He got a permanent job in such a short time. He must be the fastest employee to get a permanent job in the company. Qin Feng works diligently and has worked hard for the company's performance. Isn't it normal for him to be promoted to a regular employee? The last time I listened to Qin Feng's speech at the meeting, I felt that it was better than reading 10 years of books. He really cares about the company. Qin Feng didn't react at once, and then he forced himself to stand up and greeted everyone. I would like to thank all my colleagues and managers for their appreciation. I will work hard to create more value for the company and enhance my own value through the company. Jiang Nan subconsciously clenched his fists, then released them helplessly. He took the milk tea in his hand, put it into his mouth and took a big sip. However, a few employees standing by felt like they were given a boost after hearing Qin Feng's words. In order to work hard and actively, I lowered my head and started typing on the keyboard frantically. In order to show her appreciation for Qin Feng, the female supporting role smiled and said, "The Cultural and Tourism Bureau still hopes to continue cooperating with us. I plan to have a good chat with them. This time, you and Jiang Nan will go together to connect with the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Thank you for your support, manager." Qin Feng said in surprise, then stretched out his hand and nudged Jiang Nan. What? What are you still standing there for? You should thank the manager right away. We have to go to the Culture and Tourism Bureau for contact. Jiang Nan was a little confused. What was this guy doing? She had been thinking about getting Qin Feng to work well, but her thoughts told her that this man was unreliable. Now meeting Qin Feng's smug look, she was truly speechless. Others may not know, but she knows very well that Qin Feng wants to go out and slack off again. How about, we talk to the manager and give up this mission? Give up? You are going to give up on a small task. Will you give up your life if you encounter setbacks in the future? Qin Feng straightened his back and looked at Jiang Nan beside him righteously. Oh well. Jiang Nan looked at Qin Feng helplessly. For the first time, he saw the light of justice in him, although it seemed a little fake. Especially those passionate words just now, actually came out of his mouth. Let's go. Qin Feng put the 2 bags on Jiang Nan again. Hey! Can't you just get your bag yourself? Qin Feng, people in Bingcheng should be hospitable and take the initiative to help me, a southerner. Jiang Nan, what kind of southerner are you? Qin Feng subconsciously said, I am New Jianglu Shui. From Yunnan? Jiang Nan crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feng with great pride. I guess so. Qin Feng walked out in a hurry. It turned out that the little assistant still needed to be trained properly. At this time, I happened to see the breakfast stall next to it. Boss, give me 3 fried dough sticks, cut them up. We're not going to the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Jiang Nan frowned. They are still waiting to hand over to us. No, man is made of iron and rice is made of steel. Do you want to be laughed at by others on an empty stomach? Oh well. Boss, give me 3 more dough sticks. No need to cut them. Qin Feng raised his hand. After saying that, the boss brought up the fried dough sticks with a strange look on his face and placed them in front of the two of them. Please enjoy your meal, sir. Call me if you need anything, the stall owner said enthusiastically. Then make me some sweet tofu pudding. Qin Feng waved his hand, and sure enough, different flavors of tofu pudding had different flavors. At the same time, Jiang Nan finally realized that this man was indeed secretly doing something, and he was doing it in a way that was irrefutable. But only he could do such a thing so blatantly. If he is instructed by the female supporting role, he will definitely be in big trouble. Isn't he that perfect? Comrade Xiaojiang, there is a really great cold drink shop nearby. Can we go over there and sit for a while? What? The cold drinks in that store are delicious. If you want to work 200% efficiently, you have to be in better shape than usual. If you don't fleece the capitalists, you'll be in vain. Jiang Nan was annoyed. It turned out that this man deserved to be punished. Thinking that I would have to go to the cold drink shop to sit for a while, this man's ability to slack off is really amazing. At least the reasons he put forward are hard to refute. Let's go sit in the cold drink shop for a while. After eating the fried dough sticks and putting the money on the table, Qin Feng turned around and left with clean and neat movements. He hummed a little tune with contentment, and when he looked up he saw the sign of the milk tea shop. Boss, give me the first cup of milk tea in autumn. The clerk looked at Qin Feng in front of him with a frown on his face. What is the first cup of milk tea in autumn? They have never heard of it. Moreover, the milk tea in the store is clearly marked with prices, so how could it have such a weird name? I'm really sorry, sir, we don't have a milk tea called the first cup of milk tea in autumn here. Then help me get the second cup of milk tea in autumn. I'm very sorry, sir, if you don't want to buy it, please leave here now and don't make trouble. Jiang Nan walked over speechlessly. This slacking king will do anything to get away with something. And what the hell is this first cup of milk tea in autumn? It's really disgusting. Buy 2 cups of taro milk tea for the two of us. I don't want taro paste. Okay, sir, I'll bring the milk tea up for you right away. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth speechlessly, feeling that he had learned a lot today. I hope that my visit to the Culture and Tourism Bureau will not be affected, otherwise. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and asked with a smile, when are we going to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau? The handover cannot be affected. I think it's better to do it as soon as possible. Come over after you finish your milk tea, and then follow my orders. Okay. Seeing Qin Feng's calmness, Jiang Nan suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Could it be that the matter of the Culture and Tourism Bureau was under control? It's just because Qin Feng is too unreliable in normal times, and every move he makes is blinding. Today I suddenly made the first cup of milk tea in autumn, and it was taro milk tea without taro paste. Even she, who was always by Qin Feng's side, couldn't figure out what he was thinking. All kinds of confusing behaviors make people dizzy. At this time, Qin Feng was immersed in the system's prompt sand. Because of this ordeal, his slacking value rose sharply, several times higher than that in the company. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leading a new colleague to slack off successfully, and the reward for slacking off is 2 points. Triple critical strike triggered. Congratulations to the host for getting an extra slacking value for. Nice. Qin Feng looked excited. It turned out that being sent abroad was the best time to slack off. Chapter 18 When Xiaoer was confused. Chapter 18 When Xiaoer was confused. Are you ready? After Jiang Nan finished her milk tea, she noticed that Qin Feng had only drunk 1/3 of it. Then he looked at Qin Feng with an angry and helpless expression. If we don't leave quickly, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau will probably call the manager, and the female partner will definitely be angry if she finds out. Oh well. Qin Feng took a deep sip of the milk tea, and the milk tea in the cup was instantly empty. He didn't want to leave so early, but his plan to earn slacking points required a long-term approach. Let's go. When will we get to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau? Jiang Nan subconsciously gritted his teeth, picked up 2 bags, and followed behind angrily. He took a sip of the milk tea in his hand. However, the waiter nearby felt something was a little strange while listening to their conversation. But no further words were said on the matter. Look, there's a movie theater here. Why don't we go in and watch a movie and relax? Wow! Isn't this the internet famous barbecue restaurant? How about we go and try it? If it doesn't work, go drink 2 bowls of porridge. Qin Feng said helplessly, then looked at Jiang Nan. Why are you walking so fast? Jiang Nan turned around angrily. If we don't hurry up, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau will call. Who will be responsible for this matter? You are now a formal employee of the company, and I am still an intern. I don't want to be fired by the company. Alas, aren't you the female supporting character's aunt? Jiang Nan was furious. This guy was so hateful. She really wanted to tell Qin Feng loudly that he got into the company based on his real ability, not by taking shortcuts. But when he met Qin Feng's gaze, he forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. If I get fired from the company, it will all be your fault. Okay, can't we just take a taxi? Qin Feng sighed in his heart and stared at Jiang Nan with a smile on his face. He was a little worried. It was the first time he was so weak towards a girl, especially since the slacking off value she revealed was very high and he was still thinking about the next lottery. The 2 men came to the Culture and Tourism Bureau, and the bureau's leader's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Feng. It was the first time that Wang Xiao met Qin Feng, but he had a feeling that Qin Feng was the person in the video. Nice to meet you. My name is Wang Xiao. I'm in charge of the reception this time and will also help you shoot the video. Oh. If you need anything, you can always tell Xiao. He has been in the Cultural and Tourism Bureau for a short time, but he is down to earth and reliable. The leader of the Culture and Tourism Bureau paused, then led everyone into the room. When they arrived at the conference room, he said loudly, "The theme of our video this time is to let tourists from other places feel the charm of the Ice City and fall in love with it. As long as it is something that the Cultural and Tourism Bureau can do, you can ask for it. We are very optimistic about the video you shot last time and we also like this style." Qin Feng opened the thermos he carried with satisfaction, and when he looked down, he saw the seafood soup he had prepared last night. So, this is what we're going to do next. Yes. The leader of the Culture and Tourism Bureau nodded. As a matter of course, Wang Xiao will take you to understand the next things. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. We will do our best. Will the Cultural and Tourism Bureau reimburse the extra expenses incurred when shooting the video? Jiang Nan reached out his hand with a frown on his face and poked Qin Feng. Did he know that it took a lot of effort to settle the matter of the Culture and Tourism Bureau? And I don't know how many companies are rushing to cooperate with the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Why does it feel like Qin Feng is the client? Don't worry, we will take care of all the expenses incurred during the video shooting. What you need to do is to plan a new promotional video. I have things to take care of, so I'll leave it to you. No problem. Don't worry, leader. We will complete the task. Wang Xiao was confused. He was an employee of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, so why did he feel that Qin Feng was more attentive than him? I suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He might be planning to resign from Jiangcheng Company and come to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau to steal my job. If that were the case. He took a deep breath and said, "Come with me, the main culture of our ice city is the snow in winter. Can you shoot a promotional video using the snow first? Leave this matter to me, and wait for the acceptance video." Okay then. Looking at Qin Feng's confident figure, Wang Xiao inexplicably developed a belief in his heart, as if the videos shot by Qin Feng could do anything. But soon he was confused. Just because Qin Feng picked up a snowball and threw it at Jiang Nan. 2 people were playing snowball fight on the snow, throwing snowballs back and forth. Even when he wasn't paying attention, a snowball hit him in the face. Has Qin Feng really made such a good video? When are we going to start filming? Are you hungry? Qin Feng turned around and saw Wang Xiao with a worried look on his face. Wang Xiao subconsciously touched his stomach. He had been busy recording videos for the past 2 days and had only eaten 1 egg in total. There's a chicken hot pot restaurant over there, let's go try it first. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Xiao finally decided to follow them. "Boss, give me a large chicken pot." "Oh, and you have those special songs here." The service staff was stunned. This customer really didn't consider himself an outsider. What the store sells is chicken pot, not music CDs. I never expected to encounter such a weird thing when I was teaching for someone else today. Well, since you don't have one, let me make one for you. Qin Feng turned around and looked at Jiang Nan behind him. Jiang Nan realized that the man seemed to be up to something again, so he took out his cell phone to take a picture. My last name is Har, so I drink Har. Everyone from all corners of the world praises me. It's a land of ice and snow. Wang Xiao stood there for a long time, looking at Qin Feng at a loss. Is he, usually so awesome? After hesitating for a long time, Wang Xiao finally asked the question in his mind. Calm down, it's just routine. He's usually even crazier than this. Jiang Nan retracted his gaze and began to concentrate on helping Qin Feng with the filming. Wang Xiao felt like he was in a mess in the wind. It's like someone is trying to bring snow from the south to sell to the northeast, and the rustic songs are matched with the beautiful scenery of the ice city that he edited. He couldn't even imagine how beautiful this scene would be. Boss, the chicken pot hasn't come up yet. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing Jiang Nan suddenly tense up, Wang Xiao was a little confused and had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Sitting at the dining table, Qin Feng flipped through the menu boredly. The waiter brought the huge portion of chicken pot ordered by the three people. Chapter 19 Southerners use small bowls. Boss, why is your chicken pot like this? Could you please get me a small bowl? It's over. This guy is going to act up again. Jiang Nan hasn't put down the menu in his hand yet. Qin Feng reached out and grabbed the hand of the waiter next to him. The waiter seemed a little confused and dazed. They had never seen such a guest before. When the meal was served, they would help everyone get the bowls. Why did they have to go through so much trouble? He explained, we will prepare bowls for every customer. If you need anything, I can bring it up now. Then bring up some small bowls. I like to eat with small bowls. It's okay, sir. Please wait here for a moment. The waiter was respectful and polite, and soon came up with a few bowls. Wow. I want a small bowl. Do you understand a small bowl? Qin Feng said in surprise, looking at the bowl in front of him with obvious dissatisfaction. The waiter was a little annoyed, but out of professionalism and personal ethics, he continued to smile. Sir, this is the small bowl you asked for. It is the smallest bowl in our store. Little bowl, do you understand? Qin Feng stretched out his hand and drew a circle in the air. It's a very small bowl, flat. The waiter looked at Qin Feng in shock. Are you talking about small plates? The ones that are really, really small. What? I want a small bowl. It's one of those very small bowls. Qin Feng gestured while pointing at the meat on the table. I like to put the vegetables in a small bowl and eat it bit by bit. The waiter was confused for a moment, but finally gave up the idea of saying it was a plate and walked back to the kitchen. Please wait a moment, sir. I will get it for you now. Trouble. Qin Feng was all smiles, while Wang Xiao beside him looked confused. Didn't you just say small saucer? It's one of those small, round plates. Are you really from the south? After watching the video, I asked the people in your company, and they all said that you are a genuine northerner. That's not right. If you were from the north, how could you not be able to tell the difference between a plate and a bowl? Unexpectedly, Qin Feng shook his head calmly. I am laying the foundation for Ice City in advance. When guests come in the future, there must be a template, right? Wang Xiao was stunned, and suddenly understood why Jiang Nan had that expression at that time. Qin Feng was such a weird person. How did he shoot such a video that it became so popular on the internet? There was no answer to this matter, but the waiter quickly brought up the small plate. She just breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had accomplished a very great mission. Dear guests, we have brought up everything you requested. Our store has always been committed to serving our customers and will never let you down. Thank you for the trouble. I didn't expect the meat to taste so good. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and put a large chicken leg into the small plate. He had to say that the chicken pot here was cooked to perfection and tasted very authentic. Paired with the special hot sauce, it tastes unique. It is no exaggeration to say that even if this dish is brought to Jiangcheng, it will still get a high score. Qin Feng was secretly delighted, as not only was he able to travel on public funds, but he could also take the opportunity to taste delicious food. It tastes great. Jiangnan rarely refuted Qin Feng, but when he thought about the fact that the bill would be charged to the company's account, he felt inexplicably guilty. It didn't take long for the group to finish the whole pot of chicken. Sorry for the trouble. Qin Feng looked at the waiter with a smile. What are you talking about, my guest? It is my honor to serve you. Being stared at seriously by Qin Feng, the waiter felt a little embarrassed, but he still responded with a smile. Qin Feng was full and picked up a napkin from the table. To be honest, if it wasn't for his stomach aching, he really didn't want to do that. Qin Feng, it's another day of traveling at public expense. It's so cool. Where are we going next? Wang Xiao was thinking about his work at the Culture and Tourism Bureau, but he was embarrassed to say too much after all. Qin Feng was responsible for the overall video production. Ice and Snow World. Wang Xiao looked confused, and Jiang Nan was also a little bewildered. What is the Ice and Snow World? Let's go back to the Culture and Tourism Bureau first. Not long after, several people rushed back to the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Wang Xiao took over Jiang Nan's original job, editing and dubbing the videos, as well as post-production processing. Leader, I think if we want to develop tourism in Penang, we must have a core tourism project of our own. After hearing what Qin Feng said, the leader did not refute, but he was a little confused. On the other hand, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. The food in the Ice City is extremely delicious and the locals are warm and hospitable. The only thing missing is core tourism projects to attract outsiders. I also think that we should have a tourism project of our own. It is difficult to promote the reputation of the Ice City by relying solely on food to attract guests. This. Leader Zhu Hu frowned, hesitant. Core tourism projects. These represent a lot of money. The investment would require at least several hundred million. What if the tourism projects in Ice City fail to develop? Wouldn't he be the one to take the blame? I hope the leaders can think about this carefully. Ice City has delicious food and hospitable locals. Once we have our core projects, will there be fewer tourists? There is a proverb that goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. If we don't even build our core tourism projects, it will only be a temporary fad if we only use these things to attract tourists. Is it really possible? Zhu Hu was confused and didn't know how to make a decision. This was the first time he encountered such a difficult problem as the leader of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Tourists from the south are eager to experience the scenery of the north. You have to take a long-term view. Once the core tourism projects of the Ice City are established, the development of the Ice City tourism industry will reach a new level. Zhu Hu gritted his teeth and thought that if he could really develop the tourism industry in Ice City, the development of the Culture and Tourism Bureau would be like a spring breeze blowing over the small building, and it would reach a higher level. Let's go for it. Zhu Hu looked at Qin Feng again, leaned in close and asked in a low voice, is it really okay? This is a multi-billion-dollar project. Don't worry. Qin Feng patted his chest. Anyway, he had already drawn the cake. Whether to eat it or not was Zhu Hu's problem. Based on his experience, this is not a big problem. I will apply to the city leaders now and try to finalize this project as soon as possible. He picked up the documents and quickly walked back to the office. Qin Feng was very happy. Once the core tourism project of Ice City was under construction, he would have plenty of time to slack off. I can also take this opportunity to do more field work. Chapter 20, Creating a World of Ice and Snow. The construction of the core tourism project has been approved by the higher authorities. 2 hours later. Zhu Hu came back excitedly. He sat down on the sofa, picked up the teacup and drank it all. Qin Feng was seen holding an apple in his hand, and then he took a bite with a calm expression. He is indeed a talented person. Could it be that he had already anticipated that his superiors would approve the core tourism project? In fact, Qin Feng was just slacking off and had been practicing peeling apples for the entire afternoon. Unexpectedly, Zhu Hu came in, so he could only bite the bullet and pretend to eat the apple. Great. Now that the core tourism project has been approved, I think we have to complete the tourism project as soon as possible. How about we go out for dinner and talk while we eat? No problem. We'll be off right away. Zhu Hu was thinking about the core tourism projects in his mind, and he quickly made preparations, planning to chat with Qin Feng while drinking. Came to a nearby hotel. The last time a video was released, many people from the south came to the Ice City for tourism. Li Xiaojia, 1.6 meters tall, is a genuine southerner. I like all kinds of food, and I have always wanted to come to the north to see snow. Only then did I make up my mind to travel to the ice city. Ouch! It hurts so much. Li Xiaojia rubbed his forehead, and when he saw the tall and handsome Qin Feng standing in front of him, his eyes lit up. You little southern potato, why don't you look ahead when you walk? Qin Feng said unhappily, and motioned with his other hand behind his back for Jiang Nan to take the photo. Is this intended to embarrass the southerners? After the first two promotional videos, southern tourists have developed a slight favorable impression of Ice City. Is he planning to spend it all? Jiang Nan suppressed his anger, secretly took out his cell phone and filmed the conversation between the two. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't think that just because you are taller and more handsome you can call others little potatoes. Southern little potato. Qin Feng looked at Li Xiaojia seriously. How could you talk to a guest like that? Qin Feng opened his mouth exaggeratedly. Are you a guest? But I'm not a waiter. Is little potato angry? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Li Xiaojia stamped her feet, pulling a suitcase as big as her own with her hands, and said angrily, they say that Bingcheng is warm and hospitable, but now they call me little potato. Wait a moment. Qin Feng walked forward. What are you going to do? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. Little potatoes should have the awareness of little potatoes. Qin Feng grabbed the suitcase with a smile, leaving Li Xiaojia with a bewildered look on his face. No, brother, there's nothing in my luggage, please don't steal it, okay? What luggage do you want to take with you, a little potato? Just follow behind me obediently and be a good little potato. I never thought Qin Feng would speak so domineeringly. You dragged such a big bag by yourself. Do you want everyone to think that we in Bingcheng are bullying you little potatoes? Li Xiaojia was silent. She didn't understand. Qin Feng was eating one potato at a time, so why did he still want to take the luggage over? Which room do you live in? Her doubts were soon answered. The man in front of her was planning to help her carry her luggage personally. So this is what little potato means. She walked up to Qin Feng happily and pointed upstairs. I live in room 201. Well. Next time there's a job like this, don't do it yourself, you little potato. Qin Feng nodded and casually pulled his suitcase into the elevator. To be honest, it was the first time he felt that his acting skills were so good. You know what, it's always really cool to be the boss. Jiang Nan was a little confused. Qin Feng had been calling her little potato, so why did she become happy in the end? What a talent. Not long after they walked, a voice of praise came from Zhu Hu's mouth. Jiang Nan looked at Qin Feng's back in confusion. What did he do? This man just wanted to take this opportunity to slack off. Li Xiaojia's face turned red as Qin Feng dragged her suitcase to the door. She didn't expect that the handsome guy from Bingcheng was so enthusiastic. Maybe one day she could find a handsome and caring boyfriend from Bingcheng. On the contrary, Jiang Nan felt a little confused. Qin Feng kept talking about little potato, so why did the southern girl become closer and closer to him? Handsome guy, can you add a green bubble? Okay. Qin Feng still had a cold expression on his face and took out his cell phone. Too tired. I have to keep a straight face all the time, and even talking feels a bit strenuous. Remember, you are a small potato in the south, don't always do heavy work. Okay. Li Xiaojia's eyes lit up as he watched Qin Feng leave, his face gradually turning red. What kind of drug did you give that southern girl? She was normal at the beginning, why did she add green bubbles later? What can a little girl like you know? Jiang Nan stamped her feet. This slacker was so abominable that he actually called her a little girl. She reached out and touched her face. Was this saying that she was young? Several people booked a private room. When all the food and wine were served, Zhu Hu stood up first. Xiao Qin. He approached Qin Feng and asked, how do you think we should build this core tourism project of ice and snow? The world of ice and snow. Qin Feng answered casually while picking up some food. Ice and Snow World. It's a good name indeed. After saying this, he drank the wine in the glass and sat back in his chair with a happy look on his face. Looking at Wang Xiao beside me, I felt for the first time that this new best employee of the Culture and Tourism Bureau was a little lacking. Qin Feng was thinking about work even when he came out. The video just now could completely become a promotional video for the Culture and Tourism Bureau. We can also propose large projects such as the Ice and Snow World to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Xiao Qin, you have really solved a big problem for us this time. We have been struggling to attract male tourists in the past 2 years. The Ice and Snow World project fills the gap in our core tourism projects, but building the Ice and Snow World is still a difficult problem. Then let's add ice sculpture and skiing. Qin Feng held the mobile phone in his hand and faced Zhu Hu and Wang Xiaoer. He has been addicted to Minesweeper these past 2 days. With the success and failure of the game, his brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. Skiing and ice sculptures. Zhu Hu's eyes lit up. You guys eat first, I'll go back and prepare for the project, and the money will be charged to my account. Qin Feng nodded, still struggling with the Minesweeper app on his phone. Jiangnan looked at Qin Feng in surprise. He convinced a leader of the Culture and Tourism Bureau with just a few words. But people have a good impression of him and think he is a talented person with potential for development. Everyone, eat, why are you looking at me? Qin Feng turned off the Minesweeper, and before he had time to eat, he saw Wang Xiaoer and Jiangnan staring at him and mentioned it casually. Wang Xiaoer looked excited. He drank their wine in the glass and then held Qin Feng's hand. You are really amazing. The Ice and Snow World project will definitely make Ice City popular. Chapter 21 I love you Bing. It's just a small matter. I think after dinner, we should go to the street to check the situation. I heard there is a food street nearby. What is he going to do? Want to slack off at public expense again? Jiangnan was speechless and wanted to reach out and pinch Qin Feng's waist. Wang Xiaoer looked very excited, as if he had married a beautiful wife. Obviously Qin Feng is a lazy person, so why do people in the Culture and Tourism Bureau think he is good and one of the top 10 employees? After dinner, a few people went to the snack street and strolled around for 2 hours. Qin Feng looked at the time and it was exactly time to get off work, not a minute more or a second less. It's time to get off work. I'll do the video editing tomorrow. There's no need to post the video today. Har. I was so sleepy yesterday. I need to go back and catch up on some sleep. The heroine felt like thunder was rolling in her sky. He was slacking off every day and doing nothing serious, yet he still had the nerve to say that he was too tired. Then Wang Xiaoer looked at Qin Feng angrily, and spoke in a slightly unhappy tone. I didn't expect that Tianquan company exploits its employees so much. Even a good employee like you needs to find time to catch up on some sleep. I will report this matter to my leader. That's not the case. Qin Feng added a little embarrassedly. No. If such a good employee like you can come to the Culture and Tourism Bureau, I believe you will motivate the employees around you to work harder and make Ice City move towards a better tomorrow. Jiangnan was dumbfounded, looking at the smug Qin Feng. If he leaves the company, who will handle the affairs of the Bureau of Culture and Science? They thought Wang Xiaoer was a good colleague who they worked with day and night, but unexpectedly he was an expert at poaching people. Forget it. I personally don't like working with men. We also have women in the Culture and Tourism Bureau. But I can't let go of my little assistant. Wang Xiaoer stared at Qin Feng and Jiangnan in a daze, feeling a little surprised. Qin Feng's words were no different from a confession. When did the two of them get together? Qin Feng is worthy of his name. He can attract people around him to fall in love with him just by relying on his personal charm. Well, don't worry, when you two get married someday, I'll send you some specialties from my hometown. You two can chat first. I still have a lot of work to do. When Wang Xiaoer left quickly, Jiangnan didn't understand why he had such a relationship with Qin Feng for no apparent reason. What are you still standing there for? Come with me to shoot a video. Qin Feng yawned, which made Jiangnan a little dazed. But he still suppressed his curiosity and followed behind him. The two of them drove out of the city together. Looking at the big words, Ice City welcomes you, Qin Feng walked to the plaque, stretched out his hand and made a V sign. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take the photo. Jiangnan picked up his phone and continued filming. Bing, here I come. Bing, give me the warmth and happiness of home. I love you Bing. Jiangnan was still in a daze until he finished recording the video. Bing? What is that? You don't understand this. A nickname without the surname will sound more intimate. I regard iCity as my home. R. Jiangnan took a look at the video and said, "Isn't this your hometown?" TSK. You don't understand this, right? Hometown is different from home. Would you say you are from Urbian outside? But I dare. Qin Feng raised his head and patted his chest proudly. This is why people who regard this place as home are different from those who regard this place as hometown. Jiangnan seemed to understand, but in the end he did not say the word outrageous and sent the video to Wang Xiao's email. Let him add this video to the end. What we need to do now is to make the southerners feel as warm as home. Phew. It's really cold. I need to go home and get into bed. I never expected Qin Feng to say this out of the blue. Jiangnan was speechless. What on earth was this man thinking about every day? Why do I have so many wonderful ideas in my mind? The next day, Qin Feng and Jiangnan returned to the company and saw Wang Yang with an excited look on her face as soon as they entered the door. She walked up to the two of them happily. "Qin Feng, you did a great job this time. Director Zhu called me yesterday and praised your performance during this period. He also said that all future projects will be handed over to us, Tianquan." Qin Feng nodded, thinking about what kind of delicious food he would enjoy with pay later. To be honest, he didn't hear a word of what Wang Yang said. "We will continue to work hard and will never let the manager down." Don't say it, this sentence is really omnipotent. And it is no exaggeration to say that even if Wang Yang has been in this business for a long time, it is difficult to find flaws. Good. Keep up the good work, you too. Jiangnan didn't know what to say. It was a strange feeling to see that Wang Yang had been kept in the dark by Qin Feng and still treated him as the best employee. Yesterday, Qin Feng demonstrated what a true slacker is. "I spent all the morning eating, drinking and having fun. While doing so, I casually took 3 videos. Why is he so confident that just 3 videos can arouse the enthusiasm of Southerners?" Wang Yang clapped her hands, attracting the attention of all the employees. She walked between Qin Feng and Jiangnan. Qin Feng has been working diligently and conscientiously during this period, and has put all his thoughts into his work. I decided to put his name forward for Employee of the Month. Qin Feng was still thinking about what to eat. Hearing the applause from the audience, he nodded subconsciously and waved his other hand to the crowd. It seems like the benefits are extraordinary. I will definitely work hard for the future of the company and become everyone's guide. Jiangnan's mood was complicated, extremely complicated. A lazy person became a role model for the entire company. For the first time, she doubted why she set up this company. Raising fish. Seeing her turn her eyes to herself, Wang Yang was secretly happy. The decision to select outstanding employees was made last night. Qin Feng works diligently and is capable, and the boss should have noticed it. In addition, the boss likes young girls, so this wave of selection of outstanding employees will make Qin Feng have a better impression of the boss. When the day comes when his identity is revealed, Qin Feng will definitely be grateful to his boss with tears in his eyes. The boss will also value her efforts and assistance, and promotion and salary increase are just around the corner. Oh. It's her fault that she understands her boss's mind too well. Little did they know that Jiangnan was extremely angry. It was so outrageous that he even went to his grandmother's house. He suppressed his inner irritability and pulled Qin Feng out of the company. "Manager, we want to go to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau as soon as possible to finalize the plan this time." Wang Yang looked at the two people's backs and couldn't help shaking her head. It's good to fall in love with young people. They are young and energetic. Chapter 22. The video went viral. Jiangnan remained silent all the way, puzzled. What kind of magic potion did Qin Feng give to the leaders of the Culture and Tourism Bureau and Wang Yang and others? Didn't anyone notice that this man had been slacking off? When they arrived at the Culture and Tourism Bureau, they saw Wang Xiao walking up to them happily. "I stayed up late last night to work overtime and finished the video. Do you want to take a look or just post it?" Let's take a look." Qin Feng came back to his senses and decided to try the roasted whole lamb today, since the company would reimburse him. Not to mention, the video is well made, and both the editing techniques and the chosen angles are much better than Jiangnan's. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh, this is a truly excellent employee. Publish it. Jiangnan also felt the gap. The company also had specialized talents in photography, but they were far inferior to Wang Xiaoer. Some of them are not as good as Qin Feng in video production skills. Let's go and prepare the material for shooting. Not long after, Qin Feng stretched and led the two of them out. Welcome. The young lady at the door greeted us. Thank you. I heard that your roasted whole lamb is very good. I am a small potato in the south and I want to experience your northern roasted lamb. Seeing Qin Feng, a 1.8 meter tall handsome guy, say this, the receptionist blushed but didn't say much. On the contrary, Wang Xiaoer, who was following beside him, had half of his tiredness gone. A 1.8 meter tall handsome guy from the north calls himself a little potato from the south. Miss, can you help me get something? The receptionist was a little confused. You are a big guy of 1.80 meters, and you want a petite girl like me to get things for you. The receptionist suppressed her annoyance and helped Qin Feng pick up a bag he carried with him with a smile. The bag only contained filming equipment. Wow, are the bowls here this big? And this, can we have some southern potatoes? The waiter's face was filled with black lines. This guy was really unconventional. Aren't baby potatoes supposed to be short? If it was the beautiful lady next to him who said that, it would be understandable, but what the hell is he, a grown man, doing? Starting from the door, Jiang Nan consciously took out his mobile phone and took pictures. Don't worry sir, we can help you if you need anything here. Then please help me adjust the sauce. Qin Feng widened his eyes and looked at the waiter in surprise. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Sir, your sauce is ready. Thanks. The waiter suppressed his complaints in his heart, not understanding what this big brother was trying to do. Several people ordered a roasted whole lamb and sat down. Qin Feng took the phone from Jiang Nan. People in the north are so welcoming. I am a little potato from the south, petite and delicate. The service staff took the initiative to help me solve my problems and even helped me carry my luggage. As a southern potato, I feel so happy. Jiang Nan was speechless. He didn't expect Qin Feng to say such words. His scalp suddenly tingled. Fortunately, delicious food can heal a person's pain. The roasted whole lamb smelled delicious, and Jiang Nan burped comfortably. I took out my phone and wanted to see what the video released today was like. The moment he saw the video, Jiang Nan was surprised and reached out to pat Qin Feng on the shoulder. Look at the video we shot. Qin Feng was holding a big leg of lamb in his hand and was struggling there. He nodded perfunctorily without any reaction. Jiang Nan was furious. This man didn't take his work seriously at all. The video went viral. Wang Xiaoer shouted at the right time and looked at the playback data on his mobile phone. The last playback data was already very good, and this time the data is even more terrifying than last time. The time they spent eating and leaving was less than 2 hours in total, and the video has already received 30,000 likes. There were thousands of comments. Jiang Nan selected some and read them out. I was really upset when I saw this man talking, but this handsome guy actually called me a southern little potato and offered to help me carry my luggage. I really can't stand it anymore. What the hell is Erbying? Next time I go there, should I say Erbying, I'm here? Oh no, this man is trying to brainwash us. I actually feel like I have a sense of home in Bingcheng. I have never seen such an outrageous thing. I remember that the blogger is from the south. How come he suddenly became from the north? Is he the amphibian in the legend? Stop making me laugh, that phrase about southern little potatoes is really killing me, but I have to say that the blogger is a pretty good person, and he looks like a domineering CEO protecting potatoes. Qin Feng finished eating the whole leg of lamb and saw two people staring at the video intently. Out of curiosity, he also opened Dola. Not bad. I'll just post the video I just saw. Now. Strike while the iron is hot, and make the promotional video as early as possible. All right. Add another discussion item to it and write, are you proud to be a southern potato? Jiang Nan looked at his phone, and before he had time to type, he stared at Qin Feng in shock. Is he planning to get in the way of the southerners? It's not a good idea to do this. Will it disgust the southerners? Qin Feng waved his hand, picked up another lamb chop, and pushed the coke to Jiang Nan's side. You must be thirsty. Drink some water first. Jiang Nan was a little confused. When did Qin Feng become so considerate? After drinking the coke, I made some edits on the spot and posted them online. Wang Xiaoer is contacting Zhu Hu. This video has already received 30,000 likes even without purchasing any traffic packages. He plans to apply for funds from the Culture and Tourism Bureau to purchase a traffic package for this video. Leader, the video Qin Feng posted last time now has 30,000 likes. I think we can invest in a traffic package, and hopefully it will exceed 80,000. The only reply he got was a short word, accurate. The Culture and Tourism Bureau quickly purchased a traffic package for the video, and in the following time, the group visited many shops. Always slacking off would easily arouse other people's suspicion, so Qin Feng said he had no inspiration and took Wang Xiaoer and Jiang Nan back to the Culture and Tourism Bureau. As soon as he returned to his workstation, Wang Xiaoer hurriedly clicked on the video. A total of 4 hours have passed since we finished eating the roast lamb. Hot videos on the internet don't last long. He thought the number of likes would decrease in these 4 hours, but when he saw the number of likes, he was stunned. I counted carefully there for a long time. 100,000 likes. This number is higher than the total number of likes for the Culture and Tourism Bureau's videos last year. Chapter 23, Creating a Distinctive IP. That's amazing. Qin Feng's promotional video is absolutely amazing. Bingcheng might really become popular this time. Jiang Nan couldn't help but be amazed. Although I usually slack off. But this guy is really capable. Every video made became a big hit on the internet. Then Qin Feng started eating again and handed each of them a bottle of water. But Wang Xiaoer was so immersed in the joy of the video that he didn't answer it at all. The main reason is that the ice city receives fewer and fewer tourists from the south, the expenditure on building a tourist city is increasing, and there is a lack of corresponding publicity channels. He has been having a headache because of this. That's great. People are finally paying attention to our ice city delicacies, like this sweet and sour pork and this pork stewed with vermicelli. Many people want to come to Bingcheng to taste it, and the reviews are still growing. Qin Feng, how did you come up with this method of publicity? Qin Feng wiped his mouth and quickly took out his cell phone. He could not delay answering the questions. Won't some new ideas suddenly come to you after you get some sleep? Qin Feng said in surprise. Jiang Nan was speechless and wanted to smash the lamb leg bone on his head. But he still controlled his temper, silently drank the coke in his cup, and was too lazy to talk to them. Can sleep really inspire people? I've been working hard these past 2 days and haven't had a good rest for a long time. Of course. Qin Feng seduced calmly. If sleeping can make people's inspiration flow like a spring, then I will have a good sleep when I go home today. Jiang Nan opened his mouth in surprise when he heard this. I think you should just work hard. People are different. It will be hard for you to replicate Qin Feng's success. I still want to try it. It's a good thing to give it a try. Qin Feng smiled and patted his shoulder. Being brave enough to try and innovate is what a good young man of the new era should be like. That is right. I want to learn from you. Wang Xiaoer hesitated slightly, but finally decided to try Qin Feng's method first. When I get home at night, I try to have a good sleep. I believe you can do it. Qin Feng clenched his fists and cheered for Wang Xiaoer, which made Jiang Nan speechless. Don't teach Xiaoer bad things. He works hard and is a good kid. Don't talk nonsense here. I just want Xiaoer to understand the true meaning of life. Aren't you afraid of being a bad example to others, like you? Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoer suddenly interrupted. I took the initiative to learn from Brother Qin. The videos he shot recently have become more and more popular. I also hope to be as good as him. Jiang Nan was speechless, puzzled. He was speaking the truth, why didn't he believe it? He just didn't believe this lazy king. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out at all. Wang Xiaoer was seen surrounding Qin Feng, asking him questions all over the place, and the two of them were having a very pleasant conversation. So that's what's going on. I guess I should carry some fruit with me when I work. Sufficient nutrients can promote the functioning of the brain and make it easier for you to think. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and handed the apple in his hand to him, saying, what a good seedling, he understands everything when he speaks. Let's go. Today, I'll show you what we mean by appearance. We want the audience to feel our enthusiasm. Wang Xiaoer nodded, eating the apple given by Qin Feng, feeling excited, as if he had seen a new world. I have to say, After eating the fruit, I feel a clear mind, and the heavy feeling on my head gradually disappears. Wang Xiao thought, Qin Feng is really amazing, no wonder he can come up with such wonderful ideas. Master, what do you think we should do next? Jiang Nan was speechless. In just a short while, even the address had changed. But she didn't say much after all, this was a private matter between the two of them. Not long after, several people came to a nearby zoo together. Let's go in. Qin Feng looked at the two people beside him. Huh? What's this for? Why are we at the zoo? After hearing this, Jiang Nan became curious. What they want to do now is to develop the tourism industry in the I-City, so why do they have to go to the zoo? There are zoos all over the country, and they don't seem to be a special feature. You don't understand this, right? If we want to make I-City popular, we still need a creative IP. This. Jiang Nan widened his eyes and looked at Qin Feng in shock. IP? Do you really think it's that easy to create? The Department of Culture and Tourism has been busy for so many years, but has not yet created a distinctive IP. He wants to solve the problem by setting up a zoo now? What a foolish dream. Master, I think we should take the long view on the IP issue. Let's take the long view. Qin Feng waved his hand. He still had time to slack off and didn't have the time to think about IP all the time. I have an idea in mind, but I need to contact Director Zhu and the people here to borrow some unique animals. Borrowing animals? Wang Xiao was surprised. He never expected Qin Feng to say such a thing. He immediately looked at Qin Feng as if he were a monster. Yes. Qin Feng walked into the park first. Now everyone likes animals, so we have to do something different and give everyone a surprise. You can communicate with the Department of Culture and Tourism and see if you can get the zoo to cooperate with us. As he spoke, he began to watch the animals in the zoo. Then let me ask. Wang Xiao had no doubt in his mind. Director Zhu, can you ask the zoo to cooperate? Qin Feng wants to create a unique IP. Okay then. Wang Xiao felt a little embarrassed when he saw Qin Feng teasing the monkey with a banana. If we can really create a distinctive IP, it will become easier to bring I-City into the public eye. With the determination to give it a try, he spoke again, Director Zhu, I think we can give it a try. Just like Qin Feng said, we don't have our own unique IP, so it's hard for people to remember I-City. Only the characteristics of our I-City can elevate the reputation of I-City to a higher level. Okay then, don't worry, we promise not to mess around. Wang Xiao promised and looked at Qin Feng, who was busy with the IP matters, and he took the trouble to feed the dolphins himself. Occasionally, they would interact with the small animals nearby. He is such a good person who loves his job and gives his all for his work. Master, I have already discussed it with Director Zhu. He said that we can borrow some animals, but we can't do anything reckless. I told you that I'll give you full responsibility for creating the IP address, and I'll let you handle it on your own. Qin Feng fed another peacock before he remembered that he had promised to create the IP. He coughed and heard the anxious voice of the keeper coming from the Polar Museum not far away. Chapter 24, The Truant Penguin. Adai, stop running around. The keeper chases after a penguin. The penguin's body was wobbly, but it ran very fast. From time to time, it wants to jump outwards, as if to escape from the exhibition area to which it belongs. Qin Feng walked over in 3 or 2 steps, then looked at the keeper and the penguin in his arms excitedly. This look scared the keeper. Most of the tourists who come here are very friendly. For example, those who feed the penguins rarely look at Qin Feng as nakedly as he does. Sir, what brings you here? It's not open yet for the penguin house. If you have something to do, you can come here at another time and feed the penguins then. Well, actually I'm from the Department of Culture and Tourism. I came here this time because I need your help with something. Qin Feng turned around and motioned Wang Xiao to take out his work certificate. The keeper was a little surprised to see that the certificate said he was a staff member of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Excuse me, how can the Department of Culture and Tourism need our help? The breeder stared with wide eyes, and looked at Jiang Nan, who was standing beside him with some worry. But he suppressed his unhappiness and continued to hold his phone to record the conversation between several people. We want to contribute to the development of I-City and create a unique I-City IP. Your penguin fits our promotional characteristics very well. Penguin. The keeper looked at the penguins who were trying to take them out in confusion. Yes, these penguins are very lively and cheerful, just like us when we were in school. R. The keeper was obviously confused. What do you mean? These penguins are usually very dishonest and don't cooperate with us. Really? That's great. Who would watch penguins if they had no personality? The keeper hesitated a little, and was about to make a final struggle. We still have a lot of obedient little animals in our park. If you like, I can take you there to see them. There's no need to look at these miserable penguins. No. I want these few. Qin Feng was decisive and resolute. Hey. Since it's the intention of the Culture and Tourism Department, I'll ask the leader for instructions now. It's troublesome. Qin Feng stretched out his hand and shook hands with the breeder, which left Wang Xiao stunned. Master, Director Zhu only gave us some rights and allowed us to shoot a few videos with some insignificant animals. Alas, the general is on the battlefield and is not subject to military orders. Just follow me and create a unique IP. Master, I am mainly afraid. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng reached out and patted his shoulder. Sooner or later you will grow up, and sooner or later you will have to face difficulties. Listen to me and don't be afraid. Jiang Nan was speechless. He was not the one who had to shoulder the responsibility when something happened. How could Wang Xiao be so stupid as to believe the words of this lazy king? A few penguins could make Ice City popular. Jiang Nan's problem had not been solved yet, so the breeder rushed back. I saw that his brows were tightly knitted together and he looked very unhappy. I just asked my superiors for instructions, and they said they had contacted the Culture and Tourism Bureau and that it was within their requirements so I could borrow it. Wang Xiao was overwhelmed. Director Zhu probably didn't even ask them what they were going to do specifically, nor did he expect them to be so bold as to directly borrow the entire penguin house. With the order from above, the breeder felt relieved and planned to cooperate with the work of several people. These guys don't look very reliable, but we're just borrowing them for a while, so nothing should go wrong, right? Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. While a few people were chatting, he took the opportunity to eat some snacks and play 2 games. Let's go, we're going to shoot now. Not long after, several people came to the door of the penguin house and looked at the penguins inside. Open the door. Qin Feng looked at the breeder casually. Huh? Are you sure you want to open the door? The breeder was puzzled by what he said, but he could only do as he was told. Instead, Wang Xiao, who was standing by, suddenly felt frightened. It was a little dark in front of me, and I didn't understand what Qin Feng was going to do, but the door was opened at this moment. Qin Feng also asked for a yellow school bag and a small yellow hat. When I'm ready, you can start filming immediately. From today on, they are the IPs of our Ice City. IP? The breeder was a little confused, as if he didn't expect Qin Feng to say that, and suddenly felt a little bewildered. Qin Feng put the hat on the penguin and put a school bag on his back. Get ready for filming. Qin Feng said, and turned his attention to the penguins, family members, who understands. The penguins in Ice City are going to skip school. Jiang Nan rubbed his temple and continued filming, wanting to see what other tricks Qin Feng would play. I was planning to come to the zoo today, but I didn't expect the penguins here to be wearing school bags and hats. After talking to the zookeeper, I found out that they wanted to skip school together. As a righteous teacher, I will not allow them to skip school. With my efforts, I finally stopped these penguins from skipping school. My dear family, I heard that Bingcheng is particularly fond of its fans. After communicating with the local Culture and Tourism Bureau, I plan to launch a special campaign to favor fans. Don't worry, I am playing it for real. I will pick a viewer's wish and request at the bottom of each new video and help you realize it. Jiang Nan finished filming and was a little confused when watching the content of the video. Can a video of a few penguins walking outside with backpacks and hats on their backs really become a unique IP? With a skeptical attitude, Jiang Nan began to edit the video without saying a word. Okay, tomorrow we will go and fulfill the wishes of these viewers. Wang Xiao felt a pang in his heart. Realizing a wish was not an easy matter and it would definitely cost a lot of money. The Culture and Tourism Bureau is not well off during this period. The tourism industry in Ice City has not yet developed and it relies entirely on special grants from above to survive. If everyone in the comment section were to make wishes for money, the Department of Culture and Tourism would go bankrupt in a few days given its current financial situation. Why don't we remove the wishing part? I'm afraid the culture and tourism department's finances won't be able to sustain it. Qin Feng looked at Wang Xiao calmly. Why did he feel that this disciple was a little dull? It's not like I'll pick on those who write asking for money. Which one to choose? We have the initiative in our hands. Don't worry, it won't cost much. Jiang Nan processed the video, and then saw Qin Feng staring at him with his big eyes blinking. Is there a flower on my face? No, this is the water I just bought for you. Are you interested in going out for a bite to eat later? Jiang Nan was a little confused, but he still took the water and touched his stomach, feeling a little hungry. Let me think about it. Chapter 25 Playing a reality. We'll post the video now and go eat something. What is he going to do? What the hell is he trying to do? Jiang Nan felt inexplicably uneasy and subconsciously checked the time. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the company's employees were still working, and he planned to continue eating and drinking at public expense during working hours. You are obviously very talented in making videos, so why do you always want to slack off every day? His salary increased and he was made a regular employee, so why didn't he ever think about contributing to the company? You're not going to shoot some more videos. Why is it that you, my little assistant, just don't understand? Capitalists want to suck our blood all the time, and I suck her blood for no reason. Isn't that normal? She has now made me a regular employee and increased my salary. She wants to use money and status to corrupt my will and make me a money-making tool in her hands. Qin Feng said firmly, and then looked at Wang Xiao. You say we should stand up and refuse to be sucked blood by capitalists. Wang Xiao nodded subconsciously. See? What is true enlightenment? As an assistant, you have a long way to go. You must remember that you may not earn money if you work wholeheartedly for the capitalist for a month, but if you use the capitalist's money to go out and play at public expense, you will definitely earn money. Jiang Nan was confused. Why did he feel that what Qin Feng said made sense? She quickly shook her head again. Why did she seem like an evil vampire? Increasing the salary and making him a regular employee early, but according to Qin Feng, this is considered as an ill-intentioned act. He really wanted to slap Qin Feng in the face and then turn around gracefully, but he still forced himself to suppress the impulse deep in his heart. But meeting Wang Xiao's pilgrim gaze, Jiang Nan could hardly hold back. Just tell me some things, and don't lead Xiao astray. Master's wife, what you said is wrong. My master is extremely talented and has a high level of ideological awareness. It is my honor to receive his guidance. Wang Xiao clenched his fist in front of his chest and looked at Qin Feng with admiration. Jiang Nan wanted to ask, are you seriously ill? Are you sure the person you are talking about is Qin Feng? See? My disciples all know to stay away from capitalists and not become their blood and tears slaves. Jiang Nan was somewhat speechless as he watched the master and the disciple singing the same tune. For the first time, he felt how tiring it was to work with these two people. Especially since the two of them are like close friends who met too late, it's hard to describe. Let's go, let's go. Qin Feng waved his hand, as if he was just slacking off and making a contribution to the society. Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows and followed the two people helplessly. In the following time, a few people went to some nearby food stores and played twice in a nearby amusement park. When they came out, it was already afternoon. Sitting in the car back to the Culture and Tourism Bureau, Jiang Nan turned on his mobile phone and prepared to watch the previous video. The popularity of the promotional video that was quite popular a few days ago has declined, but when I saw the video of the truant penguin, I was stunned. He reached out and patted Qin Feng, look at this video. How is this possible? As long as I make a little move, I already know the limit of the Ice City promotional video. Qin Feng was very pleased with himself and puffed out his chest with pride. You are so shameless. Jiang Nan pouted, and couldn't help but admire Qin Feng for being able to do this. Just then Wang Xiao's head came over. 40,000 likes? 1 million views. And 10,000 comments. Wang Xiao was shocked. Is this video so popular? This video is even more popular than the previous one before I bought the traffic package. Hurry, open the comment section and take a look. Wang Xiao looked excited. After saying that, Jiang Nan opened the comment section. The anchor said that what they were playing was real. How could I not believe it? There are many anchors who brag, but I have never seen one who plays it for real. If the anchor really dares to play for real, Would you dare to transfer 1 million to my card right now? What's the point of talking nonsense online every day? Don't mention it, the truant penguins in Ice City are quite interesting. I really want to go and see these rebellious penguins in person. This sentence really hits the spot. I also want to go and take a look. These penguins must be very interesting. That's incredible. If the anchor really dares to play it for real, would he dare to organize a chorus of 10,000 people? Let us in the south see your strength in the north. After finishing the game, Qin Feng leaned closer to the screen and happened to see this sentence. What should I do? You're not really planning on playing real games with them, are you? I've told you before, don't make such boasts. Jiang Nan was secretly happy. Finally, I saw this man get humiliated. Playing with netizens online to be real was just as outrageous as persuading Ji to become a good person. This is it. Qin Feng handed the orange juice he had just drunk to Jiang Nan and decided on the wish he would fulfill next. At the same time, seeing Jiang Nan subconsciously finishing the drink, Qin Feng felt happy. It turned out that he was a good candidate for slacking off. Now he could slack off without being seen. However, the road ahead is long and arduous. If you want Jiang Nan to become a natural king of slacking off, you have to do more tricks. It would be bad if the other party noticed it in advance. Where can I find such a good little genius who can slack off? After all, the little assistant is the best. Qin Feng thought silently in his heart. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I must correct your words. We come out to work to complete the tasks assigned by the company. I will never break my promise to my fans. But aren't we here to fish? Jiang Nan was a little confused, and then spoke subconsciously. Master's wife, how can you say that about Master? He racked his brains for the filming and only then came up with such a good filming plan. Just like Master said, if the body's nutrition can't keep up, how can he plan a perfect plan? As a person who follows the Master, his figure is always so tall and vivid. Jiang Nan, and why does he always call himself Master's wife? Back at the Culture and Tourism Department, they faced another difficult problem: how to realize the chorus of 10,000 people that the fans had hoped for. Qin Feng was leisurely eating the sweet potatoes she had just bought. When she looked up, she saw Jiang Nan staring at her with a frown. Our outstanding employee candidate, you said that in order to achieve this wish, you must give a policy and method, right? Qin Feng nodded and wiped his hands. This is an easy thing to do. All we have to do is get 10,000 people together to sing in chorus. And the other party did not say what song to sing or which people were needed to sing in the chorus. It is very simple to operate within this vague framework. Come on, I'll take you to find a chorus of 10,000 people. Now. What else? Chapter 26. Let the grandpa and auntie make Ice City shine. Several people came to a nearby community together. Looking at the old men and women dancing there, Jiang Nan looked at Qin Feng with a frown on his face. What was he trying to do? Was this the 10,000 person choir he was talking about? Did he know that the old man and his wife were usually very stubborn, so how could they possibly listen to him? Don't tell me you want to mobilize the square dance aunties. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I have to correct your words. Uncles and aunts are also part of Ice City. I am not mobilizing them, but giving everyone a chance to shine for Ice City. But how do you get the grandparents to sing together? Wait here for a while. I'll go buy you an orange and talk to the old man and his wife. Get lost. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. This slacker was really shameless, and his words were becoming more and more irritating. See how you can gather 10,000 uncles and aunts, otherwise. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and chased after him with a smile. As your assistant, I feel I should face difficulties and risks with you. Looking at Qin Feng's confident back, Jiang Nan felt a strange feeling in his heart. But soon I was dumbfounded. It's just because Qin Feng's method is really speechless. He snatched the loudspeaker next to him and stood in front of all the uncles and aunts. We are from the Department of Culture and Tourism. In order to increase the happiness of the elderly, we have launched a special event this time, called 10,000 Person Chorus. At that time, uncles and aunts from all over the city will gather together to sing praises to the beautiful winter. Jiang Nan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He really wanted to get the best out of a sheep. He had really played the name of the Culture and Tourism Bureau very well. I wonder if Director Ju would give him a pair of silver bracelets when he knew that he was deceiving people under the name of Wenlufsi and eating and drinking at public expense. When the uncles and aunts heard about the group activity, they all became excited. Seeing that Qin Feng was handsome and tall, they immediately surrounded Qin Feng. Looking at the young man's appearance, he probably doesn't have a girlfriend yet. My daughter is 30 years old and is as beautiful as a flower. Are you interested in talking to her? Young man, don't listen to her nonsense. I think you are only in your early 20s. My daughter is 22, graduated from a prestigious university, and will give birth to a big fat boy for you next year. Young man, will there be many women attending the 10,000 person chorus you mentioned? I'm 70 years old now, single, and I just want to find a companion. What kind of person is he who wants to find someone for a blind date and is promoting his own daughter and the daughters of his relatives and friends? What's the point of getting old and wanting to find a second spring, and then always missing the Tsuehua of the past? Even Qin Feng's family's household registration needs to be investigated. The endless stream of problems made Qin Feng, who was quite thick-skinned, feel a bit of a headache. At the same time, Jiang Nan sat on a chair, eating the roasted sweet potatoes he had just bought, feeling secretly happy. Why didn't I realize before that these old men and women are Qin Feng's nemesis? This time I really felt relieved. Well, it's all because I'm too handsome and the uncles and aunts are too enthusiastic. Qin Feng lowered his head and sat next to Jiang Nan. He was feeling hungry. Give it here, let me taste it. Hey, I've eaten that. Qin Feng grabbed the sweet potato, put it in his mouth and took a bite. Why did he feel that the sweet potato today was sweeter than usual? The old man who was in charge of this place has promised me that he will join the 10,000 person chorus. We are going to the next community. Arrive at the next neighborhood. Qin Feng is really smart now. He got in the car and pushed Wang Xiao out. It is called training the land's social skills and ability to respond to emergencies. In fact, he was really afraid of these uncles and aunts. They were too enthusiastic and he was afraid that if he walked a few more rounds, he would not be able to save the girls' WeChat accounts. Looking at Wang Xiao surrounded by uncles and aunts, asking about his well-being, Qin Feng sighed while eating a pancake. Look how good I am to my apprentice. He is still single at his age. This is a good opportunity for him to meet some nice girls. By then, if you find a rich woman, it will all be my credit. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and soon felt speechless. It was obvious that he just wanted to slack off, and he gave a very plausible reason. Thinking of this, I continued to watch the romance drama that I didn't finish yesterday. Master, I'm back. Grandpa and Auntie have agreed to join the chorus of 10,000 people this time. You performed very well this time, but you were 10 minutes slower than me. Do you know what this means? Qin Feng looked at Wang Xiao seriously. When I talked to Perka, I didn't invest in him because I was 10 minutes late. Training program for epidermal research engineers. Those short 10 minutes made me miss out on being a truly wealthy person. Do you understand what I mean? Understand the applause. Wang Xiao nodded heavily. He stretched out a hand and patted his chest, his expression gradually becoming firm. Master, rest assured. I will definitely work hard to surpass myself. Also, what is the profession of a human epidermis research engineer? That, it is a course that benefits mankind, a vision that has a unique place in the Ice City, and can refresh people in the mud and fatigue. So amazing? Wang Xiao said in surprise, leaving Jiang Nan speechless. What kind of person is this? An engineer for studying the human epidermis, in other words, isn't he just a bath scrubber? But he still held back from saying anything and continued to scroll through his phone and watch the romance drama. Wang Xiao ran to 7 more communities. Master, shall we go to the next community now? Go home and sleep. Qin Feng looked at the time and it was time to get off work. He visited the pancake stand 8 times today, ate 2 sweet potatoes, and now his stomach is not feeling well. We also went to the amusement park and rode a roller coaster. Of course, every time he slacked off, he would specifically drag Jiang Nan along. Throughout the day today, the news about how to gain slacking points has been ringing in my ears like crazy. I earn more in one day than I did in the whole month before. As for overtime, that doesn't exist. As a person who makes a living by slacking off, I will never contribute a single cent to the capitalists. He picked up his phone and pointed the rear camera at himself. Manager Wang, today is another busy and fulfilling day. Whenever I think of the days I have dedicated to the company, I feel very happy. Today, for the sake of our work, we experienced a thrilling feeling, wandered between temptation and pain, and finally were surrounded by unknown people. But we are determined. I want to work hard for the company and the boss's Mercedes-Benz and become the most outstanding employee in the company. Qin Feng spoke in a rhythmic manner, sighing from time to time, like a best employee who worked hard for the company. Jiang Nan wanted to tear him apart with his bare hands. He's been slacking off their whole day, yet he can still talk about it so confidently. Chapter 27. Did the boss go in? Let's go. I'll take you back today. Is that okay? Would he suddenly be so kind? Standing there, Jiang Nan felt somewhat confused. Qin Feng opened the back door of his tattered car, and then bowed to Jiang Nan in a very gentlemanly manner. Beautiful princess, please get in the car. Well, then please take me to a store not far ahead. As you wish, beautiful lady. Jiang Nan heaved a sigh of relief as he now lived in the largest villa complex in the city. It looks fake for ordinary employees to live in a house worth tens of millions. Last time, Qin Feng almost discovered the problem, so it's better to be careful. Where are you going? Qin Feng stuck his head out of the car window, and the car suddenly stopped. He had a smile on his face and was a little confused when he saw Jiang Nan. But he chose not to speak at this time and continued to watch the drama on his phone with his head down. Are we going to Erskian Bridge? Excuse me, how long will it take you to get there? Qin Feng looked at the woman sincerely. The sooner the better. Oh. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly darkened. I'm so sorry, there's a heart patient in our car, so we can't drive fast. Okay then. I'll wait here. Goodbye. Qin Feng waved goodbye to the woman, but Jiang Nan became more and more annoyed the more he looked at her. When did I have the heart attack? Qin Feng was embarrassed, pretending to be nothing, and explained, you have to drive in a standard way, otherwise your loved ones will cry. I am also considering the traffic rules. Then you can tell others that I have a heart disease. Jiang Nan was speechless, but still couldn't resist the urge to complain. And, why are you driving at night and picking up passengers? Are you still working as a taxi driver at night? That's natural. Qin Feng's smug look made Jiang Nan feel a chill in his heart. No, you slack off at work during the day and drive a car at night. I have to correct that. I was also slacking off at night. You slack off during the day and at night, why do you still need to work? Qin Feng choked up at this sentence. If I don't work, will you support me? Jiang Nan was so angry that his teeth were itching. He couldn't understand it at all. His job was converted to a regular position, and he could receive a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Wang Yang's salary was only a little over 20,000 yuan per month. He is a bachelor and doesn't need to support a girlfriend. Isn't his salary enough for him to spend? Qin Feng drove slowly, humming a little tune. He drove a distance of 1 kilometer as if he were driving 40 kilometers. Occasionally, elementary school students who rode past on their bicycles would whistle at him. After an hour of struggling, to Jiang Nan's confusion, the car finally stopped. Qin Feng poked his head out of the window and stretched out his hand to look at Jiang Nan. Although I took you home, it also took up some of my work time. Give me $1 as a token of my appreciation. And, charge money. Qin Feng nodded and waved his head. To be honest, it was not his fault. The system required that he was working during working hours before it could be considered slacking off. Damn it. Jiang Nan felt a little jealous. It turned out that riding in Qin Feng's car was not a good thing. I couldn't help but sigh. Not only did he delay his return home, but he also had to pay others money. Only Qin Feng would do such a thing. Write more. If customers need anything next time, they can call me. Qin Feng handed over a business card, looking like an experienced driver. Jiang Nan was quite helpless, but still took the business cards. They were all the chief drivers of the Slow Train Alliance. Is this considered an honor for a taxi driver? Early the next morning, Jiang Nan came to the company just after the doors opened, and Qin Feng had not arrived yet. The slacker king likes to slack off all the time. He usually comes to work on time and is unwilling to contribute anything for the company. Not long after, Jiang Nan was sitting in the manager's office with Wang Yang standing beside him. Assign Qin Feng a more difficult task today. Jiang Nan looked at Wang Yang angrily. Don't worry, boss. I just received a difficult order. Seeing that Jiang Nan looked like she had an endocrine disorder, Wang Yang couldn't help but wonder in her heart. She was actively offering benefits just 2 days ago, and today she was deliberately making things difficult for Qin Feng. The mind of a woman in love is really hard to guess. It's getting late. He should be arriving at the company soon. Remember to arrange the task as soon as possible. Okay. Wang Yang watched Jiang Nan leave and couldn't help shaking her head. Young people really have a lot of tricks to play. What did you do just now? When asked this by Qin Feng, Jiang Nan felt a little flustered, but he quickly suppressed it and pretended nothing happened. My niece has been feeling unwell these past 2 days. It's very likely that she has had her period. As an elder, shouldn't I go over and take a look? We should indeed care about the younger generation. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and opened his mobile phone while everyone was working. This is the lucky star chosen by heaven. It is basically a sure win. Everyone put down your work first, I have something very important to announce. What could be more important than slacking off? Qin Feng straightened his body, operated his mobile phone, and looked up at Wang Yang. The lackeys of capitalists are always troublesome. Do you think this boss's surname is Pig? Our company has to work overtime early in the morning every day, and no one has seen him now. I suspect he is probably in jail. Jiang Nan's eyes widened, as if she had not expected Qin Feng to frame her like this. She felt a little angry and looked at Qin Feng with a hint of hostility. You haven't met the boss either. Jiang Nan tried to keep his voice down. Maybe he's busy with work and doesn't have time to come over. Forget it. Qin Feng skillfully bought the cards he wanted with one hand, and then found that Jiang Nan was looking at him. He reached out and poked Jiang Nan's waist. The leader is speaking, and you dare to slack off so openly. Have you forgotten that slacking off must be sustainable? Moreover, as far as I know, the company's performance in the first 2 months was very poor, and has been losing money during this period. If the boss's surname is not Zhu and he has too much money to burn, then I have reason to suspect that he is in jail. I saw on the news a few days ago that a boss named Zhu was arrested for being too aggressive in washing feet at a foot massage parlor. Do you think he is our boss? As Qin Feng spoke, his hands kept moving, and he completed the 5 blessings at 3-1. He felt as if he could conquer all the mountains and rivers. Jiang Nan was speechless. In order to avoid being angry to death, he had to take out his mobile phone and start watching the postpartum care of Sows that he had not finished watching last night. I decided to entrust this difficult task to Qin Feng. Wang Yang spoke for a long time before finally getting to the point. Manager, rest assured, I will definitely work hard for the company. Qin Feng stood up subconsciously. Chapter 28, Promoting Candid Whores. This time, the order from the King of Candid Whores is very important. I believe Xiao Qin will be able to complete this task excellently. Looking at the task document in his hand, Qin Feng sat back in his seat with a slightly distressed look. Qin Feng opened the file, then clipped the phone into it and started a new round of digging. This operation really blinded Jiang Nan's eyes. I have never seen such an employee who loves to slack off. I heard that you changed several companies for this assignment, but they all rejected it in the end. You are not making any preparations now. Aren't you afraid that the manager will scold you? It's just a small matter. I already have a plan. Oh. It's really too difficult for me. This company will go bankrupt sooner or later without me. Cough. Jiang Nan patted his chest. He was drinking the fat otaku happy water just now and almost choked to death because of this sentence. Let's go and meet the King of Candid Whores. Qin Feng lost a game and saw that his slacking value was increasing slowly, so he decisively chose to go out to work, which gave Jiang Nan a headache. But I was secretly feeling proud that I had come up with a qualified marketing plan in such a short time. Did I really think that this Candid Whores king was as easy to deal with as the people from the Culture and Tourism Bureau? Wang Xiaoer, where are the people? Are you the only one looking for them? The two of them were driving, and Qin Feng was not behaving himself along the way. Occasionally he would get off the car to buy a pack of cigarettes, stop the car from time to time to look at the roadside stalls around him, and even play a game of chess with an old man on the roadside, making the old man so angry that he would puff out his beard and glare at him. Finally, at 11 o'clock in the morning, we arrived at the production base of Candid Whores. Hello, we are from Jiangcheng Media Company. This time we are here to promote your project. Come in. The beautiful woman in professional attire invited the two in. You must be Boss Lee, right? R. The middle-aged man sitting in the office opened his mouth wide. I guess so. Does it count? Qin Feng didn't ask any more questions. He sat on the sofa and shook Boss Lee's hand enthusiastically. Boss Lee, my name is Qin Feng. I'm in charge of your company's Candid Whores promotion. Would you like to take me to visit your Candid Whores production factory? That isn't actually the Boss Lee you're talking about. The smile on Qin Feng's face froze, making Jiang Nan even more speechless. Sir, how can you waste the time of a dedicated employee? Do you know how tight my schedule is? I have to go on missions in the morning, go to the police station to rescue our president in the afternoon, and help old ladies cross the street in the evening. I'm really sorry, what you said just now was too sudden, I didn't react. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng nodded very naturally. Since this is your first offense, I won't bother with you this time. Jiang Nan was confused. Why was Qin Feng so good at talking nonsense and liked to spread rumors about her? What the hell was that about helping an old lady cross the road? Before I could figure this out, the office door was pushed open again and an old man with a goatee walked in. He had a sullen face, as if his wife was angry with him this morning, and he sat down on the chair. I'll only give you half an hour. If the video you shoot satisfies me, I'll agree to cooperate with you. Oh, okay. Qin Feng nodded and picked up a string of Candid Whores on the table. To be honest, this was the first time he had eaten mass-produced Candid Whores in his life. I have to say, the taste of the Candid Whores is quite authentic. They use the best hawthorns and various types of fruits. It tastes good. The production process of this hawthorn must have taken a lot of thought, especially in the selection of the fruit. Jiang Nan had the same idea. After she finished eating one string of noodles, she picked up another one, which made the middle-aged man next to her feel a little embarrassed. Hey! You two should take out your plans first. I'll see if you can do it. After hearing what the old man said, although Qin Feng didn't say anything, he felt a little uncomfortable. Instead, the middle-aged man sitting next to him suddenly raised his head and looked at the old man. Boss Lee, can you please let me take a look with you? Okay. Boss Lee widened his eyes and agreed after hesitation. Several people came to the workshop where Candid Whores were produced. Just ask for anything you want. Do you have a gym here? Boss Lee was a little confused and didn't understand what Qin Feng meant. At this time, the middle-aged man next to him suddenly spoke up to remind him. Qin Xiao, you might want to use the gym to shoot a video to help promote the Candid Whores. The gym. The old man hesitated, as if wondering whether he should agree, but finally nodded. The gym in the workshop has a layer of dust on the equipment, which looks about 90% new. It should have not been used much since it was bought. The boss here is definitely a capitalist who exploits workers. Qin Feng felt sarcastic in his heart. He asked Jiang Nan to turn on his phone and then walked to their bicycles. Please, Boss Lee, select a few young and strong men from your factory workshop. Okay. Boss Lee said reluctantly, call Xiao Zhang and the others over. The secretary beside him said this and quickly walked out. Jiang Nan blinked his big eyes curiously and looked at the door outside the gym. A young and strong guy is a muscular man. With curiosity in his heart, Jiang Nan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Boss Lee, we are here. Jiang Nan covered his eyes. They were all in their 40s and had gained a lot of weight. Boss Lee, if that doesn't work, let's hire some male models. Won't it cost more to hire a male model? I think you're a good guy, with such strong muscles. Boss Lee reached out and touched Qin Feng's arm. Besides, you are quite handsome, so you can go into battle yourself. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smiled, trying hard to hold back his laughter. He also looked at Qin Feng and gave him a thumbs up. Qin Feng walked to the fitness equipment with a reluctant look on his face. After clearing the dust, he took off his coat and trousers, leaving only a pair of large boxer briefs. Jiang Nan stared at Qin Feng without blinking. She didn't expect that this lazy guy was the type who looked thin when dressed but had muscular body when undressed. Get ready to shoot. Qin Feng exercised for 1 minute on each piece of fitness equipment, and his lines were very simple. Dear guests, would you like to try some Bingcheng Tang Hulu? More than 20 videos were shot in succession, leaving Boss Lee dumbfounded. Last video. He got on the bicycle, and after the previous exercise, he began to sweat while riding. He held the candid horse in one hand and took a bite. Dear guests, would you like to try some Bingcheng Tang Hulu? Chapter 29. Why are they arguing again? Is that all? Boss Lee's face didn't look good. It can be said to be very ugly. Jiang Nan was also silent, puzzled. What was the point of Qin Feng shooting such a short video? Could this kind of video attract people to buy candid whores? Boss Lee frowned and looked at Qin Feng with displeasure. I'll give you 2,000 yuan for your labor fee. Let me think about the cooperation again. All right. Qin Feng nodded and casually took the labor fee given by Boss Lee. To be honest, he didn't feel any pressure. The two left the Tang Hulu base together. The middle-aged man who had been watching came over on his own initiative. Are you two interested in chatting in private? My name is Sun Kai, and I'm also the owner of a candid horse base. Actually, I'm very optimistic about the promotional video you just shot, and I want to talk to you about cooperation. It's true that this man has good taste. He has a good temper and is not as difficult to please as Boss Lee. Qin Feng thought to himself, I can still take advantage of this opportunity to catch some fish again. Oh well. Jiang Nan was quite speechless. This Sun Kai actually believed the nonsense of the king of slacking. Some of the videos had no characteristics at all and looked more like borderline videos they had already flooded the internet. This store tastes pretty good. Qin Feng was tasting the food but didn't talk about the cooperation. He just purchased a traffic package for the video and posted it on the video account. What are you talking about? What do you think about this cooperation? Not long after eating, Sun Kai, with anxiety in his eyes, chose to ask first. Wait a minute. Qin Feng took out his mobile phone and started playing games. Do you want to wait a little longer? After being treated like this by Qin Feng, Sun Kai felt a little worried, but he was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what this young man could do. On the contrary, Jiang Nan on the side felt sorry for Sun Kai. Boss Sun, if you need anything, you can ask other employees of our company to help make it. Forget it. I am more optimistic about Brother Qin. Sun Kai hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head. The sales volume of candid whores is actually quite stable, but now the Department of Culture and Tourism continues to make efforts, and a large number of small potatoes from the south will come to the Ice City in the future. They shot these videos to attract tourists from the south and make preparations in advance. An hour later, Qin Feng quit the game. Boss Sun, I think we can talk about cooperation now. He opened the Dola live streaming platform and put the newly released video in front of Sun Kai. Jiang Nan widened his eyes and looked at the video data in surprise. Who in the family understands? Today is really out of the ordinary. The video Qin Feng casually shot has received 70,000 likes. There are more than 3,000 comments and 2.3 million views. Sisters, I don't want to buy it either, but the blogger doesn't he treat me as an outsider and even shows me his abdominal muscles. The blogger is so handsome, has a great body, and speaks sincerely. I suddenly want to try the candid whores he sells. Are there any sisters who want to go to Bingcheng to eat candid whores? I am a little potato from the south, I am proud, I want to go to the north to see handsome guys. Brother Qin, are you selling this account? Selling account? Qin Feng shook his head. This account was mainly used to promote Ice City. The matter with the Culture and Tourism Bureau had not been concluded yet, so he could not sell this account. I'm really sorry, this is not my personal property, but a company account. The videos above are all collaborations between me and the Department of Culture and Tourism. So that's what's going on. Sun Kai was surprised and realized that the other party was the mastermind behind the promotion of Ice City. His eyes suddenly became more eager when he looked at Qin Feng. How much do you think you need? Sun Kai hesitated and said, I hope to reach a cooperation with your company and help me promote the candid whores in our base. 300,000 for publicity expenses. Qin Feng thought about it, then stretched out 5 fingers and focused his eyes on Sun Kai. That's all. Sun Kai was surprised. Qin Feng felt a little annoyed as he didn't expect the price to be so low. Yes, but if there is other cooperation in the future, the money will have to be recalculated. Listening to Sun Kai directly open the Feichin Moutai he brought, He poured a glass for Qin Feng, and then he drank the moutai in the glass. I wish us a pleasant cooperation, he said excitedly. Etc. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Boss Li, who was old but still walking briskly. If he were to participate in a 100-meter race, the old man would at least be in the top 3. Mr. Qin, I was wrong about what happened before. When do you think we can sign the contract for cooperation with your company? I plan to let Jiangcheng Media Company be responsible for the publicity and operation of our company in the long term. Jiang Nan looked at Boss Li, and before he could react, he was startled by these words. Then Qin Feng shook his head in disgust, and said in a smug voice, Boss Li, this matter of yours makes it very difficult for me to handle. I was unwilling to cooperate before, but now I have already discussed it with Boss Sunday. Brother Qin, what are you talking about? We can discuss any requirements you have. Just tell me the price. I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Not only that, as long as you come here to shoot a video, there are girls from our base who will serve you throughout the process and guarantee that you will be satisfied. Sun Kai became anxious when he heard this and stood up immediately. Boss Li, this is too unfair. I have already reached a cooperation agreement with Brother Qin. How can you still come and poach his customers? Didn't you say before that you didn't need the video he shot? Jiang Nan was stunned when he saw the two bosses arguing, and then he heard Boss Li speak anxiously. I don't care about that. Jiangcheng Media is here to shoot a promotional video for me this time. First come, first served is the norm in everything we do, and I haven't said I won't cooperate with them. You? Sun Kai turned his gaze to Qin Feng. Brother Qin, as long as you are willing to promote our base, I will introduce my daughter to you. Then let me introduce my 3 granddaughters to you. Jiang Nan was confused. How did it suddenly become a gift for his daughter and granddaughter? Well, there's no point in the two bosses continuing to argue like this. How about listening to what Qin Feng has to say? Humph, Qin Feng will definitely choose our base. Mr. Sun, I advise you to give up your little idea. You? I believe Qin Feng will do what he says and will definitely cooperate with our Sun family's candid whores. Soon, they found that Qin Feng was frowning. He suddenly relaxed, then started to mutter to himself, Jungler, are you crazy? Why don't you go and steal the blue buff? And the support, why don't you come to the bottom lane to help me? Are you planning to wait for me to be beaten into a boiled egg? Chapter 30, Working Together. Is that even possible? What happened to you guys? I was just applying pesticides, are you guys playing together? Here we go again. It's like this again. Looking at Qin Feng holding the phone, Jiang Nan rubbed his temples. Qin Feng awkwardly put the phone back into his pocket, and then started talking in what he thought was a serious accent. Well, I already know your desire to cooperate. I have a plan here. I wonder if you two are willing to listen to it. Brother Qin, just say what you want to say. Anyway, old son, am impressed by your planning ability. Sure. The two bosses spoke in a rush and glared at each other, with unnatural expressions on their faces. I think we can win together. Qin Feng said suddenly, his scalp tingling when he saw Jiang Nan. The two companies were obviously competitors, so how could they possibly cooperate? But I still kept my patience and continued to watch the conversation between several people. I have been promoting Ice City recently, and the candid whores in Ice City are a specialty of our northern region. There will be more and more tourists in the future. If the two companies work together, we can guarantee the price and quality of the candid whores and prevent vicious competition. You can consider it. Qin Feng looked at the two bosses sincerely. I don't have any problem with that. Okay. Boss Li hesitated for a moment and said, actually, we are planning to discuss cooperation this time. When more tourists from the south come, we will have to enhance our respective competitiveness. That's easy. Qin Feng smiled and held up a finger. I suggest that both of you contribute 1 million each. In the next year, our company will provide you with 3 media promotions. Boss Li hesitated for a moment, but Sun Kai finally spoke first. I don't think there's any problem. I know Brother Qin's ability. As long as you are willing to take charge of the relevant publicity work, the contract can be signed now. During the filming process, all expenses will be reimbursed by us. I agree, but I only have one request, and that is that Brother Qin takes the photo himself. Make a deal. Qin Feng smiled and shook hands with the two of them, only to see Jiang Nan looking confused. No, how did the two bosses reconcile for no apparent reason, and the original advertising expenses of 300,000 yuan directly became 2 million yuan? When he walked out of the store, Jiang Nan was still a little dazed. You're not having a fever, are you? You just ate a few frozen pears, but your physical fitness is really poor. Qin Feng suddenly reached out and touched Jiang Nan's forehead, then touched his own forehead. It's not hot, why is your face red? What do you care about me? And, how can you touch a girl's head for no reason? TSK, you are my assistant, not an outsider. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that this lazy guy was quite good at chatting. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng said, you carry our bags, and I'll go buy 2 cups of milk tea. What a nasty man. Jiang Nan stamped her feet, unable to understand why Qin Feng was so hateful. Sometimes he was so shameless that he could make people furious. Sometimes the words spoken are very sweet, as if they were stuck in a sugar jar, but every word is not spoken with heart. Qin Feng went straight into the milk tea shop and quickly took out 2 cups of milk tea. Let's go. I'll process the video later. I have to go back to the company to report to work. Jiang Nan turned her head away angrily. Qin Feng forced one of the cups of milk tea into Jiang Nan's hand. What was the little assistant going crazy about? Don't mention it, she's even more playful and cute when she's angry. She also has a pretty good figure, but she's a little dull. Qin Feng took this opportunity to do some part-time work. While the woman was sitting in the car eating snacks and watching TV series, he completed 3 orders in a row at a very slow speed. Time suddenly came to the time when it was almost time to get off work in the evening, and the two rushed back to the company. Boss, the cooperation has been finalized. We have signed a temporary contract, and they said they will come to sign the formal contract tomorrow. Qin Feng put the contract on the table. 2 million for publicity. What's the problem? Qin Feng nodded and pretended to be a little hungry. He was eating a newly bought puff in his mouth, but he was actually taking the opportunity to talk and slacking off. Wang Yang felt emotional. No wonder he was favored by a young and wealthy woman. His abilities were beyond reproach. Boss Li is a notoriously stingy person. His initial budget was only $20, and he still asked others to take care of everything. Some big companies don't value this little money, and some small companies can't afford it, which is why his publicity has not been finalized. The order has been at Jiangcheng Media for a long time, but she has not chosen to accept it because Boss Li has too many things to do. Did you really get this deal? Jiang Nan was quite helpless, but she still gestured calmly, telling the other party that the order had been settled. You have solved a big problem for the company this time. I will praise you at the morning meeting tomorrow. Since Jiang Nan didn't speak up, Wang Yang didn't dare to decide on the reward. This order is definitely the largest order the company has received in recent times, and it only requires shooting for promotional videos. Qin Feng was speechless. It turned out that the capitalist's lackeys were all masters of making empty promises. He had such a big order, but he still wanted to let him have some. I felt sad in my heart. Fortunately, I have been slacking off during this period and not working for the capitalists. Not long after, Qin Feng and Jiang Nan left the office together. I knew that Boss Zhu was going to make promises for me again. It turned out to be a wise choice to slack off. Qin Feng had a smug expression on his face. After the two separated, Jiang Nan called Wang Yang. No, she couldn't give up so easily. She couldn't let this man continue to slack off. When you have a meeting tomorrow, promote him to reserve supervisor and increase his monthly salary to 12,000. By the way, give him a bonus of 20,000 yuan. Jiang Nan was very angry because Qin Feng kept calling her Boss Zhu an evil capitalist. Being called like this by Qin Feng every day, he became more and more angry and a little annoyed. Now that he had been given such a huge bonus this time, let's see what else he could say. Instead, Wang Yang was shocked. How could the two of them make such rapid progress? Being directly promoted to reserve supervisor means that one has stepped into the management level. The salary that had just been raised was increased by another 2,000. Does the boss really intend to support Qin Feng? Don't worry, boss. I will announce this at the morning meeting tomorrow. Yeah. Jiang Nan said coldly and hung up the phone. Wang Yang stared at the phone and shook her head. She had no idea what was going on with this young couple who were so hot and cold. It's really hard to guess what young people are thinking. Chapter 31 Promotional Video. Manager, you have fulfilled your mission. Today's work went very smoothly. Qin Feng opened the door and walked into the office. He sat down on a chair and was about to speak. I saw that you were not worthy to take the things in his hand and nodded there. Occasionally, he would frown and look thoughtful. Has working for capitalists driven you crazy? In fact, it was the first time he saw someone so interested in the Candid Horse flyer. There is a picture of a Candid Horse on it, with the words, Ice City Candid Horse, 1 string is worth 2 strings, the favorite of southern little potatoes. Your performance is very good. Although this plan is concise, it reveals your enthusiasm for work. Considering your performance, the boss has decided to give you a promotion and a raise, and promote you to the position of reserve supervisor. Here's your bonus for this job. Qin Feng stared at the bag of money on the table, picked up the money helplessly and put it in his pocket. Wow, the boss is so nice to me. I will definitely work hard for the company and try my best to make every plan a success. Qin Feng was surprised, and when he saw Wang Yang's satisfied expression, he nodded. No wonder the boss likes him. He is down to earth, capable, handsome, and has a lot of ideas in his head. If I were a few years younger, I would also like to have a taste of this brother. Keep up the good work and let the company know if you need any help. Since you treat the company as your home, the company will treat you as family. Thank you. Qin Feng looked at Wang Yang with a smile on his face, his heart bleeding. Then go get busy with your work. Your assistant has been doing pretty well lately. Yes. Manager, rest assured, I will continue to work hard. Qin Feng stood at attention and saluted. Manager, rest assured, I promise to complete the task assigned by the organization and will never let you down. Well, get out. Yeah. Qin Feng nodded, bent down and gently closed the door. Back at his workstation, he leaned back in his chair, like a salted fish that had been drained of all its strength. What's wrong with you? Jiangnan hesitated for a moment, pretending not to know about the promotion and salary increase. Why did the manager call you just now? Did you make any mistakes? Oh. Qin Feng hesitated for a while. He really hoped to make a mistake and be criticized and continue to stay in this position. Don't mention it. I don't know what the manager is thinking. He suddenly wants to give me a promotion and a raise, and also wants me to be a reserve supervisor. Do you think the manager has a problem with his vision? I heard that the manager is still unmarried. This, I don't know either. Qin Feng rubbed his head and took out a game console from his pocket. The character on the screen is still attacking. He must have been secretly playing games before going to the office. Jiangnan was silent. What on earth was this man thinking? Why could he sneak around when he was meeting his boss in the office? Maybe they think highly of you, and you feel you are promising talent. Isn't it good enough to give you a promotion and a raise? In some companies, it takes at least 3 to 5 years to climb to the management level. It seems that your ideological awareness is still not enough. Not contributing a drop of blood and sweat to the capitalists is my motto. Don't even think about asking me to work for these capitalists. Qin Feng turned off the game. If they give me a promotion now, they will definitely keep an eye on me from time to time. But if they want me to give up slacking off, they are just dreaming. I cursed that boss surnamed Zhu. He was caught for soliciting prostitution. Jiangnan was speechless and couldn't understand why Qin Feng had such a strange way of thinking. Was it that the company gave him a high salary and he handled the matter for the company, and was making things difficult for him? Jiangnan's doubts had not yet been answered, but soon a young and beautiful woman walked into the office lobby. I saw that the woman was wearing a black long dress, and she had a charming and beautiful figure with curves in all the right places. Hello, ladies and handsome guys. My name is Li Wanru. I'm a new employee here today. Please take care of me. Oh, okay. No problem. Beautiful lady, if you need anything, just tell me. Qin Feng took a look, took out a children's watch from the table, and started playing Tetris. It's no exaggeration to say that old games have a unique flavor. Compared with the current fast food games, it is no exaggeration to say that this game is more competitive and playable. Interesting. While playing, a long white leg suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's sight. Could it be that the employees in the company discovered that he was slacking off? Qin Feng remained calm and gently touched his watch. The watch in his hand suddenly disappeared. Jiang Nan was stunned. It seemed that except for being unenthusiastic at work, Qin Feng was very talented in other aspects. Nice to meet you, you must be Senior Qin, right? I'm not familiar with the affairs of the company, can you guide me when the time comes? Qin Feng was wondering in his mind, where should we go to enjoy the food later? Should we go to eat roast duck or big plate chicken? What did you just say? Li Wanru's expression remained calm, with a faint smile on her lips. She took the initiative to extend her hand. My name is Li Wanru, I'm a new employee in the company, and I hope you can give me more guidance. After saying that, she winked at Qin Feng playfully. She is indeed a top beauty, her every frown and smile is pleasing to the eye. Many male employees in the company swallowed secretly, as they were greeted with contemptuous looks from the female employees. On the contrary, Qin Feng looked straight ahead, frowning from time to time, as if he was thinking about the copywriting in the company. Only Jiang Nan knew that he was playing games secretly. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Qin, in the future. I'm going to go through the employment procedures now and will come back to ask you for advice later. Qin Feng frowned and suddenly increased the speed of the game's hand. All the employees felt ashamed, and many male employees were too embarrassed to raise their heads after all, they couldn't walk when they saw beautiful women. Only Qin Feng looked straight ahead and concentrated on his work. From the changing expressions on his face, it can be seen that he is worried about work and working hard. Qin Feng is truly a role model for my generation. No wonder he became an outstanding employee and even a reserve supervisor for the company. If I had worked half as hard as Qin Feng, I would have already reached the top and married a rich and beautiful woman. No, I have to work faster. Qin Feng is still working hard, how can I sleep? He is more handsome than you, more capable than you, and works harder than you. I can't stand it. I've never seen anyone as handsome as Qin Feng. He's just different from those stinky men. I don't even bother to look at them. If you want to marry a good man like Qin Feng, who works hard and is not tempted by women. Qin Feng then remembered what happened just now and touched his nose subconsciously. His legs were so white. Chapter 32, Shooting a Commercial for a Cafe. Brother Qin, the manager asked me to find someone to go shoot a commercial for the coffee shop together. Can you go with me? Here we go again. It starts again. Sitting on the chair, Jiang Nan secretly reached out his hand and twisted Qin Feng's waist hard. Qin Feng's expression looked like he was constipated, and then he showed a stiff and awkward smile. In fact, he really wanted to take this new employee to work in the coffee shop together and slack off at the same time. Maybe you can unlock more advanced ways to slack off. But this time Jiang Nan's hand came too suddenly and pinched his soft flesh. Brother Qin, are you okay? I'm really scared and want to find someone to go to the coffee shop with. Then let's go now. This is also my first time shooting promotional photos for a coffee shop. That's great, Brother Qin. Qin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed after hearing this, but for the sake of slacking off, he could only endure it for the time being. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his waist. He raised his head and met Li Wanru's eyes. The surprise flashed by, as if asking, "Your waist is not in good condition at such a young age." Qin Feng felt a little annoyed and continued to rub the painful spot. I accidentally bumped into the stool just now, and now it hurts a little. Oh. So that's it. Li Wanru pretended to be surprised, as if she believed what Qin Feng said. Brother Qin, how do you feel now? Be sure to take care of yourself next time. Some things still need to be done in moderation. Actually, I can help. Qin Feng was speechless, and when he saw Li Wanru's expression, he became a little angry. But I still held back my anger. What is more important is to take it easy. The two were about to go out when Jiang Nan followed closely behind them with a bag slung over his shoulder. You want to come too? Qin Feng said in surprise, which made Jiang Nan very angry. Could it be that he felt that he had ruined their date? Otherwise, why would he have such an expression? Yes, I'm your assistant. Can't you add me to the cast when you go to shoot the promotional video? Okay then. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Nan indifferently. One more person means one more opportunity to slack off. Then we're off now. The cafe is not far from the company and it is a very niche cafe. The decoration is quiet and elegant, and most of the people who come here are young people who like to drink coffee. Boss, give give us a private room. What is he going to do? What kind of private room do you look for in a coffee shop? A black line crossed Jiang Nan's face. What was this man planning to do? At the same time, he looked at the waitress who was walking over with sympathy. The girl had a smiling face and was full of enthusiasm. She was probably a new employee who had just been hired by the store. But my luck is not good. How did I end up with this slacking king? It's really outrageous. Jiang Nan said helplessly in his heart. Sir, how can I help you? Didn't you hear me? I want a private room. Private room. I'm really sorry, sir, but we don't have any private rooms in our store. Qin Feng paused, then hinted to Jiang Nan to turn on his phone and prepare to shoot. I suggest that your company add a few private rooms. The coffee is delicious, but the needs of the guests must also be met. Like me, I don't know where to go, but I will never refuse an American latte. Suddenly, a spring breeze came overnight, and I only drank Jiu-Bai coffee. After recording is completed, subtitles are automatically generated and the video can be published in one go. Qin Feng took a sip of coffee with satisfaction, and when he looked up, he met the waiter's embarrassed eyes. It can be seen that the service staff really wanted to solve Qin Feng's problems and doubts, but they had no way. Sir, how about I move you to a seat near the window? We really don't have any private rooms in our store. That won't work. Qin Feng shook his head firmly. I am a poetic person, modest and cautious at work, and I have a strict pursuit of coffee. Jiang Nan, who was beside him, subconsciously picked up his phone and continued filming. Under my strict requirements, only Lao Jiu-Bai coffee can make me experience the perfect feeling. Drink Lao Jiu-Bai coffee and experience a different life. Jiang Nan put away his phone speechlessly. The two promotional videos don't seem to be made with much care, and the total shooting time is less than 3 minutes. And there hasn't been any detailed editing, so how could it become a hit? Why don't we buy a data package for the video? This video is too short. You paid out of pocket. We can buy the data package first and ask the manager to reimburse us when we get back. Are you okay? How can you say such a thing? We must not pay for the evil capitalists. With this money, there is nothing better to do. Walk. Jiang Nan was speechless. The idea of this slacker was really fresh and unconventional. This order is basically a failure. Unless the sun rises from the west, this video of less than a few minutes will go viral. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and smiled. Shall we leave now? We just happen to have other things to deal with. I finally got out of here. I'll treat you to a song at KTV. Okay. Looking at Qin Feng's smug back, Jiang Nan felt speechless and helpless. Just because this man's operation is so amazing. Every time I go out to work, I either go out to eat skewers or go out to dinner, and today I also went to a KTV at public expense. It is very likely that it will be recorded in the public account, and then the public money will be used for happiness. I have never seen such an outrageous thing. Even when he met an old lady on the road, he had to force her to the other side of the road. If the person doesn't want to go over, he has to help them back. At the same time, Qin Feng frowned at the system's prompt sound. Along the way, his slacking value did not increase much. The slacking value was not much different from what he had gotten when he went out alone with Jiang Nan before. There were clearly 3 people coming out together, so how come their slacking value wasn't maxed out? Which link went wrong? Qin Feng came to the KTV and ordered a luxurious box. As soon as he entered, he stealthily called the proprietress to his side. Boss, do you have any particularly beautiful girls here who can handle stress well? This, customer, your request is not very good. Alas. It seems that you are a down-to-earth person. You need a few. 10. The proprietress was stunned and speechless when she saw Qin Feng's expression. He wanted 10 girls at once, and when he came in, he brought 2 beauties with him. His physical fitness is really amazing. Then, can your body handle it? After being stunned for a while, Qin Feng felt as if he suddenly understood something. I am a gentleman. A gentleman. The proprietress had an ambiguous look on her face. She nudged Qin Feng with her elbow, turned around and walked out. This boss is really extravagant. He comes here to find girls to drink with him, and most of them say he is a gentleman. As for whether this is right or not, everyone knows it in their hearts. Who would come here to drink with girls if they are from a good family? Chapter 33, Ask the girl to sing. Guest, this is the girl you wanted. Is there any problem with her? The proprietress walked into the house with 10 girls. What is this for? Sitting on the sofa, Li Wanru was planning to conquer Qin Feng with a song. He saw so many colorful girls walking into the room, and then staring at Qin Feng with burning eyes. This man looked calm and composed. Is it possible that his usual decency is just an act? In fact, he has long been accustomed to the world of pleasure. Not bad, I'm going to test their skills next. What is this for? Jiang Nan sat on the sofa in a daze. Could it be that this slacking king is actually a complete pervert? Handsome, what skills do you want to test us on? My name is Chefiner. I have a lot of skills and experience. I will never let a handsome guy down. Don't forget about me, handsome guy. I'm also very skilled in this area. The gorgeously dressed girls surrounded Qin Feng and kept shaking their bodies. Hey! Who among you can sing Tante? Qin Feng said in surprise. He didn't expect these girls to be so talented. It's just right to test their singing skills. Jiang Nan was speechless after seeing this. But she still suppressed her anger and continued looking at her phone. This man was really full of tricks. The girls were also dumbfounded. They had seen strange people, but they had never seen someone so strange. I just spent 20,000 just to let them come and sing this weird song? Do rich people have no place to spend their money, or do they have something wrong with their brains? But I still held back the emotion in my heart and started preparing to sing. You found so many girls here just to listen to them sing. What else? Qin Feng looked at Li Wanru seriously. I also thought you wanted to sing with them, har har. Qin Feng opened his mouth in shock. I didn't expect you to be able to guess what I was thinking. You're really amazing. This is. Jiang Nan rubbed his head. It seemed that this green tea girl had met her match. Even against a difficult person like Qin Feng, the green tea girl was helpless. Ahem. Qin Feng lay on the sofa with his back up. Listen to me first, I'll take a nap. The girls' singing did not stop, and Qin Feng's snoring was soon heard in the room. Is he usually like this? It's a routine operation. You'll get used to it after a while. Everyone says he works hard and is an excellent employee. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nan shook his head subconsciously. He usually slacks off, you should have seen it too. Li Wanru was confused. The more she thought about it, the more bizarre it seemed to her. Qin Feng had a great reputation outside. Because of the success of the Ice City tourism promotion, he became famous recently. The company specially sent me, a public relations expert, just to recruit Qin Feng back to the company. But is this man snoring on the sofa really the person the company said he was? Wow! How can there be such a person in the world? Doesn't he feel guilty when he slacks off? The boss gave the employees money, but he has this attitude. You're so right. I always feel like there's something wrong with him. Jiang Nan nodded and subconsciously held Li Wanru's hand. To be honest, this was the first time he met someone who sympathized with him so much since he entered the company. It was also the first time that someone saw Qin Feng's true face and was able to complain about it along with him. I'm also very busy at work. There's a lot of work in the PR department, and my boss doesn't pay me much. A few days ago, I hired a slut who accompanied me in everything, leaving us all without food. Is there anything else? Jiang Nan frowned and thought, Li Wanru is a good person. She doesn't know how to seduce people, but she seems to be very knowledgeable about the live broadcast industry. Have you ever done a live broadcast before? Upon hearing this, Li Wanru turned sideways and looked at Jiang Nan excitedly. I've always wanted to be a big anchor or start a media company. Unfortunately, my family is not rich, and I don't know how to communicate with others. In the end, I can only work in the public relations department, and my boss sent me to do this kind of stupid job. Qin Feng never imagined in his dreams that two women would get together and complain about him together. On the contrary, he, the person involved, became an outsider so quickly. I have a job here, do you dare to do it? Li Wanru widened her eyes and looked at Jiang Nan in surprise. What kind of job would it be? I didn't have any other work experience. I just worked in the public relations department for a while, but I didn't learn anything. Last time, the company manager asked me to drink with him, and I have been getting bullied ever since I refused. Today, I came here with no choice but to bite the bullet. It's simple. I need you to play the role of the vice president of the company who returned from overseas. R. Li Wanru was confused and didn't understand what Jiang Nan was talking about. What the hell was a vice president of a company? He is usually suspicious in the company and says every day that the boss of the company is a man named Zhu. After hearing what Jiang Nan said, Li Wanru suddenly understood, but was also a little confused. According to what you said, the president of the company is your relative. Yeah. Jiang Nan nodded and looked at Li Wanru helplessly. Is it that exciting? Some people even paid someone to play the role of vice president in the company. But, I haven't been one before. Someone will take care of the work. All you have to do is be the president and find a way to get Qin Feng to work. Li Wanru subconsciously looked at Qin Feng, not understanding why Jiang Nan did that. Are the two of them truly in love? They really look good together, the man is talented and the woman is beautiful. Could it be because of this incident? I understand. Don't worry about the rest. I will do my best to handle it. Qin Feng slept until 5 in the evening when he got off work. For the whole afternoon, the girls were working passively. I could hold on at the beginning, but later on I could only force myself to do it. Oh. Qin Feng stretched himself and said, "This feels really refreshing. I feel several years younger." That's not bad. Jiang Nan pretended to be surprised, and then poked Li Wanru beside him with his elbow. Li Wanru, who was a little confused at first, got into the role in a second. Your performance this time was pretty good, but I didn't expect why you went to KTV. As he spoke, he stared at Qin Feng closely, as if he was a leader coming to inspect the work. R. Qin Feng was a little confused. Isn't it good to come out and take a rest? Work should be a combination of work and rest. That's what happened. Li Wanru's heart was bleeding. Thinking about the days when she worked in the company, she had an urge to strangle Qin Feng to death. That's not bad. It seems that you really treat the company as your home. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and quickly dialed the number. What? Someone in the company calls me Mr. Zhu. Li Wanru's words made Qin Feng confused. Chapter 34. Is she President Zhu? You are Mr. Zhu, Mr. Li. Qin Feng's eyes went dark. He didn't understand why it turned out like this. Why did he feel like the plot of the novel had reflected in reality? You are right. I am the president of the company. I came back to the company to inspect everyone's work. You did this. Li Wanru paused for a moment, stamped her chest and stomped her feet before speaking. At one glance, she looked very disappointed. Well. Qin Feng said tentatively, why don't you just fire me? No. Jiang Nan stood up. If you go to work somewhere else, what should I do? R. Li Wanru was shocked. This is the legendary domineering president falling in love with a poor boy? Can you please support me? You know, there are some things that I can't tolerate. Qin Feng raised his head, like a weathered poet. Jiang Nan almost burst out laughing. Watching Qin Feng imagine himself, he felt so happy. If you get a vice president, you can see that the king of slacking off has been humiliated, and you have already started to act. What are you talking about? Li Wanru was surprised, and then looked Qin Feng up and down, and soon her eyes stopped on Qin Feng. Your proposal this time is quite novel and unique in the entire company. After saying that, he sat back on the sofa and saw that Jiang Nan didn't react. Next time, try again. Keep up the good work. Qin Feng was a little confused. I didn't expect this to happen. He was already slacking off in front of the president. People can endure it. Is this president really mentally ill? On their way out, Qin Feng acted as the driver, and Jiang Nan, who was sitting in the front seat, had a smile on his face the whole time. If possible, I really want to watch Qin Feng being humiliated every day. With a happy mood, Jiang Nan hummed a little tune from time to time. After returning to the company, Wang Yang, who had been instructed in advance, took Li Wanru into the president's office. Wow, this president is really mentally ill. Qin Feng turned on his phone, and before he had time to slack off, he complained to Jiang Nan beside him. He was really shocked by the president's train of thought. Then I saw Jiang Nan watching a video of a sow climbing a tree. The CEO didn't fire you, so why are you still criticizing him? I think he's pretty normal. How is that normal? I slacked off right in front of her, and she didn't fire me. Not only that, on my first day at the company, my manager gave me a promotion and a raise. Do you think the president is interested in me? I am a man of honor. I will not yield to power, nor will I be tempted by wealth and status. I will never be a gigolo. Jiang Nan looked at Qin Feng without saying a word and clicked on the video posted to the coffee shop. Is it really true that I don't need to invest in a data plan? Jiang Nan asked worriedly, and then saw Qin Feng staring at him with wide eyes. That's right. This evil capitalist went with us, and in the end he only gave us a budget of a few thousand. You actually want to give him money? The budget is limited anyway. Don't even think about asking me to pay a penny more for him. Then, didn't you go to the KTV and order 10 girls, spending a total of 20,000 yuan? Jiang Nan couldn't understand. He didn't expect that the expression on Qin Feng's face became even more shocked. That's my personal bonus. I can use it however I want. Besides, that is of great use. How can it be compared with the money spent on the capitalists? That's better than asking someone to sing terribly for an entire afternoon. Jiang Nan answered in a low voice. He always felt that Qin Feng had a strange way of thinking. For some reason, it seemed like there was a new world in this man. And then, he found that Qin Feng was frowning all the time. Staring at the computer in front of him, looking worried. Postpartum care for sows. Jiang Nan was a little confused. Why was he so fascinated by this kind of video? Was he planning to go back and deliver a sow? What are you doing? Why are you watching such weird videos? Are you planning to go back and deliver sows? Yes. What's wrong? Qin Feng gradually came back to his senses, his eyes deep. He was just observing the slacking value and didn't hear what Jiang Nan said at all. After a day of work today, he didn't gain much slacking points. Compared to the usual time when Jiang Nan and I went out alone, it was only a little more. The money was well spent, as he came to a conclusion that really concerned him. There was no correlation between the slacking value and the number of people. Only by immersing yourself in slacking off can you gain more slacking off points. It turns out that Jiang Nan is a natural genius at slacking off. Well, do you plan to be a midwife in the future? Did you want to be an obstetrician and gynecologist when you were a child, but you didn't have the opportunity when you grew up, so you had to settle for the next best thing? How do you know? Qin Feng was surprised. When he was a kid, he wanted to be an obstetrician and gynecologist for a while. As for why he gave up and did this, I see. Jiang Nan ate potato chips. No wonder you're still studying hard while working. It turns out you only have this dream. What? Qin Feng realized something was wrong and turned his gaze to the screen. When he saw the video playing, he suddenly realized what was going on. He was thick-skinned and his face blushed for the first time. It turned out that he was talking about delivering a sow. Hey! That is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Jiang Nan said, while still eating potato chips. Why does it feel like this man's embarrassed look is actually a bit cute? With a strange mood, Jiang Nan ate potato chips silently, saying a few words from time to time. Oh! Do you think his delivery technique is correct? If I deliver a sow in the future, what should I pay attention to? Wow! You are really amazing in this area. You know so much. I admire you so much. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Nan's exaggerated expression speechlessly, and decisively threw this video that exposed his innocence into the trash can. How was the video we shot today? Qin Feng took the opportunity to change the subject, and then saw Jiang Nan open the video again. How is this possible? Just now the number of views was only a few thousand, how come it has reached tens of thousands now? Oh, there are still hundreds of comments, what's going on? Jiang Nan didn't understand and immediately opened the comment section. The kitten in this video is so cute. And it keeps pointing at the cup. Har, the guy who shot the video is definitely a marketing genius. Every time he mentions Zhu Laobai, the cat cooperates very well. It's so interesting. There is such a cute kitten in this store. I want to go to this store to pet the cat in the future. Jiang Nan stared at the screen and suddenly noticed a kitten in the corner. Whenever Zhu Laobai was mentioned, the cat would subconsciously run to the table and lick the cup with the name of the cafe. Especially when it meows, it's very cute. It turns out that the secret of shooting promotional videos is here. Chapter 35: How did the Cultural and Tourism Bureau become like this? Awesome, I didn't expect the video to go viral. Just now, the coffee shop called us and wanted to sign a long-term contract with us to make Meow Meow an internet celebrity. So awesome. Qin Feng is indeed very strong. Holding the documents in her hand, Wang Yang looked at Qin Feng excitedly. The company has received quite a few orders during this period, from candid whores to this coffee shop. Overall performance is improving. Qin Feng looked straight ahead, and then kept typing on the keyboard, with line after line of words appearing on the screen. Wang Yang nodded with satisfaction. No wonder it could create so many publicity myths. In fact, Qin Feng was chatting with the coffee shop downstairs, and the first word of each sentence was connected. Black coffee without sugar, thank you. Keep working hard. By the way, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau asked you and Jiangnan to go there tomorrow. It seems that the ice and snow world has been completed. Please rest assured, we will complete the task. Qin Feng straightened his back, patted his chest, and quickly finished typing a PPT. Good. Keep up the good work. I'm sure your boss will notice your efforts. Wang Yang exclaimed in admiration, and Jiangnan, seeing this, wished he could tell Wang Yang right away that Qin Feng was actually slacking off. But I still forced myself to hold it in and continued watching the video of the monkey stealing peaches, and just because of dancing. Let's go now and go to the ice and snow world to make a new promotional video for the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Contribute to the tourism industry of Ice City. Qin Feng straightened his back. Are you serious? Qin Feng frowned, as if he was disappointed with his friend. Do you think I'm kidding you? I'm really serious about this. Let us go. Okay. Jiangnan was confused and followed behind Qin Feng. How could this lazy king also have a decisive side? Two people rushed to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. When Jiangnan arrived at Wang Xiao's workplace, he was stunned. The originally monotonous room has changed and is even equipped with air conditioning. Wang Xiao sits on a chair, leisurely drinking milk tea, occasionally lowering his head to type on the keyboard. Oh! Master, you came and didn't even tell me so I could go out to greet you. It's okay. How have you been doing recently? Is your work going well? Qin Feng patted Wang Xiao on the shoulder, leaving Jiangnan speechless. No, he was originally a hardworking employee. How come he suddenly became a slacker? It seems that slacking off is contagious. No wonder I always like watching videos at work recently. I was definitely infected by Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng walked around the room very naturally. The working environment is pretty good. I think your Cultural and Tourism Bureau should add some entertainment projects and prepare a billiard room. Jiangnan was silent. What on earth was Qin Feng doing? They were just employees of an outsourcing company, so why did they start to manage the entertainment planning of the Culture and Tourism Bureau? She thought Wang Xiao would definitely rebuke this idea, but unexpectedly he nodded in agreement. He stood up happily and held Qin Feng's hand tightly. Master, this is a great idea. During this period, the work pressure of our Culture and Tourism Bureau employees has been reduced a lot, and the efficiency has also improved. Everyone was very inspired, and even the construction of the ice and snow world was completed ahead of schedule. Qin Feng nodded, picked up the fruit on the table and started eating. This place is not bad, much better than my black-hearted boss. I suspect he used to dig coal in Heizhou, otherwise how could he be so black-hearted? There's not even an entertainment room in the entire company. Sigh. I envy you guys. Jiangnan was speechless, but inexplicably felt that Qin Feng's words made sense after all. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau had added related entertainment projects and improved the environment, and the efficiency of the employees had indeed improved. I couldn't help but think, when I get back, I'll ask Wang Yang to build a new entertainment room in the company so that everyone can relax and have fun when they have nothing to do. Alas! Your work ethic is still not good enough. I came here today to help shoot promotional photos for the ice and snow world. Not long after, Qin Feng put a few apples in his pocket and suddenly spoke to the two of them. Master is right. I will prepare now. Wang Xiao looked at Qin Feng excitedly and picked up the coat beside him. Let's go now. Jiang Nan felt uncomfortable after hearing what Qin Feng said. He used to be a lazy guy, but he suddenly became diligent. On the contrary, she, a diligent entrepreneurial boss, has been slacking off more and more recently. Need I say more? I want to contribute my strength and enthusiasm to the tourism industry of iCity. Okay. Jiang Nan widened his eyes and looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Is he planning to turn over a new leaf this time and work hard for the company sincerely? Several people came to the ice and snow world. The relevant construction work has been completed and the entire ice and snow world is magnificent. The reception staff from the Culture and Tourism Bureau had been waiting for a long time. Seeing such a handsome guy like Qin Feng and Jiang Nan, the receptionist showed an envious look. You two are from the Jiangcheng company, right? Yes. Qin Feng nodded, his thoughts racing. His thoughts were so far away that he had no idea what he was thinking about. Everyone come with me and shoot here. Please line up in an orderly manner. We will cover the ticket fees for this event. While we invite everyone to take photos, we have also invited some tourists. I hope that while taking photos of the scenery, you can also collect suggestions and opinions from tourists about the ice and snow world. Qin Feng was curious and didn't understand what the group of people in the distance were doing. At this time, the big brother waved the flag in his hand again. These are reporters that Zhu invited from other places. He plans to use them to promote the ice and snow world, and he also specially brought some tourists here. They are all southern potatoes. Wang Xiao was pleased with himself, and seemed unaware that he had subconsciously called these people southern little potatoes, while Jiang Nan seemed to have seen a giant panda. Wang Xiao has changed a lot during this period of time, and his temperament and character have also changed a lot. Can we join them? Qin Feng rubbed his chin. I want to go on an immersive tour with them and visit the ice and snow world. Okay. Wang Xiao was pleasantly surprised and immediately called Zhu Hu and quickly applied for a travel opportunity. We are different from them. We need to buy our own tickets, but we will reimburse the money for the tickets. As he spoke, he picked up the ticket in his hand and soon arrived at the interior of the ice and snow world. Okay. Qin Feng had a smile in his eyes. No problem. Jiang Nan followed behind, looking at Qin Feng's back, and always felt that something was wrong with him. Chapter 36 Return the Money. The ice and snow world is so magnificent that visitors can't help but stop to take a look. Not far away is a huge Ferris wheel. Unlike other tourist attractions, this giant Ferris wheel, which is about 20 meters high, is free of charge. Many tourists spontaneously lined up in long queues. Just as everyone was about to enter the Ferris wheel, a shout broke the tranquility. Give me back my money, RNM, give me a refund for my ticket. I spent money to buy the ticket, but you still made me queue here. Is this how iCity treats guests? Give me my money back as soon as possible. Qin Feng waved the ticket stub in his hand. What are you doing? Secret. Seeing Qin Feng acting mysterious, Jiang Nan motioned for her to take out her phone and start filming. Qin Feng shouted, What the hell is this ice and snow world? It seems to be nothing special. They are so unfriendly to a little southern potato like me. The people who came over to watch were a little confused. What? He is 1.8 meters tall and calls himself the southern little potato. How shameless. The tickets are free, but you are not willing to queue here. This man has so many requests. Does he think the entire ice and snow world is for him? Staff, leave him alone. This kind of person is not worth it. This. The staff next to him hesitated for a while, but finally walked over enthusiastically and prepared to coordinate. Sir, since the ice and snow world was built, we have always been adhering to the concept of serving customers and will never treat any customer unfairly. The Ferris wheel is free, you just need to wait in line for a while. If you need anything, I can let you go to the front. No. Qin Feng saw that the reporters around were attracted and raised his eyebrows at Jiang Nan, feeling very proud. Stop talking nonsense. I heard that your ice and snow world cost more than $4 billion to build. How can you keep it open if you can't even make money from the ticket sales? Based on the current ticket prices, you can't even make back half of your money. Why are you so crazy? You're still offering us snacks at the door. I think there's something wrong with you guys. The onlookers became even angrier and kept shouting. Qin Feng strolled leisurely in the garden with his neck stiff, but he was actually very nervous. The big brother on the left has now rolled up his sleeves and has a dragon tattooed on his arm. The big brother on the right has a mean look in his eyes. He keeps looking at his lower body and his feet seem to be ready to move. The other women were even more eager to fight, wishing they could slap him twice. Wasn't what I said wrong? Everyone knows that the Cultural and Tourism Bureau spent a lot of money to hire a professional media company to film the event, but now they can't even provide good service to us little southerners. You have to refund my money. The local government has also introduced various tourism preferential policies, but this does not stop me from returning the money. Jiang Nan was silent, not understanding what Qin Feng was doing. Could this kind of video really make the ice and snow world popular? Qin Feng was scolded by the tourists around him and returned to Jiang Nan. Have you finished filming the video? Is there anything you forgot to film? Don't worry, the video issue has been resolved. Qin Feng nodded, picked up the phone from Jiang Nan's hand, and pointed the camera at himself. Everyone, listen to me. I have been treated unfairly in Ice City. I hope you can give me some advice. Jiang Nan was confused. Why was he shooting such a video at this time? Was he thinking that people's scolding was not harsh enough? You're not going to post these? Qin Feng nodded proudly, generated subtitles for the micro video, slightly edited it, and posted it directly on the internet. Not long after, several people took a tour around the ice and snow world, which was truly magnificent. It's really beautiful. Jiang Nan said from the bottom of his heart. The scenery is really good this time, but it's still a little off. I'll just prepare a little earlier next time. After hearing what Qin Feng said, Jiang Nan felt a little helpless, but didn't say much. On the contrary, Wang Xiaoer, who was following beside him, felt a little confused. Master, there's no point in shooting this video. It will only make everyone scold you. It would be better to withdraw this video as soon as possible. Qin Feng stared at Wang Xiaoer in surprise with a little curiosity. It seems that you still need to study hard during this period. If you want your video to go viral as soon as possible, you can't be bound by the form. Form? Wang Xiaoer was confused and didn't understand what Qin Feng meant. At this time, a tourist who came to visit the ice and snow world saw Qin Feng's video. Thinking of the rude and unreasonable appearance, the other party took the initiative to invest in a traffic package for this video. This despicable guy even had the nerve to post the video online. I must let everyone see his true face and let everyone know how despicable he is. Wang Yang sat in the office with a frown on her face. The promotion of the ice and snow world was the most important part of the tourism development of the ice city. If the ice and snow world can be established, it will drive the development of other industries in the ice city and create more income for the entire ice city. I don't know how Qin Feng and the others are doing. As he said that, he clicked on Dola. Give me my money back. Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could this be Qin Feng? We asked him to go to Ice City to shoot a promotional video, but why is there a talk about returning the money? This is weird. Wang Yang couldn't help but frown. I listened to the entire video and stared at the scenes in the video in a daze. If this video is for the purpose of refunding money, then why do we need to describe the situation of ice and snow world again? With doubts in her heart, Wang Yang planned to gather everyone together for a meeting tomorrow morning. Qin Feng took Jiang Nan and Wang Xiaoer to ski in the ice and snow world for an entire afternoon. Unexpectedly, the company had already been in chaos because of the video he shot. When he returned to the company in the evening, he saw Wang Yang frowning and looking at him with a very strange look. How did you do it? Why did this video go viral so quickly? Why has everyone on the internet noticed the ice and snow world? Many people are planning to come and take a look. Not only that, some people even took the initiative to put traffic packages for this video. Jiang Nan stared at Qin Feng without blinking, feeling a little dazed. What does it mean that someone actively provides traffic packages for videos? Could it be that the video shot before really went viral? Jiang Nan looked at Qin Feng subconsciously, and then saw Qin Feng straighten his back and salute Wang Yang. I just used my little bit of inspiration and the help of seniors in the company to create this video. This is not my success alone, but the result of the hard work of all the employees in the company. I believe we will get better and better. With our unity, the company will move towards a more perfect tomorrow. Bullshit. Jiang Nan cursed inwardly and then opened the video. Chapter 37 video is popular. Is this video really going viral? Jiang Nan's voice is very loud, echoing throughout the office. I stood there in a daze, staring at the video stupidly. As soon as I looked up, I saw Qin Feng bowing to Wang Yang again, and then he spoke in a serious tone. Manager, this is all my fault. It has nothing to do with Jiang Nan. It's all my fault for not disciplining him properly. I will definitely discipline her well next time. I will never let the manager down. Wang Yang coughed awkwardly. Discipline? Let her employees discipline the boss. How could she have the guts to do that? It's not time to get off work yet, so I'm going to hold a meeting for everyone. Employees walked into the office one after another. Under Qin Feng's leadership, the entire office's staff has a new look. Only some of the old employees were dissatisfied. Qin Feng is busy every day, and his frequent promotions during this period have made life difficult for everyone. If their whole company is in an atmosphere of being squeezed, he might as well go work for a big company. Why bother squeezing them in this small company? First of all, I want to congratulate our company for producing a hit product. The video Qin Feng shot for the Ice and Snow World has gone viral. Wang Yang pulled up the video, which had received over 200,000 likes and 30,000 comments. Click on the comment section and you will see paragraphs after paragraphs. This blogger is really disgusting. He even thought about cutting in line for other people's free projects, as if the people in line didn't pay. Am I the only one who noticed that the Ice and Snow World invested for 0.5 billion? The Cultural and Tourism Bureau didn't even say anything. How much of this money can be returned? Ice City is really serious about this. We invested a huge amount of money in this Ice and Snow World. We can't let Ice City lose. What you said is right. The average retention time of the Ice and Snow World is only a few months. This is purely for love. We can't let Ice City lose. I will go to the Ice and Snow World in 2 days. Jiang Nan opened his mouth in surprise. Did you think of this from the beginning? That's why you deliberately asked for a refund. Hey! I told you that you still have a lot to learn. Qin Feng proudly opened the screen of his mobile phone. In the comment section, there was a message that had already been drowned in the crowd. You're the one asking for your money back for no reason? You're too shameless. If you dare, expose me. Just wait, I will subscribe to this video now so that everyone can see your true face. Oh. Jiang Nan was a little speechless. This is how the emotional traffic package came about. Should we say that he is good at making money, or that he is thick-skinned? Won't your conscience hurt if you do this? I still have a conscience. Qin Feng opened the backstage of his phone and found a red envelope with the note, paid by the company. He felt a chill when he saw Jiang Nan. He paid back the money for the data package, and it was the company's public funds that he took. Don't even think about asking me to pay a penny to the capitalists. Isn't this a perfect solution to the problem? And, I've left a surprise. All the employees present were in tears. Qin Feng was too strong. If he was not the best employee of this year, then the company's boss must have been blind. I am really touched. Qin Feng is setting an example for others. He is better than any other person. Once this video is released, there will definitely be a lot of people who will cause trouble for Qin Feng, but for the sake of the company's performance, he kept silent. We really haven't worked hard enough. I want to be someone like Qin Feng. Wang Yang silently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She is indeed a hard worker. Please invite Qin Feng to come to the stage and speak to us all. Qin Feng nodded and listened to the applause from the audience. To be honest, he was just trying his luck when he was filming. How could he be better than half a human being? Hey! I always feel that I am not an ordinary person. I must not only lead everyone while I am alive, but also shock the souls in heaven. I always think that we should not always ask the boss what he gave us. There are always people who betray us. I will give him 5 million. We automatically work overtime every night, work hard, and are willing to work so long for nothing. Then it's just a simple matter to work harder in the future. Understand the applause. Some employees applauded crazily, while others thought Qin Feng was crazy. Working for the boss for free and not even asking for overtime pay, even oxen and horses are not used like this. No wonder his performance is so good. It turns out he works overtime on his own initiative every day. He is indeed a king of exam papers. Instead, Wang Yang on the side looked appreciative. Every time it was time to get off work, I would always see Qin Feng leaving. It turned out that he didn't really leave work early, but went back home to continue working hard. I am really touched by Qin Feng. He works diligently for the company and is an excellent employee. If the company can have more employees like him, there is no need to worry about the company not prospering. Jiang Nan widened his eyes and looked at Wen Yang in shock. Isn't it enough to have him as a lazy king? Are you afraid that the company will go bankrupt too late? What's up with this new employee? I don't think he's right. Are you questioning what Qin Feng said? The little girl is still young, why don't you work hard to learn the experience of success? Jiang Nan was a little confused. He didn't understand why these employees were so indignant. He was obviously a slacker, so why was he treated as an outstanding employee in the company in every meeting? Oh, that's my assistant. He must have been too happy just now. Qin Feng walked off the stage and came to Jiang Nan's side. The two of them sat on the chairs. You're so cruel. Jiang Nan silently raised his thumb. I really want to know, when have you ever volunteered to work overtime? You don't understand this. Since the company is my home, then my home is the company. The time I spend at home is my overtime time. Why did these words sound strange? Jiang Nan suddenly reacted, stretched out his hand and pinched Qin Feng's waist hard. Hiss! Qin Feng grimaced in pain. At the end of the meeting, let's all take another look at this video. Wang Yang turned on the projector and suddenly found that there was a newest video in the account where Qin Feng posted videos. When I clicked on the video, I still heard the familiar accent and dubbing. Hello everyone, I am the staff member responsible for the promotion of Ice and Snow World, and I am also a member of Jiangcheng Media. The previous video was my personal marketing tool, and I also hope that everyone can see the dedication and hard work of Ice and Snow World. Not only that, the comrades from the Culture and Tourism Bureau have been working day and night to make the Ice and Snow World even more popular. They launched an airport charging service and organized a chorus of 10,000 people, all to give the little potatoes in the south a more perfect experience. Jiang Nan was stunned, staring at Qin Feng without blinking. He didn't expect there would be this video at the end. Chapter 38. What is Patton? Amazing. Qin Feng's move is simply a desperate struggle for survival. Wang Yang turned on her phone and saw from the picture on the big screen that the number of views of this pinned video had reached 5 million. It's comparable to the apology videos of some minor stars. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe it. The best promotion the company has done in recent times only received 10,000 likes, and it was a dog sterilization advertisement for a veterinary hospital. As a result, dogs would come to the company's door from time to time and bark non-stop, and this lasted for a whole month before stopping. When you open the comment section, the related comments are reversed. Brother Tui Qian is amazing. I didn't expect him to have such a broad vision. He has contributed a lot to the development of Ice City. I am really impressed. I apologize for what I said before. Brother Money Refund is a ruthless person. He deserves our respect. He is not hesitant to use his own reputation to promote Ice City. What a noble character. I really admire him. Is Jiangcheng Media interested in taking this order? We can talk about it privately. As these comments were being played, the office door was suddenly thrown open. Zhu Hu brought Wang Xiaoer and other staff members from the Culture and Tourism Bureau to the conference room, followed by several reporters from TV stations. As soon as several reporters came in, they surrounded Qin Feng. Hello, Mr. Qin. I heard from the colleagues in the Culture and Tourism Bureau that the reason why the Ice and Snow World tourism project is so popular is mainly because you are in charge of it yourself. May I ask how you came up with this series of plans to promote the tourism industry in the Ice City? Do you have any experience? Can you share it with us? Qin Feng looked at the reporters around him with righteousness and spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. I am a native of Ice City, and I have always hoped that the tourism industry in Ice City can develop. Comrades from the Culture and Tourism Bureau have been working on the tourism transformation of the Ice City, but they have invested a lot of money, but the final result is not very good. The people of Ice City are warm and hospitable, and the beautiful scenery in winter is unique and deserves everyone's attention. I also hope to contribute to the tourism industry of Ice City. Zhu Hu took the lead in applauding, and the other comrades from the Culture and Tourism Bureau also showed awe. After this series of publicity, Bing Cheng became more and more famous on the internet. The current discussion has reached tens of millions of fans, and the tickets for this period have been bought out. All of this was because of Qin Feng's promotional video. He single-handedly changed the direction of iCity's tourism industry. I came here this time to thank Mr. Qin. This is a little gift prepared for you by our Cultural and Tourism Bureau. And this banner, I hope you can accept it. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. There was a lot of money in the big red envelope. He didn't know the exact amount, but it would definitely not be less. The main thing is this banner, skillful and kind-hearted, a gynecological expert. In fact, the inspiration for this banner came from me. My master has contributed a lot to the promotion of the tourism industry. He is a master of tourism science. After the homophony, he happens to be a master of women's science. Jiangnan suppressed his smile and looked at Qin Feng's dark face. Suddenly, he felt that what happened here was like a breath of foul air that disappeared. The company's development situation was not very good some time ago. As a young boss who had just started a business, although he had a high level of education, he lacked entrepreneurial experience and had no proper exposure to this industry. The company's funds have always been in deficit and it has to rely on its own petty cash to make up for the shortfall. If the company continues at this pace for a few more months, it will most likely go bankrupt. This time, Qin Feng used all his bizarre methods to not only save iCity's tourism industry, but also bring the company that was on the verge of bankruptcy back to life. It also created a lot of popular online memes. Cutting southern small potatoes and sweet and sour pork have become the hottest topics of conversation at the moment. From this perspective, Qin Feng doesn't look as hateful as he usually does when he's slacking off. I would like to thank my colleagues in the Culture and Tourism Bureau and the company for their kindness to me. It is my honor to be able to contribute to the tourism industry of Jiangcheng and the development of the company. Zhu Hu was touched, but he was shocked when he checked his travel expenses yesterday. Qin Feng and his colleagues did some filming and promotional work for several days, and the expenses reimbursed alone reached 20,000 yuan. The tourism industry has not yet developed, and the funds of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau have always been tight. The construction of the ice and snow world depends entirely on grants from above. I felt very painful at that time, but now I feel relieved. If it can help develop the tourism industry in iCity, what does this little money mean to me? Even if he had to pay out of his own pocket, he would be willing to do so. The comrades from the Culture and Tourism Bureau and the reporters came and left quickly. The interview video about Qin Feng will be broadcast on TV tonight. After the people left, the surrounding employees gathered around. After asking a lot of questions for a long time, several female employees even flirted with Qin Feng, inviting him to have dinner with them or play video games in the hotel. Qin Feng replied in unison, "Definitely next time." The meeting ended in a lively atmosphere. Qin Feng sat back in his chair and took a deep breath. His current slacking value has reached 80 points, and if he tries harder he can participate in the next lottery. He slapped his face, sat up straight, and stared at the computer. Jiangnan, who was sitting on the chair, was a little surprised. Was he planning to work seriously? Qin Feng was concentrating on typing on the keyboard, "Big plate chicken without sesame, thank you." Jiangnan rubbed his forehead helplessly, and then he didn't know what to say. At this moment, a prompt sound came from Dola. Qin Feng clicked on it and found it was a message from a stranger. "Excuse me, are you Qin Feng? We would like to invite you to help us with publicity. Your publicity work in Jiangcheng has achieved great success, which shows us your publicity ability." Qin Feng was speechless. He didn't go to the manager to discuss cooperation, but asked him to work overtime. I saw the eyes of the employees around me looking here from time to time. "Hello, I am Qin Feng. What do you need us to promote?" Jiangcheng Media has always adhered to the principle of serving customers and will do its best to solve your problems. When you hear these high-sounding words, you can tell that they don't really want to talk. But the person who sent the message seemed to be slow to respond. To be honest, we are the Zibo Culture and Tourism Bureau. We hope you can shoot some promotional videos for us. We want to vigorously develop the tourism economy. Please see if you have time to come for a field trip. The round-trip expenses will be paid by our Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Qin Feng is now always under the scrutiny of employees in the company, resulting in him having less and less time to slack off. This invitation is like a pillow delivered to you when you are sleepy. How can I not go? Must arrive tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 39 Pancake with DJI Roll Barbecue, Life is Full of Joy. Hello, I'm Qin Feng. I came here to shoot a promotional video with your invitation. Qin Feng and Jiang Nan got in the car together early in the morning. Arrived at Zibo early. Sitting in the car prepared by the Culture and Tourism Bureau, Qin Feng was about to ask. I saw the female staff member sitting in the front row with an unhappy expression on her face. From time to time he glanced back, as if he had something to say. The people sent by the Culture and Tourism Bureau this time are the staff responsible for reception work. In fact, the person in the front seat is named Wang Yumei, the best employee of the Culture and Tourism Bureau this year. She has always been in charge of the local tourism promotion work and is very hardworking and conscientious in her work. Excuse me, are you having your period? I happen to be free today and bought some sanitary napkins. Do you want 9 dimensions or Sophie? Fine. Wang Yumei said with a cold face that it was the first time she met a man and brought sanitary napkins for someone else. Wow. Is this the local barbecue? Qin Feng leaned against the window and stared at the barbecue restaurant in the distance, watching a slightly fat boy dragging a plate out. Please stop the car. I haven't eaten anything this morning. I want to try the barbecue here. Wang Yumei frowned and looked at Qin Feng. Please understand, Mr. Qin, we invited you here to shoot a promotional video. Oh. Eating a meal won't take that long. Qin Feng reached out and patted the driver on the shoulder. Master, please get off here, and you don't need to give me the change. The driver was slightly stunned when he looked at the 10 yuan in his hand. Isn't he a driver specially appointed by the Culture and Tourism Bureau? Let's go. Let's go downstairs and try the local barbecue. Qin Feng patted Jiang Nan's shoulder and gestured with his hands. I heard that the local barbecue skewers are this big, and they taste especially delicious. Jiang Nan hesitated a little, but finally did not say, this is not a good idea. Beauty, I heard that there are some etiquettes for eating barbecue in your area. Can you teach me later? Wang Yumei answered with a cold face, which made Jiang Nan feel embarrassed. Only Qin Feng looked smiling. Boss, give us 40 skewers and 40 pancakes. Do you have any shallots? I heard your local barbecue is very particular. It tastes authentic, right? Unexpectedly, the fat boy I saw earlier poked his head out and said, Number 32, 40 skewers, 40 pancakes and green onions. Jiang Nan was a little confused. Are the local children so extraordinary? His voice was sonorous and powerful, and there was a hint of impatience in it as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Qin Feng stood up happily, walked to the fat boy and patted him on the shoulder. How old is the child this year? Is he helping with housework? The little fat man nodded, picked up the rag and wiped the table. I'm 12. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and waved to Wang Yumei behind him. Jiang Nan felt something was not right and subconsciously took out his cell phone to start filming. This child is so cute. Please buy 10 exercise books for him later. Children should be exposed to more learning when they are young. Qin Feng patted the fat boy's shoulder. 10 books? The fat boy in front of him looked no more than 10 years old. One moment he was chatting happily with others, acting like an older brother, and the next moment he was delivering exercise books to others. On the contrary, Jiang Nan on the side had already gotten used to it. This man did a lot of weird things. I hate you. How could you send me a workbook? I'm going to ask my dad to give you a very spicy meal right now. I'm going to burn you to death, you bad guy. He is indeed an obedient and cute child. 10 more books. Qin Feng widened his eyes and looked at the little fat boy in surprise. I won't talk to you, you bad guy. Are you still buying the exercise book? Wang Yumei temporarily forgot her disgust towards Qin Feng. She didn't understand what was going on in his mind, so she came up to him and asked carefully. Then how can I not buy it? I, Qin, always keep my word. I usually like to get along with good kids like the little fat boy. He speaks nicely and I love him very much. Okay? You big bad bastard. The little fat boy was a little angry and walked into the store with his cheeks puffed out. Have you finished taking the photo? Qin Feng looked at Jiang Nan's phone screen and said, post it online and see how effective the promotion is. No need for post-editing. Wang Yumei's face looked unhappy. She immediately leaned over to look at the screen. Chin Feng had already posted the video online. We are here to eat, not to work. Come on, don't talk about unhappy things. As he spoke, he picked up the dough on the table, put the green onions on it, and rolled a skewer of lamb and beef into the dough. Eh? Why didn't you bring me some sauce? R. Jiangnan and Wang Yumei, who were eating barbecue skewers, subconsciously raised their heads and watched Chin Feng's operation, standing there in a daze. Do you need to add sauce to skewers? With a mood of doubt about life, Jiangnan remained silent, fearing that people would know that she and Chin Feng knew each other. Sauce. The little fat man frowned, puzzled, because the locals really like to eat scallion sauce. However, I have never seen anyone put green onions and sauce into the pancake and eat it together with the skewer. When I looked up, I saw Chin Feng talking to the camera on his phone in that familiar voice. Who in my family would understand? Even a Zibo person like me knows that when eating skewers, you have to wrap them with bread and add sauce. The fat guy at this barbecue restaurant didn't even give me any ingredients. It really made me feel sad. Don't they love the locals anymore? The little fat man was caught off guard by Chin Feng's performance, and finally had to go to the nearby shop to get a bag of meat sauce. Chin Feng dipped some green onion in the sauce and put it on the pancake, then took a big bite and gave a thumbs up to the big screen. Delicious. This is how skewers should be eaten. Wrap skewers with pancakes and serve with soybean paste. Happy life. Zibo's unique barbecue culture, you deserve it. Chin Feng checked the video and posted it after the previous one. Wang Yumei frowned and looked at Chin Feng. He looked the other up and down, still with doubt in his eyes. After you finish filming the video, don't you plan to buy a data package? Don't worry, our Cultural and Tourism Bureau will reimburse you for these expenses. I've been waiting for you to say this. How about you guys invest in a data plan yourself after you get back? As long as I don't have to work for the evil capitalists, everything else is fine. Chin Feng stroked his chin and spoke bluntly. Okay. I'll go back and vote. Wang Yumei gritted her teeth. Her prejudice against the Cultural and Tourism Bureau's decision to invite Chin Feng to carry out publicity grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 40. Let me give it a try. Burp. It feels good. The skewers here are delicious. As a southerner, I am looking forward to visiting your shop next time. What is he talking about? What are you talking about? Sitting on the chair, Wang Yumei was about to pay the bill. Chin Feng suddenly said this, and then continued chattering in what he thought was a southern accent. This time, the fat boy obviously learned from his previous lesson. Guest, would you like to pay the bill? Louder. Chin Feng couldn't help but urge the little fat boy when he heard his gentle voice. Sir, please come in to pay the bill. Xiaopang shouted again at the top of his voice, and soon he saw Chin Feng, Wang Yumei and others walk into the house and pay the bill. Wow, your barbecue is so delicious. Chin Feng was surprised when he paid the bill. Seeing Jiangnan's speechless face, he wanted to hit him with a stick. But they still suppressed their anger and got into the car together. Family members, I found a little fat boy with a loud voice today. As a messenger of justice, I immediately called the Education Bureau to report the matter to them. The live broadcast screen recording is used as evidence. Chin Feng chattered into the camera of his mobile phone. Wang Yumei stared with eyes wide open. The fat boy hadn't done anything wrong except speaking a little loudly. The man just went there and gave the other person 20 exercise books, and then he wanted to report the matter to the Education Bureau. How are you? I'm a staff member of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. I'm calling you this time to report that a child at a barbecue restaurant was talking loudly when helping out. I think this will have a great impact on the child's future education. Wang Yumei wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and asked, what is the Cultural and Tourism Bureau? They have to take the blame for the emotional phone call. We will process it as quickly as possible. The staff member from the Education Bureau had a bitter expression on his face after he finished speaking. The children were helping out in the shop, so what if they made some noise? But the city had been vigorously developing the tourism industry recently, and required everyone to actively cooperate with the work of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. He stood up reluctantly and met the office director. Director, the Culture and Tourism Bureau called just now and said that a fat kid helping out at a barbecue restaurant was making too much noise, which is not good for the future growth of the children, and asked us to deal with it. What? The director was stunned for a moment, puzzled. No, the child is helping out at home, so what's wrong with making a loud noise? You go back first, I'll report this to the director. Qin Feng's phone call made the entire Education Bureau busy. In the end, the director of the Education Bureau personally typeset the letter and called the principal of the child's school. After listening to the education director's tactful statement, the principal stood up on the spot. No. Are you kidding? Is this really what the Cultural and Tourism Bureau said? Oh. I know you have difficulties, but the city requires us to actively cooperate with the publicity work of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. You also know the importance of this matter. The director was helpless and could only try his best to persuade him. Then I'll give it a try. The principal paced back and forth in the room, and finally chose to call the child's class teacher. The head teacher was also confused after answering the phone. Why didn't the people from the Culture and Tourism Bureau focus on tourism and get involved in such matters? What should I do? Should I really call Xiaopang over for a talk? Their head teacher hesitated for a long time, then picked up the phone again and called the girl that Xiaopang liked to play with. Xiaomai, can you please tell Xiaopang to be less loud when serving food in the store? On that day, someone posted this incident online, causing an uproar among netizens. I really want to go see this victim, Xiaopang, to see who their beast is. I should call the Education Bureau for this matter. I laughed my ass off. In the end, it was Xiaomai who came forward to settle everything. I really want to go see Xiaopang. I have prepared a Huanggang test paper this time that he will definitely like. That's amazing. I'm suddenly very curious about how the local barbecue in Zibo tastes. Qin Feng was in the car, stopping and starting along the way, either going to a kebab shop to get some skewers, or going to another store to buy some fruits. Originally they were supposed to arrive at the Culture and Tourism Bureau in the afternoon, but Qin Feng forced them to arrive there until 5 in the evening. When we arrived at the Culture and Tourism Bureau, it was almost time to get off work. Qin Feng got out of the car, stood up straight, and looked righteous. To be honest, from this perspective, he looked like a down-to-earth and capable person. Wang Yumei sighed in her heart. Why did they invite such a weirdo? Hello. To show their importance to Qin Feng, the leaders of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, led by the director, came in person to greet him. Hello. I feel really honored to be recognized by your Cultural and Tourism Bureau. I am also very happy to contribute to the local cultural and tourism industry. The director nodded with satisfaction. He had seen the video online. The shooting angle was clear, the content was interesting, and it was very different from traditional promotional videos. Let's go to the conference room and talk slowly. Soon, everyone gathered in the conference room. We would like to invite Qin Feng to come on stage and explain to us the content of the video promotion work. Thank you all for your kindness. It is an honor for us at Jiangcheng Media to take on this job. Qin Feng stood on the stage, looking straight ahead. Our company has been committed to the dissemination and promotion of cultural undertakings. I feel very honored to have this opportunity today. If you have any questions, please ask Mr. Qin. A staff member from the Culture and Tourism Bureau suddenly spoke up. It's almost 5 o'clock. He wants to work overtime passively. What a vicious mind. I have always thought that the videos shot by Mr. Qin are amazing. I want to see Mr. Qin's recent achievements or the latest video content. Wang Yumei was secretly delighted. She thought that once everyone saw the nonsensical video content, they would definitely understand that this man was a slacker. I have been engaged in publicity work in the Culture and Tourism Bureau for a long time, but there are many things I don't understand. This time I just want to ask Mr. Qin for advice. Qin Feng's mind was wandering, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall, thinking about getting off work as soon as possible. In Wang Yumei's eyes, this was obviously due to guilty conscience, as she looked away and talked about other things. As he said this, he wanted to press on with his victory and stood up on his own initiative. Is it inconvenient for Mr. Qin? If it is really inconvenient for you, I won't force you, but I'm afraid that everyone will doubt Mr. Qin's ability. The publicity work for Bingcheng was taken over by Jiangcheng Media, which involved the entire company's employees. Qin Feng saw that there were 5 minutes left before the end of get off work, so he came to his senses and his eyes fell on Wang Yumei. Are you sure you want to see it? Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment, looking at Qin Feng's smirk, and felt that something was wrong. Chapter 41. Why is it him again? I want to see how effective the video shot by Mr. Qin is, so I can learn from it. Wang Yumei was determined. Qin Feng doesn't he have any videos that he can show off right now? The 2 videos shot today also show Qin Feng teasing the fat boy. Who would be bored enough to watch such a video? Qin Feng projected his mobile phone onto the big screen, and then opened Dola skillfully. In fact, several people had already watched the video that had been shot. When Wang Yumei learned that Qin Feng was going to show the video shot today, she was secretly happy. Is this possible? Can I ask Mr. Qin how long it took to shoot this video? That's right, let's take a closer look at this video. Sure. Qin Feng clicked on the video and quickly saw the specific data in it. Wow tilde, is this the shock brought by Tianquan media? The people from the Culture and Tourism Bureau were surprised, and their expressions remained frozen when they saw the smug Wang Yumei. But still a little confused, he continued to stare at the screen, especially the data on it. 7,000 likes, 100,000 views, and 2,000 comments. How is this possible? The video wasn't filmed for long enough. How could there be such good data in one day? And we haven't even used the traffic package yet. What? The leader of the Culture and Tourism Bureau looked at Qin Feng in shock. You really haven't invested in a traffic package? The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau opened his mouth in surprise. Mr. Qin, you are the lucky star of our Zibo. To be honest, we have shot hundreds of videos this year. Even if we have invested in traffic packages, only a few of them have reached about 20,000. Mr. Qin is so amazing. The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau held Qin Feng's hand warmly, fearing that he would run away. Har. It's just a small matter. Look, it's already 5 o'clock. Qin Feng said, pointing to the clock on the wall. You're right. It's already time to get off work. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau has never advocated overtime work. Then I'll go first. Qin Feng smiled and waved to the leaders present, which made Jiangnan a little confused. No, who is the leader? When Qin Feng left, it was like a large farewell party. If you didn't know, you would think that some leader was promoted. Why are you so diligent today, and have you taken several videos in a row? Jiangnan was curious and couldn't help asking. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows proudly. Things like slacking off require gradual progress. We must adapt to the environment first before we can slack off properly. Come. I'll take you to your residence. Jiangnan was speechless and didn't understand why Qin Feng spent so much time learning how to slack off. Could he be some scientific research tycoon who was studying the relationship between slacking off and social practice? It seemed outrageous just thinking about it. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. Get in the car. Qin Feng patted the steering wheel of the Mercedes-Benz. When did you buy the car? Not to mention, the shape of this car is pretty good. The landing price must start at $1 million. Hey. Actually, I had already found a night shift job before I came here, and now I'm a qualified online taxi driver. Qin Feng took out a sign from his pocket and hung it on his chest. Qin Feng, online car hailing driver. You? Jiangnan was quite speechless, but she didn't say much after all. The employee's spare time life had nothing to do with her. Let's go, watch me take you on a wild ride. Not long after, Jiangnan looked at Qin Feng speechlessly as he drove slowly forward. In just 1 minute, 4 cars had overtaken him, and 5 angry drivers yelled at him, asking why he was driving so slowly. You don't understand. You need to drive in a standardized manner, otherwise your loved ones will cry. I am a good citizen who obeys traffic rules. Forget it. Jiangnan sighed deeply. He was already used to Qin Feng's operation. After half an hour's struggle, I finally arrived at my residence. After Jiangnan finished washing up and lay on the bed, Qin Feng's face kept coming back to her mind unconsciously. He reached out his hand and patted his face. It must be an illusion caused by thinking about why he was slacking off every day. Please give me a plate of pickled fish. Jiangnan hung up the phone, lay on his back on the bed, and heard the doorbell in a daze. The takeaway must have arrived. I touched my rumbling stomach. Here it comes. What are you? Jiangnan was a little confused. He didn't understand why Qin Feng appeared here with a lunchbox in his hand. Tilde, actually, I have another identity, a kangaroo rider. Serve every customer who is waiting for delicious food. Qin Feng took out the kangaroo ears and put them on his head. Watching the ears on his head moving back and forth, Jiang Nan suddenly felt powerless. Remember to give me a 5-star rating. Qin Feng yawned, I'll find a place to catch some fish first. You? Jiang Nan was helpless and started to taste the pickled fish. Halfway through the meal, he suddenly felt a stomachache. I went to the toilet, but after I finished, I couldn't flush the water. Jiang Nan wanted to call the lobby service but was afraid of delaying too long. Then he saw a small card next to the door, professional sewer repair service, phone number, 100-006-4649. Jiang Nan quickly dialed the number and soon heard a breathless voice. Okay, I'll be there right away. The sewer repairman hung up the phone in a hurry. Jiang Nan threw his phone on the sofa and planned to take a rest. After waiting for a full hour, there was a knock on the door. Coming. Jiang Nan opened the door listlessly. People are completely dumbfounded. Standing at the door was Qin Feng, carrying a tool bag. Oh! Sir, what a coincidence. We meet again. Qin Feng skillfully took out the toolbox and walked into the bathroom. He inserted the pipe into the toilet and prepared to clear it. Customer, please give my takeaway order a 5-star rating. New. Jiang Nan felt powerless and curiously clicked on Qin Feng's profile picture. Just one order. He only ran one order in the whole night. Well, I don't run many orders. If the score is low, I'm afraid I'll lose this job. One order, it's hard to even eat a bowl of instant noodles. Jiang Nan stared at Qin Feng closely, feeling extremely angry just by looking at him. If possible, I really want to know what this bastard man is thinking. Despite his doubts, Jiang Nan still gave Qin Feng a 5-star rating. Thank you, guest. While Qin Feng was unclogging the toilet, he chatted with Jiang Nan about all sorts of things. If you don't know, you might think it's just a casual chat between a familiar sewer maintenance worker and a customer. Where are we going tomorrow? Jiang Nan yawned and watched Qin Feng packing the toolbox. Qin Feng frowned. He didn't have time to think about these things carefully. If he wanted to slack off, he might as well find a secluded place. Let's go to the village and take a look tomorrow. Maybe there will be a surprise. Chapter 42, Other stores are so busy, why are you so idle? Okay, see you tomorrow then. After Qin Feng left, Jiang Nan lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. That figure always appears in my mind, so I have to cover my head with a pillow. The next morning, when Qin Feng just arrived at the entrance of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, he saw Wang Yumei had been waiting in the car for a long time. So early. Qin Feng was surprised. He then opened the back door of the car and sat in it, yawning out of boredom. I'm not like some people who just want to be lazy and slack off. Wang Yumei felt angry when she said this. She worked diligently every day, but was she not as good as this lazy guy? We're going to the village today. Har. Are we leaving now? Jiang Nan, with dark circles under his eyes, subconsciously opened the back door and sat next to Qin Feng. Wang Yumei was unhappy and was furious when she saw Qin Feng. If possible, I would really like to kick this slacking guy out. Feeling angry, Wang Yumei drove towards the village. There were not many people coming and going in the village. Wang Yumei drove for the whole morning and Qin Feng never asked to stop. It was not until 11 o'clock, during a break from work, that Qin Feng looked into the yard. Shangpiao Barbecue Restaurant. Let's go. Let's contribute to our local rural development. Qin Feng got out of the car and looked at his boss lying in the yard. Is this a barbecue restaurant? Ang. The owner of the barbecue restaurant leaned back in his chair, shaking constantly, reading a novel in his hand. If Qin Feng usually has to be cautious when slacking off, this boss treats slacking off as his job. Feeling speechless, Qin Feng decided to teach the boss a lesson. Mr. Ang, give me 60 skewers of mutton. The barbecue restaurant owner was stunned for a moment. His last name was Tiang, so how come he had such a nickname? Okay. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and started shooting a video. If there are people who enjoy slacking off more than him, how can he keep the title of the slacking king? My dear friends, I found a treasure shop today. Other shops are very busy, but this shop is the only one with no one. The owner can still browse his phone peacefully. The boss quickly put the skewers on the table and then planned to watch videos in the rocking chair. Boss, I feel like you're usually pretty free, what have you been watching these past 2 days? Har har, I saw a video of a barbecue restaurant yesterday. The fat guy became famous and the restaurant was completely overwhelmed. It feels great to watch them busying around while I can watch videos leisurely. The barbecue restaurant owner said as he pulled out the video. He hadn't realized yet that the person in front of him was the author of the video. Look at the comments section. If you have time to work, you might as well just lie back and relax like me. Qin Feng nodded subconsciously, then clicked on the comment section of the video. I came here this time just to meet Xiaopang. Brothers, I brought 3 advanced mathematics books with me, full of sincerity. Xiaopang's attitude has always been very good. I think it's because he doesn't have homework. We should give him more exercise books to enrich his life. Xiaopang, the only service staff with a stiff attitude but loved by customers. My life has been getting busier and busier lately, and I don't have time to do many things. Can I ask Xiaopang to help me with the company's copywriting? The boss lay back in his chair and started watching videos. Qin Feng finished editing the recorded video and then dubbed it in a familiar voice. Did my family see this? It really makes me sad that there is such a quiet barbecue restaurant in Zibo. Is there no one planning to teach the boss a lesson? After the video was posted online, Wang Yumei was even more speechless. She suddenly realized that Qin Feng did not have any specific plans and would suddenly shoot videos when he wanted to post them. How can the local tourism industry develop in this way? There's no need to promote this small shop, right? If you have more time, you might as well take pictures of more shops and people's lives in the city. Besides, work is becoming more and more urgent. How can we waste time outside? You're wrong. Work requires a balance between work and rest. Come, try some iced tea. Qin Feng smiled and pushed the iced black tea in front of him to the other person with a smile on his face. Soon, after taking a sip of iced black tea, I felt relaxed and refreshed, and suddenly my brain felt a lot clearer. Is it like Qin Feng said, that sufficient rest can help one work better? No. We cannot let this man corrupt our will and soul. His current video is successful only because of luck. Also, the first day's video was released because someone broke the news, otherwise it would never have gone viral. Also, the future of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau must not be placed in the hands of such people. Wang Yumei frowned. The more she thought about it, the more unhappy she felt. And for some reason, she didn't seem to dislike Qin Feng as much as before. Humph, I don't want to get involved with a lazy person like you. Don't think you can buy me off with a bottle of iced tea. After eating the barbecue, Qin Feng had nothing to do and was daydreaming. Jiangnan was planning to watch some videos. As soon as he opened Dola, he saw a familiar face in front of the camera. Was it Qin Feng? 30,000 likes? It became popular in just one meal. The spy has already reported the location. What are we waiting for? I will kill them tonight. I am dying of laughter. Other barbecue restaurants are so busy, why is he so idle? Brothers, don't come to this restaurant. The taste is ordinary and the food is not good. Don't come here. Har har, boss, next time you change your name and send a message, can you delete all your videos? I'm telling you, don't think about resting tonight. What are you waiting for? Let's go there now. The boss said that the taste of his restaurant is ordinary, so I must try it to see how ordinary it is. The main feature is rebellion. Jiangnan felt a little guilty and subconsciously looked at the boss. The boss scratched his head, puzzled, and hadn't realized that it was them who posted the video. Let's go. You finished eating, why are you still here? Jiangnan looked embarrassed and pulled Qin Feng out, then called Wang Yumei. Do you know that the video you just posted has gone viral? I wonder how many people are planning to come here and let the boss feel the rebelliousness of life. I'm promoting their store. The boss's life is so leisurely, he should enrich it. Qin Feng yawned and felt drowsy, and soon he realized that something was wrong. On the road not far away, one black car after another was rushing here. I was half awake in an instant. Are they serious about this? Several people hurriedly got into the car. More and more cars were seen on the road, all heading for Bosang. Chapter 43, Praise from the Director. Come on, let's go somewhere else. It's not time to get off work yet. I want to slack off again. This guy slacks off every day. Sitting in the back seat, Jiang Nan also planned to return to the Culture and Tourism Bureau to study the video editing. Hearing Qin Feng suddenly say this made people speechless. This time, Wang Yumei did not refute Qin Feng. In fact, she was preparing to record Qin Feng's actions and expose them to the leaders of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Then let's go to the nearby village and take a look at the scenery and go for a drive. I have to say something to you. Do we call this a joyride? We are contributing to the local tourism industry. Feel the local scenery and cultural customs, and experience a different kind of beauty. Qin Feng patted his chest and said, as if he was a model of civilization who contributed to the local tourism industry. The village is relatively quiet, and only 1 or 2 people can be seen occasionally. Wait, is that a barbecue stall? Qin Feng said in surprise. The 2 women who were watching wanted to hit Qin Feng, but they still suppressed their anger. The 3 got out of the car and saw the old man sitting at the door. Uncle, is this a barbecue restaurant? Come, have a cigarette. Thank you. The old man took the cigarette and took a puff. Are you here for a barbecue? Right. The old man held a cigarette in his hand and said, you really came to a lot of places this time. I am the first person to do barbecue in the local area. I have decades of barbecue experience. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Our master is really awesome. Give us 40 skewers, 20 of mutton and 20 of beef. Okay. The old man nodded, contentedly. Wait a moment, I'll bring the skewers up to you. Uncle's retirement life is really leisurely. Qin Feng looked at the uncle's figure and hesitated for a while. Why do I feel that the old man's retirement life is a bit boring? As a young man of the new era, I think it is necessary for me to enrich the old man's spare time. Qin Feng smiled, and the 2 women felt a chill. The old man didn't provoke you, so is it really okay for you to treat him like this? We're just here to eat some kebabs, there's no need to make it like this, right? Aren't you afraid that if something goes wrong, the old man will kill you? Unexpectedly, Qin Feng shook his head very naturally. One should not be ashamed of doing nothing in his life. When I saw that the old man's spiritual life was so lacking, I knew that I should take action. Jiang Nan was confused, and Wang Yumei was also speechless. The 2 couldn't understand what Qin Feng was doing. The old man had no grudge against him, so how could he be so cruel to him? Qin Feng immediately took out his cell phone and started filming, happily chatting with the old man who came over with the plate. Are you satisfied with your current retirement life? Do you have any plans to return to your old job in the future? I have been in this business for decades. Take the skewers for example. They are all freshly slaughtered cattle and sheep. You can just add a little seasoning and eat it directly. You can enjoy the original flavor. Qin Feng nodded, picked up a skewer of meat and took a bite. It was juicy and fragrant when it entered his mouth. As he chewed, the rich meaty aroma filled his mouth. It's really delicious. He can say without exaggeration that this is one of the best barbecue restaurants in the area. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. Could this be what it means to be a great hermit hiding in the city? It tastes really good. Jiang Nan and Wang Yumei also nodded subconsciously, but they felt guilty and did not dare to look up. The old man probably did not expect that someone was thinking about how to ruin his retirement life. How does the meat taste? Is it delicious? The old man suddenly shouted to a few people from a distance. Jiang Nan and Wang Yumei were concentrating on eating the skewers, only Qin Feng and the old man waved. The skewers of Uncle's meat are so delicious, the best in the world. I will come to eat Uncle's meat skewers next time. Not long after we started eating, the old man came over from a distance and put a bottle of snow tea on the table. Uncle, you are too polite. Qin Feng looked at the uncle in front of him sincerely. To be honest, I've been in this business for more than 30 years. I know a lot about barbecue. If you want to eat, just come and find me. Being stared at by the old man like that, Jiang Nan and Wang Yumei's faces turned a little red, but they didn't know what to do. They were thinking about cheating the old man, but he was still so friendly. Is Qin Feng so heartless that he can continue chatting with others? The old man is enjoying a leisurely life now, how could he cheat others like this? Uncle, I think you should be more casual when doing barbecue. I'm old now, so I should have a good rest and make sure I don't run into any bad guys. Wang Yumei couldn't bear it and secretly reminded the old man. What do you mean? I am such a kind person, how could anyone harm me? A good person like the old man is destined to shine in this industry and contribute to the barbecue industry. Xiaoqin said it well. I have been doing barbecue for more than 30 years and I really like it. After hearing what Qin Feng said, the old man smoked silently and began to share his feelings about working in this industry. I started this business in the 1980s. I know how to roast beef and mutton to make them taste good. You young people have come to the right place. My barbecue here will never disappoint you. Uncle is right. Qin Feng gave a thumbs up decisively and looked at the uncle with a smile. He is indeed an amazing person. It is really remarkable that he is so successful in this industry. After the group finished eating, the two women paid and wanted to leave. The old man was so enthusiastic that they felt even more embarrassed. Only Qin Feng greeted him with a smile. Back in the car, Qin Feng began to edit the video he had just shot. You really don't feel any pangs of conscience? Jiang Nan was surprised. It seemed like it was the first time he saw Qin Feng in this state. He was speechless for a moment. You are wrong. I have already said that I am enriching your spare time. When I left just now, the old man's life was just about chatting with people around him. This kind of life is so empty. I have an obligation to let the old man experience a more fulfilling life. Can you be more shameless? Wang Yumei couldn't help but complain and felt a little angry when she looked at Qin Feng. If possible, I really want to make it into a skewer and put it on a skewer. Feeling somewhat speechless, the woman remained silent in the car. Qin Feng edited the video with great interest and posted it online. It's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon now, and apart from the time for filming, it seems like I've been slacking off the whole time. When we arrived at the Culture and Tourism Bureau, there were only 10 minutes left before getting off work. Qin Feng straightened his back and entered the office with the two women. We have edited the video to live up to the expectations of our leaders. Chapter 44. Is he really a marketing genius? You must be very tired today, go back and rest now. Qin Feng bowed respectfully and walked out, and Jiang Nan did not stop either. After spending so much time with Qin Feng, I actually got into the habit of leaving after get off work. Wang Yumei took the initiative to stay, saying that she had something to report to her leader. Wang Yumei breathed a sigh of relief when the two people left. Leader, there is something I must tell you honestly. There is something wrong with Qin Feng. The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau frowned and looked at Wang Yumei curiously. I followed him for 2 days and found that this person was just doing nothing but slacking off and occasionally shooting 1 or 2 insignificant videos. This is of no help to the development of local tourism. Show me the video. The director was a little surprised. He seemed to not think that Qin Feng would be a slacker. He immediately looked at Wang Yumei with an inquiring look. Look, this is the video he took. Wang Yumei took out her phone. It's all of him chatting in the barbecue restaurant, and he deliberately tortured the old man. Have these videos been posted online? The director repeatedly watched the video and then looked it up and down. I think this video is quite interesting. The conversation between him and the old man is really interesting. As he said that, the director curiously opened Dola and quickly found the number that Qin Feng used to post the video. What's the point of being interesting? It doesn't help our local tourism industry at all. Wang Yumei felt a little unhappy as she spoke. At that time, she was in charge of the corresponding publicity work, going door to door and spending a lot of effort. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was slacking off every day, but he was still rewarded by his leader. The director nodded and just happened to see the latest video released. He was slightly stunned. The number of likes on this video has reached 40,000. Are you sure that Qin Feng was just slacking off before and didn't do any marketing planning or preparation? Wang Yumei opened her mouth wide and answered subconsciously. Then what's the matter with these likes and views? How can you achieve this without any marketing planning? Did he really not put his heart into making the video? Wang Yumei stared at the data on the screen without blinking, her mouth open so wide that a whole egg could fit in. Has he ever invested in a traffic package? The director asked subconsciously, and then saw Wang Yumei shook her head. You haven't invested in a traffic package yet. His videos all start off improvisation. How could they be so popular? Well, you should quickly find someone to invest in a traffic package for this video to promote it. The biggest tourist attraction in our area is barbecue. It's not that Qin Feng didn't prepare, but he had already grasped this point. He was planning to use the barbecue to spark a tourism boom. No wonder he was able to do such a good job in promoting the Ice City. Wang Yumei didn't understand why the director had such a high opinion of Qin Feng. Tell them that there is no need for review and to fully promote the promotion of these videos. Gather all the staff together tomorrow. I'm going to hold a meeting for everyone. By the way, invite local reporters to come over. The director acted decisively and made sure all the issues that needed to be resolved were resolved properly. Wang Yumei started working like a ghost, and only realized it at the end. She was clearly working to file a complaint, so how did it turn out like this? While Qin Feng was leisurely delivering the takeaway, the entire Cultural and Tourism Bureau was already busy because of his several videos. The tourism industry, which had been showing no signs of improvement, has also begun to gradually radiate light and heat. The next morning, Qin Feng and Jiang Nan, who had a comfortable night's sleep, came to the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Good job. Everyone has a pair of panda eyes, which look scary. People come and go as if they were full of energy. People who don't know would think they had accidentally entered some shady organization. Wang Yumei's condition was even more serious, and she kept yawning all the way. In fact, we hardly slept last night as we all stayed up late to deal with these things. I lost a lot of hair because of my work. The leader said that we should all go to the conference room for a meeting. It seems that they want to talk about publicity. Come over quickly, so I can rest for a while after you're done. The leader's mental state isn't normal either. You two should take it easy. Wang Yumei sighed, shook her head, and quickly took the two of them to the meeting room. Hello, leaders. Qin Feng returned to his serious state, looking like he was working hard. But his relaxed look formed a sharp contrast with the decadent looks of other staff members. Qin Feng, you are finally here. The best decision we made this time was to invite you to come and do marketing planning for us. Har har. Qin Feng looked at the director somewhat embarrassedly. This is all my job. Your performance makes me feel that there is still a chance for our local tourism industry to develop. Qin Feng nodded heavily. It is my honor to contribute to the cultural and tourism industry, and it is also what I should do. Okay. The director was a little embarrassed. Can you tell us about your successful experience, especially this time's marketing plan? Oh. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. In fact, everyone has fallen into a misunderstanding at work. Many people think that the longer they work and the harder they work, the higher their work efficiency will be. In fact, this is not an absolutely correct proposition. Let me introduce my 95 working method to you today. I once read a study in a journal that found that people who go to get off work and leave on time are much more efficient than those who work overtime until late at night. The second is the environmental protection law. The environment I'm talking about is not the natural environment that everyone understands, but the working atmosphere. A good working atmosphere and working environment can make people feel relaxed and happy, and double their work efficiency in a day. Our company has recently installed several new air conditioners and added a chess and card room, which allows employees to relax after work. Only when you are relaxed can you work harder. Qin Feng looked at everyone with a smile, leaving Jiang Nan speechless. I suggest adding a lounge in our Culture and Tourism Bureau so that employees can relax when they are tired and get into new work more quickly. I think everyone should understand what I mean. Only a good mood can make everyone happier. I thought the rigid director would object, but unexpectedly he was the first to lead the applause. Qin Feng's words really woke us up. We must strictly follow the working hours in the future. When the financial situation improves, we will provide everyone with air conditioning and other leisure benefits. Chapter 45 Qin Feng's Transformation Plan. It's over. After Wang Xiaoer, I didn't expect that another person would fall victim to Qin Feng's murder. It's a headache. It's really a headache. Sitting in the chair, Jiang Nan rubbed his temples. Qin Feng greeted this kind of person and walked straight down. Work requires a balance between work and rest. Everyone should pay attention to their health and well-being at work. Health is our capital for conquering the world. Applause if you understand. The employees around immediately began to applaud, and even the director started clapping. What we are going to learn about next is the videos released by Qin Feng. Several of his videos have become popular. We need to learn from our successes and draw lessons from our failures, which is why we held this meeting. The staff below were talking about it. Isn't that the video of delivering homework to Serpang? I mailed a box of study materials to Serpang yesterday. Do you need mail delivery in the same city? Why do I feel like it's Mr. Ge from Shang Piaro? I think the thing he regrets most is receiving Chin Fong. Is it difficult to be as good as Uncle John? The first person to open a barbecue restaurant, Har Har, has aroused the rebellious psychology of many people. These videos are so interesting. I really want to know how Mr. Zhang will respond today. The director projected the video content onto the big screen, focusing on the conversation between Chin Fong and Uncle John, as well as related comments. At that time, I thought it was normal. You probably didn't expect us to kill us directly, right? I still remember that when the old man saw me, he didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. The most classic quote from the old man, "This is the most primitive barbecue, just add salt," it really makes me laugh to death. Looking at the screen in front of her, Wang Yumei's expression gradually became a little confused. Could it be that this lazy king is not as bad as we thought? In fact, he is also very good. I think our next promotional plan for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau should start with barbecue. We will make barbecue a local specialty and let everyone feel the charm of barbecue. The director made the final decision, and the staff of the Culture and Tourism Bureau also discovered the potential of this industry. After the meeting, Chin Fong walked out of the conference room, took out the game watch in his pocket, placed the last Tetris block, and successfully passed the level. Jiang Nan, who was sitting in the car, was speechless. This guy was really amazing. He was still distracted while giving a speech on the stage. I've never seen anything so outrageous. Where are we going today? Wang Yumei felt a little complicated and looked at Chin Fong deeply. To meet our old friend. Pao Piaxiang should have opened by now. Several people were driving the car and were familiar with the route. When I arrived at the door, I found that there were quite a few cars parked nearby. Everyone was pacing back and forth at the car door, while the door of Pao Piaxiang was closed. Brothers, what's going on? Why don't you go in and eat the skewers? Chin Fong handed a cigarette to one of the men. Thanks. The man took the cigarette, took a deep puff, and stared at the closed door in a daze. From what the boss said, it seems that the store is closed today. Jiang Nan was a little surprised. When opening a business, their hope is to have many customers and make a lot of money. Why is this boss doing this? Deliberately closing the door to prevent customers from coming. I have never seen such a weird thing. Wait a minute, brothers. I'll ask the boss to open the door. Drive the car to the road first and come back in 5 minutes. Everyone was curious, but thinking about the possibility of going in to eat kebabs, they drove their car silently. Jiang Nan turned on the camera and started filming as usual. Boss, open the door, it's me. You brat. Boss Ge was furious. He thought they were two tourists, but they turned out to be assassins. How dare you come here? I made skewers for you yesterday, and this is how you repay me. Boss, what you said is wrong. I am also thinking about your business. Don't worry, there are only 3 of us this time, and everyone wants to try your kebabs. Boss Ge hesitated for a moment, looked around and saw that there were no other cars around, then opened the door. After you finish eating, leave quickly. Don't let them find out that my store is open. The boss grumbled and looked at the rocking chair beside him reluctantly. Since yesterday, he has spent less than 2 minutes sitting in the rocking chair. His comfortable retirement life is gone just like that. Is it just you guys? Boss Ge said worriedly, I'd better close the door to prevent those people from coming over again and affecting my health. Boss. Give me 20 lamb skewers. A man walked in from outside, then looked around and his eyes stopped on Boss Ge. As he said that, he found a seat and sat down, waiting for the skewers he ordered. Where are you from? Boss Ge was stunned. We have been waiting outside. Didn't a brother say he would let you open the door? Where is that brother? I must thank him properly. Boss Ge turned around, and there was no trace of Chin Fong and the others. Post the video online and see what the comments are like later. Chin Fong yawned, looked at the packaged skewers, and began to taste them carefully. Fresh lamb and beef taste different, and they taste even more delicious after adding salt. With the mood of enjoying the delicious food, Chin Fong began to eat without saying a word. Go see our dear Uncle Zhang. Chin Fong handed a few of the skewers to Jiang Nan. Even if he didn't slack off, he couldn't let the assistant around him work. Wang Yumei was driving and smelling the aroma of the barbecued skewers. As expected, Qin Feng is still so annoying and a very hateful person. Harchio. Who is thinking about me? Boss Ji was extremely busy at this moment. He thought there would only be a few cars coming, but now the parking lot outside was full of cars. Even the stools that had been prepared long ago were not enough. He had to ask the staff around him to borrow a lot of stools from the village. After arranging the stools neatly, everyone started to enjoy the food. The house was bustling with activity, and those who were tired of eating would lie down on the rocking chairs for a while. The seat that originally belonged exclusively to Boss Ji has now become a check-in attraction. I have to say, it's really nice to sit on it. What's the name of that damn guy? He posted the video yesterday, and now he's here to stab me in the back. Next time he comes over, I'll prepare something super spicy for him. This time I'm going to take the initiative to give him a surprise and see if he can handle it. Without Qin Feng's knowledge, Boss Ji had already begun purchasing the hottest peppers in the country in private. I must take revenge the next time we meet. Qin Feng has already arrived at Uncle Zhang's barbecue restaurant.